Yo, what up, guys? We are live. So we got a open panel Christmas edition. So it's gonna be extra fun. It's gonna be extra fun because we got the blue and red lights in the background. Clearly, that's something that's very unique to the stream. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The last open forum stream was quite entertaining when Scrab jumped on. So we've been having some very entertaining content. So this might be no different. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of Q&A, and then I will open up the panel. All right, let's see what we got here. Mr. Slave, thanks God we have Alex. Good stuff. What's this panel topic? There's no topic. It's just whatever anyone wants to discuss. Okay, what else do we have? How do we post a question on the stream? Well, you just did that, but you can post another one, just exactly the way you posted this one. Okay. Wasn't the stream supposed to start at 8:10? Yeah, it was supposed to start at 9 o'clock, but I moved it back because I had Christmas dinner with my dad. Nothing too exciting. Yo, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Happy Merry Christmas as well. It's actually pretty cold in Miami. It's like fucking 50 degrees here for the next few days. It's going to get warm again. This is like the coldest I've ever seen in Miami. I'm walking around like a jacket and shit. Yeah, it's like 50 degrees. But yeah, good times. Oh, hopefully everyone had a good Christmas. Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate it, man. Merry Christmas. I'll be honest. Christmas is like literally my least favorite holiday. I actually kind of low-key hate Christmas. Oh, that's cute. What's up, Michelle and Michelle Senior? Alex, if every guy had a 50 body count, would that be positive, neutral, or negative effect in society? I would say positive because there would be no more simps, no more school shooters. So I think it would be positive. I feel like during the speed date, I wasn't able to keep the combo interesting. Any advice on how to make the combo fun and interesting? Yeah, I mean, this is stuff I've like covered in like all my videos. So just check out my content. Like just type in PWF how to be interesting or something like that. I have like 3 videos on that. I'm always down for a edgy topic. Is it possible to seduce Christian girl who goes to church a lot? Anything is possible. We did not get each other gifts. I'm not really big on gifts. Sure, man. Yeah, we can discuss it. Ooh, Mr. Slave loves every day. You can invite her straight to your place right away. Why do you hate Christmas? Because everything is closed. Like I enjoy working. I enjoy what I do. So it's like everything is closed. Everyone leaves town. It's like kind of boring, slow. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not that fun. Yeah, same here. Halloween, New Year's, and July 4th too. No, maybe several dozen times. The reason women don't have to learn games is because the sexual marketplace is incredibly skewed in their favor. That's like the same reason that like doctors don't have to aggressively job hunt, right? Because there's a high demand for them. Sure. Yeah, you can. Thanks, dude. Merry Christmas to you as well. Wow, let me I'll just go ahead and drop the link. Should you tell your virgin friends how to get laid, even if they don't ask? It's generally worried about them. Yeah, you can. But if someone doesn't want to get help, it's going to be hard to help them. What color are my eyes? They're blue. Oh yeah, St. Patty's Day is also good. I mean, I already have everything I want, so like, yeah, I can. For the last few years, I've been able to afford anything I want, so there's nothing really that I wanted that could be bought or purchased. No, but he literally lives like one building over, or he lives in my building. He lives a floor over. Hottest girl I bought on the speed dates. Oh, that's a tough one. We got there's top contenders. There's Rosaria. There's the that blonde chick from Indiana. There's the Petra girl. I know there's a few more, but those are the ones off the top of my head. Probably a tie between those three. I mean, if I had to pick one, like if you're like, yo, you get to fuck any one of these girls. Oh, there was also the Bambi chick. I thought she was hot too. If okay, if I can fuck any of the chicks from the speed dates, I would say the Bambi girl would be first, and then Rosario would be second. But yeah, Bambi had like humongous tits. Sky, yeah, that was the name of her chick. Yeah, Sky's hot, but not exactly my type of hot. I would definitely still hook up with her, but my type, my for me, it was the Bambi chick or the Rosario chick. Probably like Jacksonville or Tampa, from what I've heard. Well, let's start bringing people on. Let's bring on Perfect
Yo,
Day.
what's up, Alex? How are you doing? Merry Christmas.
Thanks, dude. I've actually haven't been able to sleep because I've been really eagerly awaiting your report.
Oh yeah. Were you surprised when I brought a girl on? Like, who else shows receipts live on stream?
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, I think I was pretty vocal about that. But yeah,
But yeah, I like I said, Alex, I'd be going out like very consistently. So I've gotten a couple polls, like 2 closes, a couple polls. But yeah, just like go out, keep getting better, and you get better and better.
well, tell us the story of what happened.
So yeah, it was Thursday the night or Wednesday the night before Christmas Eve. Me and my wing, we went to 2 bars. One was by my house. It was pretty popping. All the college kids are back, so it's pretty popping. And then we went to a nightclub type venue, like 10 minutes from my house.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was like 1 o'clock. I was approaching all night in a good mood, and then I saw a girl sitting by herself. I went up, oh hey, you look lonely by yourself, blah blah blah. I found out her logistics. Like she was at a Christmas party before that, so she came to the bar. She was by herself. She was waiting on her friend to come. And then, since it was like the last 30, 40 minutes until the clubs closed, I just stayed and sat with her. I found out logistics, like who did you come here with? Where did you live? Blah, blah, blah. She drove here. So, I just waited until the club closed. I'm like, oh, drive me home. She drove me home. And then she liked to read books too. So I said, oh, like, let me show you my book collection. Like, you can pick a book to like borrow. So she came in. Then I showed her on I went on the live stream, and then, I closed her.
So she was just DTF.
Um, Yeah, She like came. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, this was my first time like coming to like a club by myself, like this and that." But yeah.
Cool, man.
So pro tip: if you ever see girls by themselves, that means they're down to fuck. So,
Yeah, that's generally a very positive sign that the girl's by herself.
but Alex, can I ask you a question? Why don't you advocate for like people do? I mean, you why don't you advocate for people to do like cold approach? You're like
I do.
online, and in my experience, online is good, but I don't think it like builds confidence, and it like builds you know what I'm saying, like cold approach builds a lot of other aspects of yourself that like just getting a bitch from Tinder to the house won't build.
Bro, I talk about cold approach constantly. I have like dozens and dozens of videos where I show how to cold approach, how to text cold approach numbers, how to do infield, what are the benefits of cold approach. Yeah,
But
I talk
if you
about it
want,
often, all the time.
you'll argue. So say I wanted to get laid, or say I was an incel that wanted to get laid, you would say like, just go and get a good photo shoot, and that would be your advice, correct?
For like a virgin or an incel, I would start off with online because it's easier. But then once they get laid, then I would start getting them transition to cold approach. Yeah.
If they're an incel, don't you think they would fumble? Like, say they do get a meetup, don't you think they would fumble it by not like having social skills and being like so awkward?
Well, that's why I would set up the meetup at their house where it's like sexualized. So all they have to do is like show up and not have some kind of a seizure, and then they can close the girl.
But
Yeah,
like, how often does that happen, Alex?
I've helped countless guys lose their virginity. Yep, it's basically always the same agenda. It's like you create a sexual profile, teach them how to sexualize the conversation over text, and then the girl comes over, and then all they have to do is make the move, and everything is easy. And then you start increasing the challenge level. Then you start doing public dates. Then you start doing cold approach. But yeah, you got to start off with a very low level of a challenge. It's like you're not gonna like to kind of give you an analogy in the world you understand with like magic. If someone's brand new to magic, you're not going to give them like a really hard magic trick. You're going to start off with like a really easy card trick, and then you just build it up.
Yeah. I would just say, like, instead of doing 10, I mean, I understand why you say that, and I somewhat agree with you. But I don't know. I just think like they should approach. I'm a big fan of PUA, and I feel like it's not talked about as much. Like, why do you think there has been like such a shift? Because like back in the old day, like RSD would never like talk about negative shit and like would never hate on women. Why do you feel like there's been a shift to like hating on women and black pill?
Because there's a lot of bitter, resentful, angry men out there, and that's the content that resonates with them.
But it wasn't like that 5, 10 years ago, was it?
Well, it was to a lesser extent, but it wasn't as public, right? So I think 10 years ago there was also bitter, angry men, but they just didn't really have a community. But yeah, it's gotten worse. I think technology has made things a lot worse. So the top is getting more pussy than ever, and the bottom is getting less pussy than ever. If you look at like all the statistics, it's like every year there's more and more insults and virgins.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just wanted to thank you, Alex, because the advice you have given me for free just by being on the speed dates and whatnot, it really helps, especially like with Zooms. So I appreciate everything you've done for me.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Thanks for coming on, bro.
All right, yeah, I'll see you around, Alex.
All right, later, buddy. All right. But yeah, he is right about the fact that girls are by themselves are like so much easier. The thing that sucks is sometimes there's like hard to like. There's not usually that many girls who are by themselves. But if you find one, yeah, that's like a golden ticket. Like yeah, like a lot of my night game polls were from girls who I saw by themselves. Like maybe 50% of my night game like lays were from girls by themselves, when only like 5% of girls are by themselves. So like the statistics are really interesting. Let's bring in this guy on. Yo, what's up?
Hey man, I saw your stream the other day with Mr. Slave in there, and I just wanted to ask him a couple of questions about his personal life and why he gets treated the way he does. I mean, I've got the answer for him and stuff, but I don't think going to the gym is going to help him become I don't know, a better man or an alpha or whatever you guys like to call it.
You want to have a discussion with Mr. Slave?
Yeah, but actually, what you were just saying with the other guy, Dennis, there, right at the end about why this community is getting all bitter, because I think the MGTOW and Red Pill, all these blue pill, I guess, or black pill communities want to become Andrew Tate and become all alpha, and they've realised that they can't make that transition. You see a lot of bitterness and hateness out here. I guess my channel is about guys that have been screwed over and lost everything or false accusations, and I can't seem to find anything out here about for guys. It's all about game, isn't it? Would you?
What kind of information are you looking for? Or say that again. Like, what exactly are you looking for that you can't find?
So I can't find it on your channel. I'm just saying in general. I mean, MGTOW and Red Pill just seems to be about pickup artists and game, and they want hot chicks and all that. I thought MGTOW and Red Pill was all about helping guys and talking about the real issues. I'm just curious. That's all, because I can't see.
What's the question? I still don't understand. What are you what were you hoping to find that you don't see on the internet? Like exactly. What exactly are you not able to find?
I just can't seem to find guys that have been absolutely screwed over and hate women. All I see is bitter incels that can't get laid.
Wait, you can't find bitter incels?
Oh, you can find them. I'm saying that's all you can find on here. You can't find guys that are successful and enjoying a healthy relationship out here, and that's my whole point.
You can I'm one of those guys. There's a whole bunch of other guys like me. Yeah. You have everything.
Oh no, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying that that's all MGTOW and Red Pill seems to represent. I'm looking for guys that they've been screwed over, and you know, we talk about the real issues, and I can't seem to find any guys on here that want to talk about the hard facts. It's all about getting laid. I mean, I'm just curious on your take on that.
The stuff you're describing very much exists. Like that's literally what, like, Better Bachelor, for example. He's a divorced dude who talks about that stuff. So there's plenty of channels that literally do exactly what you're describing. Like countless. All right, here we have Mr. Slave.
Hey, what's up? Wait, are you Voodoo?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've only got one channel. That's all I've got.
Okay.
What I wanted to ask you, I was halfway through it, so just explain some of your background because I was halfway through it about your childhood or whatnot. I was just curious what happened to why you feel that you like to get abused with women.
Why do I like being abused by women?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it something to do?
Well, you kind of know, Slave. Like, I mean, I think what you said in the past is probably pretty true because you had an abusive father and you watched him like abuse your mother or something like that, and then you started to associate with like dominance with like negativity, right? So, like your way of like dealing with your trauma is like to be ultra submissive. Like, I think that's what you said in the past.
I don't know if that's true. It's a theory. It might be true. I don't know. It's like asking a straight guy, why are you straight? Asking a gay guy, why are you gay? At the end of the day, we don't know. It's a theory. I know it's like, I think it might be true and you might think it might be true, but I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know. I am turned on by being abused by beautiful women. I don't know why. I honestly don't know.
So would you say that like pain equals love and pain equals, well, love to a certain degree, and that's your, I guess your emotions, you know, like how you perceive love, because that's all you've seen. Because I mean, that's all I saw in my childhood as well as abuse. But I'm not that sort of person where I'm getting dominated and put in a cage or whatever, because I miss half the conversation. So I was just curious what sort of punishments that you like to receive.
I mean, the porn that I watch, the most exciting porn is a man being murdered by a beautiful woman. That turns me on the most.
Okay.
Or a guy being forced to eat poop from a beautiful woman, or I mean, so what's your question? I mean, you think what do you think?
That because what you've seen, basically you're putting theory into practice, so therefore I'm right. If I do X, Y, and Z, I'll get A, B, C. So you're only mimicking what you saw in your past, and by a dominant male or submissive male, you, I guess, treating women like a goddess, and you need to be punished for your, I guess, your father's bad behavior towards women. Would I be correct with that?
You could be correct, but I get sexually turned on when I see a woman murdering a man. So I don't know. I mean, maybe, yeah, I mean, I did see my father abuse my mom, and she was very submissive. He was very dominant, and dominant men turn me off, and I find it completely asexual.
Okay.
Wait, where in the world do you find videos of people getting murdered? Like, you can't really find that anywhere on the dark web.
It's a niche. You only have art, very little. There's very few art pieces that depict such imagery.
So what do you do? Do you go on the dark web?
No, I don't even know what the dark web is, but no, there is a little bit, whatever little there is, that's what I settle for. I settle for very little porn.
Mr. Slade is just watching the murder scene at the movie like over and over again, just like rewinding and like, oh yeah, fucking murder him. Yeah, cut his head off. Hell yeah.
No, I'm just really curious, and I guess so. You don't like men, like you want strong women to basically teach you a lesson because you don't think you deserve beautiful women to treat you with respect and kindness and love.
I wouldn't say, I mean, don't deserve. I mean, I would phrase it the opposite. Like, I don't know what deserves mean. I just enjoy it. I just enjoy being abused and seeing the porn that I watch is women abusing men to extreme degrees.
Okay.
The more, the better.
Just on a personal level, like like seeing, I don't know, a therapist or something like that for this sort of content, or because you can't go to Discord or Red Pill or the Red Pill MGTOW community. This is not like AA to get help. Like, I'm just curious where you're at with this sort of.
I mean, you could say that a therapy session would be identical to what I'm doing with you right now, and I've been doing this for the past couple of months. I mean, since the first time I met with my owner, she asked me, "So why are you like this?" You know, she actually had a session with me, and it's, you know, I honestly I don't know. You could say that experiencing BDSM has cured me a little bit because I'm less intrigued by it because I live it. So I get plenty of it. So I'm no longer.
Well, you get plenty of murder.
No, no, but my owner, she always says, if you do this and that, I'll kill you. And I always respond by saying, just kill me. You don't need a reason to kill me. And then we laugh. So
But then
that's
you're like, but seriously, like, I'm not kidding. She's like, oh, haha. But you're like, but seriously, like,
no,
do
no.
it right now. Like, don't think about it. Just get the knife right there. Yeah, put it in me. Put it in me.
No. We laugh about it. It's good enough. So I think that's therapeutic, I guess.
Wait, Mr. Slave, what would happen if your owner was like, you know what, I've been thinking about it and I actually do want to murder you? Would you let her?
No, I'm not interested in dying.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's positive.
Yeah, that's yeah. My life is very positive. My life is very happy. I'm always laughing. I don't have any.
What if she was like, I want to cut one of your testicles off? Would you let her do it?
No, I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So there's actually limits.
Right. I mean, it's bad enough that she hits me. The other day, she took a dough roller, which is, you know, it's like a bat, it's like a baseball bat. And she started hitting me, like whacking me on my tushy, and it was really painful. And she, you know, she doesn't know how painful it is, and she was using a lot of strength. And I begged her to stop. Finally, she stopped. No, she was just joking. So I don't enjoy the pain. I enjoy giving her the power. Empowering her gives me joy, but not the pain. The pain, I would skip the pain if I could.
So do you find that you find these women, or they find you, or it's a bit of both?
I found her on Tinder and then on Instagram, and that's it. We've been since together, quote unquote.
Okay. Well, they sound like an abusers to me. You know, narcissistic abusers. I wouldn't call them feminists, but to me, then it's not a healthy relationship. And
Wait. Your accent, I can barely keep up with your accent. You're swallowing half
Sorry.
your words and speaking fast. So slow, enunciate,
Okay.
please.
I was saying that it's an unhealthy relationship for someone to be beating you and laughing and enjoying it. That's not a normal, healthy relationship.
Well,
for
dude,
someone.
you just figured that out? I mean, like, no shit.
No, I'm just saying that. Why does that give you pleasure? I'm just boggles the mind. That's all.
Not really. I actually think it's not even that complex. Like, this comment kind of sums it up right here. This common kind of
you're
expensive.
still
You also
Yeah.
don't Mr. Slave.
Yeah.
He's his mother's revenge for a woman, takes her negative energy and transmutes it. Yeah, that's probably what's going on.
Maybe.
Yeah. But as I said,
So wait,
you know,
you think? Wait, TNFS. Why is your name TNFS, by the way?
the Narc File show.
The Narc File Show.
Yes.
What is narc? Narcotics?
Narcissists.
No. Oh, okay, narcissist. So
And
you
and
think?
it,
Hold
It
on.
stands
So
for the new fun slave. He's actually your competitor.
the newfound slave.
Yeah, he's
So
coming
wait a
for your
minute.
dominatrix.
Wait. So TNFS. So you feel my relationship with my current owner is unhealthy?
yes, because in a current normal relationship, people don't treat.
No. Hold on. Okay, so do you think my current relationship with my owner is unhealthy? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, why do you? So what do you mean by unhealthy? You mean, hold on. You mean this relationship is making me unhealthy, or it demonstrates that I am unhealthy?
Both.
So you think that it demonstrates that I'm unhealthy, but it also makes me unhealthy?
Yeah, both, because you're accepting the abuse, and the abuser is getting off on the fact that
Wait, hold on.
there's no.
Hold on. So this is measurable. So how would you measure my health? I guess my mental health. How would you measure it? What's the metric?
Well,
Would you here? Let me help you. Would you say my happiness is a good metric is a good measure of my mental health?
yeah, it would be.
Okay, so I've never been happier in my life since I met my owner. So would you say that that's an indicator that my relationship with her is healthy? According to you. I mean, I'm just putting everything you said, I'm lining all the facts together. According to you, you should now say, of course, yes, but you're not. So, okay, complete your thoughts.
Well, as far as the outside is concerned, it is an unhealthy
Hold on.
relationship.
Wait.
But
I didn't understand the words. You said outside?
no, it's unhealthy relationship. And is it genuine smiling, genuine laughter? Is it real, or is it just fake to keep someone happy?
Let's
I mean-
assume we can break it down. Let's assume that I'm happy, I am happy. Let's assume that I'm happy. I'm aware of my happiness. I've never been happier. Let's assume it is true. Let's assume it's a given, it's true. So would you say then that indicates that my current relationship with my current owner is healthy?
No, it's not healthy.
Really? Even if we assume that I am happier than ever in any other time in my life. Even if we
I don't-
assume that. Go on.
I honestly believe that you're accepting that this is the reality, and so therefore you're accepting what is being given to be happiness.
I don't understand. We were talking about measuring. So we need to measure, right? We need to measure. So I offered my happiness as the measurement. And I said, okay, let's assume that I am happy. That's a given. Would you say if I am happier than ever, then it indicates that the current relationship is healthy? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, for you, that's your happiness, that's who you are. So it'd be a yes. But for everyone else that is looking in, it's a
Hold
definitely
on.
no.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Okay, so for me, it is healthy. If we assume I'm happier
Yes.
than ever, then it would be an indication. Correlation is not causation, but it would seem to be a good correlation, maybe a good causation, that this relationship is healthy for me. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so So, and then you said, but for everyone else, it's not. I don't even know what that means. What do you mean? For you, it's not healthy? For you, it's not healthy? What do you mean for everyone else? What did you mean by that?
For a normal, healthy relationship, people don't hit people, belt people, put them in cages, and etc. etc.
So what? How is this relevant? How is this relevant to
For
this discussion?
me, I just
Well,
couldn't be
you're just
treated.
saying,
I just couldn't be treated like that. I just
You're just saying, well, let's gather some statistics about the 7 billion people walking this planet, and I am an outlier. Okay, why should I care? How is this relevant?
you don't have to care.
Wait, Alex, we can't hear you.
Oh, I was gonna say the chat is getting like really, really bored of this discussion because we've had it so many times.
Okay.
I want to move on to something new.
Yeah.
This is a debate that's just been had way too many times on my channel. This is rapidly becoming the Mr. Slave channel, playing with slaves. So let me bring on. Is there anything else you want to discuss TNFS besides like analyzing Mr. Slave?
I think it was Ashley or it was the other lady you had on yesterday about children getting abused at the playground, and it's like, let the kids sort it out. And to me, that wasn't good enough. Her attitude was like, oh, well, let the kids sort it out. How about as a parent, you'd feel angry, upset, everything in between. And how about you go up to the school and sort it out? You don't let kids sort out kid problems. Let adults setting out adult problems.
Sarah, if you're watching this, do you want to jump on and have this discussion with TNFS? Ashley, maybe if you can text Sarah and let her know if she wants to come on. I don't know if she's busy. She might be busy with her kids or whatever.
Wait, I'm good with kids. What was the question?
But you're not a mom.
I'm a super mom.
I mean, clearly in your profile picture, you do very much look like a woman, but you are not. Otherwise, you could just I don't know, fuck yourself and save some time.
Wait, but TNFS, what's your question? What's your claim, if I may ask?
He had a disagreement with Sarah about her parenting, I don't know, philosophy, I guess.
I'm against parenting. Does that help?
Well, no, because you're not Sarah, bro.
I tried.
I understand, but you're a man. She's a woman. You're Mr. Slave. She's a Sarah. You guys are quite different people. Can't really speak for her or represent her in this matter, unfortunately. Let me bring on the next person. Adrian, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Just chilling.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm good, man. So, I want to talk to you about something. So, I've been doing cold approach for about 4 to 5 years. I got into RSD and all that stuff, whatever. Found your content, found everyone else's content, I enjoyed cold approach, but I don't know, during this Christmas season, man, I see a lot of my cousins and other people I know in relationships and stuff. And I don't know, man, I'm just for me, I love cold approach. I still love going out and whatnot, but there's times where I wish I can just stop doing it and just be in a relationship instead. And
why can't you?
Not that I can't. It's more it just hasn't happened yet. You know what I mean?
So you want to be in a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the question?
Pretty much, man. I don't know. I've just been feeling a little bit. I don't know. Just been feeling ways on I don't know. I feel a lot of some envious, some jealousy towards other people, and I don't know. Just feeling bad about my life, and I'm just here cold approaching and doing all this day game and night game and whatnot, and I still haven't settled down, and it's been years since I've been with a girl in a relationship. So I don't know, man. I've just been feeling ways these days, man.
I think that's common around the holidays, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like you just want to be in a relationship. So I would say start looking for that. I don't know, some of the chicks you bang from cold approach, try to, actually hang out with them more than once. I would say that's the solution.
Yeah, for sure. But I was just gonna ask you, man, do you have any mindsets or any tips on how I can be more, I don't know, optimistic about getting into a relationship? Because it's been almost 5 years for me, and sometimes I feel it's never gonna happen. I don't know. It's obviously it's limiting beliefs and doubt and whatnot.
How often do you get laid?
There's like 2020 I did well. 2021 it was okay, right? Why not?
When
This
you say
year,
well and okay, like give me like a ballpark number.
sure, man. So yeah, I would say 2020 I banged about 6 girls. 2021 I banged about 2. 2022 was kind of like because COVID and whatnot. I got some coaching, which was pretty cool. And I actually improved my game after August, right? Which was good. I found a lot of good sticking points that I got, handled and whatnot, which was pretty good. I saw improvements. I got a lot of dates, a lot of instant dates. Even just hooked up a couple of times. Not sex, but like hooked up, whatever. So it's not like no results are happening, right? Like I am getting results to a certain extent. Obviously, I'm not getting laid. Like it's not like 50 lay count or 100 lay count or anything, but I'm getting better results than I've done before. Like I don't know, I've just seen improvements. I'm just so like it's not like I don't like cold approach, man. I'm just at a point where I'm like, bro, I just want to settle down now. Like I don't care about getting 100 lays. I don't care about that. I just kind of want to just settle down,
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a matter of perspective. For me, 6 girls a year would be like a really, really bad year. That would be like atrocious. So I guess a lot of it is just perspective. But yeah, I mean, in order to get into a relationship, you do have to be able to fuck the girls. I mean, you don't really have that much of a pool you're picking of. Like if you're fucking 2 girls a year, I would say maybe 10% of girls that you fuck are relationship worthy. So the odds are against you. But if you're fucking like, a few dozen girls a year, then that's like at least a 1 or 2 relationship worthy girls right there. So I think I think you got to step your game up and actually be able to hook up with more girls, and then you can pick the girls out of the girls you fuck that are the most relationship worthy or that you like the most, and then you can go further with them. Well, that's kind of what I did, but yeah, you have like a very fairly small sample pool to pick from, right? Because again, like 10% of girls or something like that are relationship worthy that you fuck. If you're fucking 2 girls a year, that means you might be able to get a girlfriend once every 5 years or something.
Oh, that would be like the statistic for it?
So I mean, it's a ballpark, but yeah, something like that.
Gotcha.
So I think your issue is probably twofold. One is that you're probably definitely not having enough volume coming in, and yeah, I don't know. Out of the 6 girls you banged in that year, why did you not go any further with any of them?
I think one of them I actually thought I should have. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but that's okay. I was like, yeah, I want to keep cold approaching, right? And I just wasn't ready for it at the time. Right now, I am. I just turned 28 this week, pretty much, and I don't know. It just got me thinking about just wanting to settle down now, and yeah, that's it. And I hear what you're saying. It's like, oh, step your game up. It's like, dude, I got coaching this year, so I invest in myself in this area of my life.
Well, coaching isn't really gonna like do it for you. All a coach can do is just give you advice, but he can't like really do it for you. Coaching is like somewhat limited in what it can do, it could not do for you. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to like take a look at your process and like figure out like how often are you doing cold approach?
Usually about like 2-3 times a week, man. Like
Okay.
usually day game. Usually I go day game. That's usually what I do. I still do night game. I do night game about 2-3 times a month. I would say I don't like going to clubs. It's like you. I don't go to club. I don't like going to clubs too often, right? But I do usually again 2-3 times a week or a month.
So you're like continuously going out, but you're not really seeing like the results aren't like representative of like of the effort you're putting in. So there's something that's off here, like between your work to reward ratio. Like think about it like this. Imagine if you went to work every day, but you made money 2 or 3 times a year, you'd be like, what the fuck? My job sucks, right? So yes, there's something that's off there. Like
No.
if you're going out and do cool approach regularly, like the results should be like a lot higher.
No, for sure. I got coaching. I don't know what else I should do, right? I got my sticking points shown to me. I got analyzed. I got recorded.
Who was the coach that you saw?
Austin Summers.
Okay. Oh, he's good. So what did he recommend?
Oh, there was a bunch of stuff, man. I have the list, and a lot of it was just like being more grounded, and what was another one? You know, not talking, not having too many pauses through the through my opener. There's a lot of them I haven't written down on my phone, but I work on them. I do work on them. I am working on my sticking points for sure. And again, it's not like I haven't seen results in cold approach. I definitely been going on a lot more dates, more instant dates, like I mentioned, right? So it's not like there's no results at all.
Yeah, they're just low.
They're just not lays. Let's just put it that way. They're not lays, you know. Not all of them lays. There's
yeah, it's never going to be all of them. Like, I mean, how many so that year where you fucked 6 girls, how many dates did you go on that year?
I don't know. I'll be with you. I have
like ballpark 20, 50, 100, 10.
That's a good question. I would say in 2020, I would say maybe like 10, 15.
Okay, so you're closing like half the girls that you go on a date with, which is decent. That's fine. So yeah, the problem probably isn't your closing. It has to do with whatever reason, like you're not getting nearly enough dates. Are you doing dating apps?
No.
Oh, well, there you go. That's part of the issue right there. Yeah, over 50% of couples nowadays meet from dating apps. So, especially if you're looking for a girlfriend, yeah, I would say that I would get really good photos and get on dating apps in addition to cold approach.
You don't think cold approach is a good way to get a girlfriend?
No, I think it's fine, but I think that the more leads you have coming in, the better. So I think you combine cold approach with dating apps. That's better than just doing cold approach alone.
No, that makes sense. Like more lead generation, right? I totally understand, but that's fine. No, I understand. Why wasn't it like obviously things have changed, technology, you mentioned that, right? That's cool. But why wasn't it like that before? You know what I mean? Like why was it like you could meet through someone on the street? Like Dennis mentioned, why is it back in the day you could meet someone on the street or whatever through a friend, whatever, family friends or social circle, whatnot, and that would have been enough.
Well, you can still do that, but 15 years ago, dating apps didn't exist. So the only way you could meet girls was through real life. Versus now, dating apps do exist because the world changes, every 10 years. So yeah, that just has to do with that. The world has changed. You have to keep up.
No, that makes sense. Totally. No, I hear you, man. But yeah, no, again, like I said, man, I feel like I've gotten a lot of improvement, right, in my cold approach, right? So I've been going on a lot more dates now these days. So it's definitely been better, right? But at the same time, like I said, I just been feeling So here's another question for you, man. How do you deal with or how did you used to do? Maybe you still do. Who knows? How do you deal with comparison and envy and stuff? Like, how do you deal with not comparing yourself and not looking? Because sometimes, man, I'll watch YouTube and I see guys like you, which is great. You know what? You make great content, by the way. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'll see dating coaches. I'll see other people like doing super well in this stuff, and yeah, I'm just like, fuck. Why am I not there yet? Or why am I not getting these type of results? And it's not even just you guys. Obviously, you guys are outliers. You guys are the best in the industry. But even just seeing like couples in public and, dealing with that type of sadness that you're not in that relationship. Like, how do you deal with that type of comparison?
Well, I haven't really felt like the only kind of envy I feel is with like other YouTubers where like I'll look at like just pearly things and I'll be like, fuck, she just started her channel and she already has like 1 million subscribers. But how do I deal with that? I don't know. I just I try not to think about it, just focus on myself and like the things I can do, because feeling jealous doesn't really help you in any way. So I use it like people who are doing better than me, I use them as motivation. I'll be like, oh yeah, well, let me see what I can do. So yeah, I just use it as fuel and motivation rather than like just kind of beat myself up over something that isn't going to help me in any way.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, for sure. Yeah, no, and I agree with that, dude. 100%. Logically, I agree with you 100%. But sometimes, like, it's that emotional, I don't know, it just feels that sadness, that sadness. And sometimes I don't know how to deal with that sadness. And I think that's what really makes me feel obviously sad. And it just makes me feel.
You don't focus on it. You redirect your brain and focus on something else.
Okay, interesting.
You just don't engage with those thoughts, and you focus on something else. Distract yourself with something that's going to help you. Yeah, but anyway, man. Yeah, thanks for coming on, bro.
Honestly, Alex, thanks for the advice, man. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna start using that for sure. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, dude. Have a good one, buddy. There you go. All right, TNFS, we got her for you.
Oh, thanks.
I got a text saying I was being paged.
Get your little red ass over here.
I am red today too, though. Like I do look red today.
Yeah, you do, bit. All right, go ahead, TNFS.
So I saw the stream the other day, and we were talking a few different topics, and a topic came up about getting bullied, and you were bullied, and like so was I. So how's a child meant to talk to the abuser to say, please stop this, when your child would refuse to talk to you about these issues? Like, how would you find out that your child's being abused at school? Like, to say that basically go figure it out yourself, like, because victims won't come forward and say, being abused at school, like you or me would. So,
okay, I'm trying to get with the accent here because I'm kind of processing very slowly because of the access. So you're asking, if my child comes to me and says, Mom, this person is picking on me, XYZ, like what would I tell them to do?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a solution person. I like my daughter, she's 13, and she's dealt with a lot of this for the last few years. And I think she's actually kind of toughened up over especially the last couple years now that she's been in middle school. She's in 8th grade, like I have no worries for her in high school. But I've basically I've offered solutions, well, number one, we could ignore them. Number two, you could tell a teacher. Number three, you could do this. Number four, you could do that, or you can just beat the fuck out of them, like your pick. I mean, I wouldn't say that specifically. I would say that to, based on their age, but, no, I definitely am tough it up and let's figure it out. Here's some solutions that you have. Like I offer the guidance counselor. That's one way. The principal, telling a teacher, so on and so forth. These are all directions that we could go. I don't just leave them on their own because they are too young. They don't understand. But I do offer solutions. I don't cuddle it. I don't say, oh, like, woe is you, like, that sucks. Like, I definitely don't cuddle it in that direction. I coddle them in a loving way. I still love them. My children know and appreciate that I love them. That's why they come to me and tell me things 110%. Like my kids, like even my daughter specifically, because she's older and I can use that more of an example, but like she will come to me and tell me things of something that's bothering her or somebody or a boy or a this or a that. She will come to me and tell me because she knows I offer solutions. I don't wean in on let's get caught up in our feelings kind of process. Like I'm like, okay, how do we feel about this? How do you feel? Do you want to beat this girl's ass? Are you mad? Are you upset? What do you want to do about it? And I see kind of where she goes with that. And then I say, here's some solutions. You can pick, here's your options. Here's what you can do. And I let her take it from there, and she does. And I'm very proud of my daughter because she's bucked up and she's taking kind of the lead, and she's a much more, she's not quite as timid as she once was. Maybe in 5th grade, she was much more timid. She got picked on a lot more, and now she's kind of beefed up. And she straight up told a girl, what do you want to do? You want to talk crap about me, or you want to go? Pick one, So, yeah. Does that answer that for you?
Yeah,
I think I was hitting what you were asking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way it was worded the other day, it didn't sound like it's go sort it out yourself, whatever. And I think you gave more a bit better of an answer now than the other day in the live stream. So yeah, it's all good.
Well, I think the other day number one, I was like 6 margaritas in the other day. Now I'm only like 5 Prosecco's in, so it's good. But no, the other day, the stream, the question itself was like, would you feel sad for your child if they turned out this way? And I think it was like, well, I wouldn't feel sad if my son chose to be a certain way based on what he wants for his life, based on the way he was raised or XYZ. I would be upset with his father if he like was geared this way, but I wouldn't feel sad for my son, because if he's happy, then why would I be upset? You know, that's his lifestyle, just like Mr. Slave. Like, this is his lifestyle. This is what he chooses. Like, I'm not going to be sad for him if he's happy. Why would I be sad for him? You know?
All right.
That answers all the questions. So.
Oh, well, that was easy. I can go now.
Someone else wants
no
to jump
debate.
on, I can go too.
What?
What's that?
I said if anyone else wants to jump on, I can jump off or say.
Yeah. I do want to cycle through people, but thanks for coming on, bro.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
All right, dude. Have a good one. All right, Sarah. So we're gonna move on to the next part of the segment. So yeah, we just need you to start taking your clothes off one by one while staring at the camera.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Here we go. I still think my 6-pack's better than yours, by the way.
It's a very impressive 6-pack. I will.
And remember, I had 2 babies. You did not. So.
Well, that's what you think.
You have not had 2 babies, Alex. That's physically impossible.
Listen, perception is reality, and I believe I'm actually the mother or the father of.
I identify as a 6-pack owning.
Yeah, I identify as a mother of 6. So, are you questioning my identity? Because you just never seen these kids. But
I'm pretty sure Natty would disagree with you.
They're staying because they live in the basement with Natty.
Oh my gosh, she might agree with you. Never mind.
Yeah. They kind of fight it out in terms of a hierarchy. All right, Sarah. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you as always.
Thanks, guys. Glad I answered everything.
Merry Christmas. Take care.
Merry Christmas.
All right. Let's bring on.
Alex, do you want me to leave?
It's up to you. You can
I
stay.
will stay.
Jim Bowden. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, how are you? Thank you for having me on.
Sure, dude.
Yeah, I'm in Australia. I'm in Sydney, Australia.
I kind of figured by the accent.
Dude,
every time you come on, you always look like you're like working. Were you working on Christmas?
Well, I am. I'm a lawyer, so I'm working, trying to catch up over Christmas. Yeah, I've got various matters. So that's the situation. I sort of came across your stream the other day, and I do a lot of family law, etc. And I would like to express my 2 bobs worth, as Aussies say.
Sure.
I don't know where to start, I suppose, but I'm just sort of seeing the whole situation in terms of needing a coach. To get a girl is absurd. I mean, I'm an old fart, don't hold it. I've got 4 kids and, growing up and professionals. My wife's a lawyer too. She works for Legal Aid here in Sydney. She does all crime. But I do mainly a bit of commercial and family law, as I see. The starting point, I think, is the sad indictment of our society, Western society. I'm not trying to philosophize here for the chat, but I'm just sort of seeing the whole, Western world, i.e. Europe, Canada, America, Australia, going down a shithole, basically. I mean, just reverting back when I was young, 30 years, 40 years ago. I mean, picking up a girl or talking to a woman was just normal things. You don't need any macho pills or Dutch courage or anything. You go there and ask her. For example, I remember my lives, go and say, a bunch of girls, and you go to a girl and you ask her, would you like to dance? That doesn't happen anymore in the nightclubs. That you can't hear yourself fart, let alone talking to a person. But anyway, and she says no. I know you should always, my comeback line was, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were pregnant. What the fuck are you doing here? That was my comeback line, totally embarrassing. So, I told my mates, go and ask her again. And she says, no. I said, sorry, I won't pick you because you're pregnant. Just relax. I'll buy you a drink. These are the sort of macho men which in Australia I used to hang around. No longer exists anymore at all. So it is so, I just can't get my head around it. And I deal with older, younger people, the divorces, etc. People cannot talk to the opposite sex. They can't. It's all hookup culture. It's all apps. Let's go, let's fuck. That's all it is. And it's so sad. Like this Mr. Slave who's still in the chat. I'm just listening to him. He needs real psychiatric assistance. My son is in London. He's a doctor. He's actually halfway through his specialization in psychiatry. I would recommend him, or I'm sure he's got mates in America. Mate, you're talking so selfish. I mean, I'm a simple, Australian lawyer. But I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Mate, you need help. A word of advice. And it's not being disparaging towards you, mate. Don't get it wrong. It's not ad hominem criticism. I think it's a constructive criticism. I hope you don't misread me. But, there are various dysphorias and so forth. I'm not going to go into it. I'm sure you're well aware of it. But, I am happy, therefore the world is. That's so subjective thinking. I'm all right, Jack. Fuck the world. Well, I'm married. There's responsibilities and consequences of being in charge. And you think about other people like family, next of kin, etc., etc. Totally out of the modern Western mind, especially young people like yourselves. No fucking idea whatsoever. And it's so sad.
Well,
anyway.
Yeah,
I won't go into last point. I mean,
wait a minute.
But I won't go into it at the moment.
Wait. Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, I mean, you said I need help. So what do you mean by help? How would you help me?
Well, psychological help, I think.
What would be the result of this help? What do you mean by help?
Well,
I'm happy.
Again, I'm prima facie listening to you, just listening to you. Again, I'm not stating or saying that I'm an expert, but obviously your perversion, seeing sort of morbid snuff movies or whatever gets you off, is not a healthy state of mind. That's all, and that's my subjective opinion. I think I would even go as far and say it's an objective societal opinion. It's not in the mainstream.
Why should I care about
sort of, what you said before? I mean, it just stands to reason. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything more or anything less.
Wait, you keep talking, please.
I do apologize. Go ahead. I usually get paid for talking.
If you don't mind speaking in shorter sentences, because when I try to stop you, you can't hear me or something. I mean, you say your opinion, society's opinion. Why should I care? I mean, during my entire life, I cared about everyone else's opinion. That did not make me happy. It actually made me sad. And now I stopped caring. Hold on. I stopped caring about anyone else in the universe. I only care for myself, and I'm happy, which makes perfect sense. Now you're telling me stop caring about yourself and let's go back to caring about society and become sad again. So that sounds unhealthy. It sounds like you're giving me unhealthy advice.
Well, when I say society would be healthier, I probably misspoke. When I say you got a person, every person is a social animal. We are a social animal. We are not an island, so to speak. We need next of kin. Loneliness is the biggest Western disease a person could have. If you want to sentence someone to death, that's an easy way going out. You put someone in isolation, they go nuts after about a month. No human contact, no sound, no voice, no nothing. You just go mad, raving mad. So that being a starting point, I think your behavior, what you like, is not the norm. And in order to participate in you're in society. Again, you're not living for total society, but your next of kin, I'm saying, I don't know, I'm sure you have relatives and whatever, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever turns you on. You should be trying to have a norm from morality. I'm not here to now Christianize or express my moral views. What I'm simply saying is not the norm, and you can't normalize that. I don't care. It's called a perversion. Good old language, which is no longer politically correct or acceptable.
Well, I think he realizes that what he's doing is not normal. I think he realizes what he's doing is a perversion. He just doesn't give a shit because he enjoys it.
Well,
like, he's not arguing that this is like the normal thing that everyone should do. He's just like, yo, I know this is really weird. But
well, it's permeating then with LGBTQ. You know, the happy hour for the kids now and marriages. It's just the slippery slope.
I don't know. I don't think.
I'm not gonna, again, I know your stream is about self-improvement for men, how to get a date, marriage, and so forth. I'd hate to be a young man again. I mean, I really feel sorry for hundreds, thousands, if not millions of Western men, first world men, who are just totally effing fucking lost. No future. There's no future in terms of economics. There's no future in terms of getting a family. There's absolutely no. Just fucking as much people as you can. It's so heathenistic. All right, you got your hormones when you're 17, 18, 20, 25, and your frontal lobe develops and you're okay. You should be a man and a woman, fully developed. But there are women, especially women, the feminists are told, you can do anything as much as a man can. So I sound like an old fart, talking from 56 years ago. Well, I'm saying that's human nature. It's innate.
Jim,
biology I'm talking about. I'm not talking philosophy or moralizing.
Jim, let me get pointed. So you got to keep in mind the world changes. So think about 1,000 years ago.
It doesn't change for the better.
Jim. Think about 1,000 years ago. The idea of a lawyer didn't exist. People, when they got into an argument, they didn't sue each other. They just beat the shit out of each other or killed each other, right? But we evolved and we became more advanced. And we decided that instead of dueling and killing each other, we should deal with things diplomatically, right? So we have a legal system, we have lawyers and stuff like that. So the world has changed in the last 30 years. And not always for the better. In some ways, things were better 30 years ago. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But yeah, like people have decided that, hey, I want to have sex and I can do that. There's no longer religion or any kind of massive social stigma. But there's a lot of people who want to get into relationships. I'm in a relationship. A lot of people still get into relationships. A lot of people get married. A lot of people have kids. So the idea that like all the people nowadays are just having sex isn't true. There's a lot of people who still want relationships. But there's more people having casual sex now than there were back in your day because there's less taboo.
If I could go first point you made about law, I beg to differ. There was law in ancient Greeks, and now common law, which is including American law and Australian law, is based on Roman law. So please, let's not start at 1215 Magna Carta. Law goes all the way back to the Romans. That's the foundational Western culture. That's first thing about the law. The second thing that you're talking about, which you mentioned about relationships, I think. Well, what do you mean by relationships?
Okay.
Just elaborate on that point. I'm being
okay. I'm going to respond to the laws. 200 years ago, people didn't really sue each other. They typically just had a duel in the street, and one of them died. So if you and I had a dispute, maybe I don't know, I took your horse or something like that. You didn't sue me. We had a duel in the street. So law existed, but people dealt with things differently back then.
There was still rules and regulations.
Yes, there was rules and regulations, but typically, I would guarantee you there was a lot less lawyers 500 years ago than there are now. Second thing, what is a relationship? A relationship is, I guess, something between a man and a woman. A relationship, like what they're doing, like usually either marriage or dating or something along the lines of that. I don't know. I mean, like, what do you think marriage is? Like,
or could I say, are you aware if you think outside the box today? I'm specifically talking about first world countries. Again, most people are 30, 40, 50, 60 years of age, living from mums and dads or grandparents' basement. No marriage. No offspring. That's a statistic. It's a fact.
That's not most people.
That's the first thing I'm trying to say. in terms of marriage or hookups,
Well,
how many women?
what
How many
percent-
women in Australia and America, they haven't got grandkids or anything. They've got dogs or cats.
Wait,
Now,
what
in
percent?
terms of, let me finish. In terms of divorce, the 7-year itch, I think now it's about 3 to 4 year itch. And it's all about economics and things. And I do a lot of that. And 64% of all divorces, as far as Australia is concerned, I think statistics also is much greater in America. The average statistics is instigated by women. And it's and the sad situation is when you've got 1 or 2 kids and the way the women, generally speaking, use the kids as the pawn in a game of life is so sad. It's very emotive. It doesn't become an impartial jurisdiction whatsoever. It is so sad, and I see it literally. I deal this for the last 20, 30 years, and it's a sad indictment on our Western world. It's all how many fucks, how many screws you can get, and this is what you do to do this and that, lie and all that. And women are also, feminism is the worst thing which has happened to men, but worse to women is feminism. Let's not beat about the bush. I don't know whether you agree or not. It's
I'm
fact.
not the biggest fan of feminism, but what percentage of people do you think are living in their parents' basement?
Well, the young ones, most of them are not married. They're not married. They got meat. In Australia, there's a saying. He says, if you got meat pies, football, and porn, she'll be right, mate. And I think great majority. I think over 50%. Again, that's my humble opinion.
You think 50% of adults are living in their parents' basement?
Well, not adults, but people are not getting married. And if they do get married, average marriage is about 4 years before it all breaks up.
Well, I think
there's no commitment.
There's a big difference between a 19-year-old college kid and a 35-year-old adult, right?
Well, how many women are lonely? How many people are on various apps trying to get it, especially women? So where are all the good men gone?
Yeah, there's a lot of lonely people. I agree with you on that.
Well, lonely people, why? Well, that's what I'm thinking outside the box.
Why is there a lot of lonely people? Because people spend more time than ever in technology because people always want to date up. So most of the women are chasing a small percentage of men because people are having a hard time connecting because men are developing worse and worse social skills because there's less masculinity, there's less positive male role models. There's many reasons for that.
I totally agree with that. But anyway, that's what I was trying to sort of state and say, which I unfortunately encounter continuously. It's awful situation. Especially the future. I'm talking, next 50, 60 years with technology going, exponentially growing, God knows what is going to happen.
I guess we're going to be fucking sex dolls and shit.
Yeah, so all this, in Japan they got dolls, female dolls, and especially in Japan. I've got one client from Japan. The young men in Japan, apparently, the young, when I say it, between 20 and 30, screwing dolls or something, which is pathetic. This is the reality, substitute reality, and it's, I don't know, life imitating dystopian world.
All the stuff you're describing happens. I just don't think it's as bad as you think it is. In Japan, they do have a massive epidemic of young men who live with their parents who can't get a girlfriend, show that's true. But in the U.S., yes, there's a lot of people who are not having sex, but there's also a lot of people who are having sex or who are in relationships and who are all my cousins got married in the last 2 years. They're all having families, they're all having kids. It's not just people who are unable to it's not like everyone. Where most people are unable to find a partner. A lot of people are still doing well, Yeah.
Well, it depends what you define. But I say all the taboos are gone. Abortion is out of thing. Anybody can do. I'm not going into that argument, for or against. Killing oneself, which is euthanasia, it's going to be legalized. This is down Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. What's the other taboo? The only two taboos left, gay marriage and all that, or any perversion, pornography. You can get it. My kid can get it in 3 seconds. if you got a bloody computer.
But
the
Jim,
other thing, there's only two other things I want to say. The one which has been going down a gurgler is pederasty. In other words, now they're called what are they? Men. What's the word? They've paraphrased it. You're not a child molester because that's too harsh. You're not even that's too harsh. What do they call people who love young people, or words to that effect? I don't know.
Usually called a predator.
Whatever. Anyway, so they've got a special things. All those storytelling things is just it's like putting a frog into a lukewarm water and get it to boil. The only other thing which is still they're going to attack is sodomy. And I reckon about 10 years it's going to be compulsory. In order to get a job, you've got to be sodomized or sodomized somewhere else and show your ticket. That's what I reckon. And all the taboos are gone. And we're all happy. Let's get a guitar and let's start singing. Let's hold each other's dicks and vaginas and let's start singing. That's what the world is. Not really true. Thank God I'm an old fart. Thank fucking God I'm an old fart.
Jim, can I ask you, because like being an alpha is not part of being biblical, and you keep saying this whole alpha thing, but like Jesus Christ like literally thrived on the idea of like live and let live and forgive for your sins and move the fuck on. He put the human element to the aspect of God. You know, God laid the rules down and Jesus gave the human element.
That's a feminist. That's for feminist Catholicism.
That is not feminist whatsoever. Like I'm literally in classes for this right now, and like Jesus gave the human element to it of like, you know, forgive, live and let live. You know, we can all move on together in harmony. So
that's a woman's thinking. That's woman's thinking. Man is a predator, conquered and be conquered. Man is innately. I'm talking biology. I'm not talking feelings. I'm talking biology. Have you heard of the philosopher 380 years before Christ? His name is Aristotle. He lived in Athens.
Yes.
Have you heard of that?
Okay. He was a good buddy.
Okay. Short quote. Masculine societies will give way to feminine democracies.
Hold on.
And feminine democracies will give way to tyranny.
But
that is a quote of the day. Remember that. Masculine, and he said that 385 years BC.
Jim, why
masculine societies will give way to feminine democracies. And feminine democracies will give way to tyranny. Remember that.
Why are you screaming into the microphone?
Oh, sorry, I can't. Can you hear me? I haven't got a mic.
We can hear you really well.
Oh, sorry. Because I can hardly hear you.
But Jim, Catholicism is like
sorry about that.
Catholicism praises Mary, like the Immaculate Conception, Mary the Virgin, like Mary.
You're now talking theology.
Like, and you're talking about like alpha male dominance, conquer. Like
you're talking St. Augustine, City of God, are you?
I'm talking what?
There's a book called Theology, Immaculate Conception, and so forth, Nicene meeting in 3rd century, and the great philosopher Saint Augustine, and he wrote a book called City of God.
And I'm talking about the entire Catholic religion loves Mary, and they praise Mary. Like there's a whole dedication.
Yeah.
Yes, I am Catholic. Yes, and we love
I'm a traditional,
Mary. Like,
pre-Vatican II Catholic.
Like we love the Mother of Jesus because she gave birth to Jesus. Like we love and praise. Like she.
Well, what's this got to do with the price of tea in China?
I don't know. I'm hearing you talking about.
Wait, Jim, why are you still screaming? You're still screaming into the microphone.
Sorry,
you are very angry.
I do apologize.
I'm
you can hear me good. I can't
hear
you. I can barely hear you. Sorry.
I'm really just here to ask you a question, like because I'm hearing a lot of like male dominance, conquer, like all of these things, and I'm asking you, like, but you say you're Catholic, and Catholics praise Mary, like there are whole adoration.
That's right. Yeah.
Per week,
rosary and all that. Yeah.
Meant to Mary. There's prayers meant to Mary. You say the Mary like on the rosary, like she's a female.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's the question?
I'm trying to understand why you're like alpha, conquering, dominance.
I'm not alpha.
males.
I think I'm a normal man, which was a normal man, say, 30 years ago. So I'm laughing at all of you youngies. I feel sorry for you. I'm not laughing at you, you know. Oh, you poor bastards. I'm not from that angle. But the so-called progressive modern society, we've got everything, you know. We're so suave. Everything what's new is better. Not necessarily so. That's all I'm asking. No more.
But Jim, real talk. Aren't the girls hotter nowadays than they were 30 years ago? Like,
there's nothing. Well, I can tell you, in the good old days, not hotter because you can see pussies all over the place. They bend over, you can see it.
But Jim, when you walk around the streets
where's
of
the mystery? Where's the mystery, mate? Where's the mystery? You see them dime a dozen, as Americans would say.
When you
go
walk
any club and say they're all wacky tobacco.
We're just straight and to the point, Jim. Right. Jim, we're just straight and to the point.
If you want to be heathenistic, and there's no anyone, you can watch porn, you can get a hookup before you can say Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle.
It's no challenge. I mean, for a man and a female, it's all heathenistic. There's no.
But Jim, let's keep it real. If I was to get like a really hot girl to show up at your office, you would fuck her right now.
Well, you should see my secretaries. You know, when I'm in my office. When I wear a suit and a tie, and now you can see the Sydney Harbour, and so forth. Yeah, they're very sexy girls, of course. They're not you know.
Jim, can I ask you a question?
No, I don't. I've got a wife. She's a lawyer, and I've got 4 kids. I've got 4 kids.
Shit. Okay.
Jim.
4 kids, and you know I've done my rounds. Let's you know I'm not
Jim.
saying.
Jim, what is your lay count? How many girls have you been with?
I'm sorry.
What is your lay count? Like, how many girls have you been with?
All right. Body count.
Yeah.
Should let me refer to that thick book.
Shit! Jim is banging all the Aussie girls.
Oh, he's got a black butt.
Oh shit! Family court.
Let me see.
Jim has ran through half of Australia.
It's like literally 2, Jim. Come on now. Your wife and then that one.
No, just joking. Look, I had my share. Look, I would say, look, I'm an old man, sort of, without bragging, a lot of young kids or boys or men, whatever you want to call them.
So, Jim, my question
I'd reckon
Jim, can I ask you a question?
Well, let me answer the question. I want to hear the body count.
Oh,
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
He wants me.
You were like, I reckon.
Alex wanted me to get in trouble, I reckon. That's what I reckon. No, I reckon it's about 15 to 20 in my whole lifetime.
That's not bad.
But I've been very chaste in the last 20 years, 15, 20 years.
Jim, are you still married?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what the common question is for kids? To a same woman? Yeah.
That's impressive.
God,
That's impressive.
I can't believe that. I mean, what is it? Number 3,
Jim,
number 4? No, just one.
But Jim, my question is
that's the lottery I won in life, and I'm happy. Do you understand? It's very hard to get it. Lotteries to get a good.
I don't think you're happy, Jim, because I want to know how many young, hot 22-year-old blonde secretaries turned you down, and why you're so mad.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Why are you so mad?
As a good Catholic, I go to confessions regularly.
But why?
And thank God for the confessions.
Jim, why are you mad at the floozies? Why are you mad at them?
I went to mass yesterday. All right, so please go on. What's your question? I'm sorry.
Christmas Eve mass. Yes, been there, done that. Why are you so mad at the floozies? Like, why are you mad at the young generation? You got turned around.
All right, I'll tell you. I've
got 2 girls. Floozies.
All right.
Down, and I want to know why you're mad at them.
All right, I'm not mad at them. I laugh at them. I mean, viewing someone shows their pussy for free.
So they have turned you down.
Come on,
Jim.
I put all my files at the bottom of the cabin so they can all bend over. So I'm
Jim, they have turned you down. They have turned you down.
Oh.
No, I'm not angry at them. I feel sorry for them. But
No,
could I
you-
say
you
something?
are angry,
A
Jim.
woman, a
You are
young
very
woman
mad.
these days. I know the social pressure, MTV and all this glamour. It's incredible social peer group pressure on women, especially women. You got to look, 10 all the time. All this, this is horrendous psychological pressure on women. I get that. But
Why
her
are you
value
worried
goes-
about the psychological
her value,
pressure
a woman's
of women
value, a
when
girl's
you're
value,
married?
a girl's value exponentially deteriorates once she starts, flirting around.
Why would that
And that's why
bother
a
you?
lot of my clients who went through a divorce, guess where they're going? They go to Bali, they go to Philippines and Thailand and China to
Jim,
get a traditional girl.
Jim, how long have you been married, my love?
God,
Like 20 plus years?
more than that. 30,
Okay.
30, 33.
That's fucking
34.
amazing. I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of
34.
you. But why would you be irritated about anybody else's relationship if yours is so flourishing?
No, the reason I got on, I was listening to you a couple of nights before, and all I wanted to say, I'm actually expressing my pity, my sorrow, probably in an aggressive way. Probably comes across as a lecturing. I'm not trying to lecture or tell anybody to run their life according to my.
Tell me, Jim, how you met your wife.
My ethics.
I want to know how you met your wife. What did you do to pick her up?
What did I? It was actually a club. It was actually a club in Sydney.
Shit.
Like
Jim
a
was there
nightclub?
shaking his ass. Yeah. Jim was
Yeah.
there.
No, she was with a group of girls actually, and I liked
shit.
another girl in the good old days. Then we ended up together, and the courtship was for about year and a half before I got married.
Nice.
Oh shit! Jim walked over.
She made you wait.
Jim
that doesn't
walked
happen
over.
anymore. I'm the exception. I know that.
Jim
I'm
whispered
actually,
in her ear. He was like, "Hey, you're gonna get late tonight." She's like, "Oh, how do you know that?" He's like, "Because I'm stalking you."
we were studying at different universities actually, but anyway, that's a long story.
Yes. Okay. So you had a wonderful start with your wife, and it started with, I'm sure you picked her up with a line of some sort, right? Like you caught her attention somehow, Jim. You had.
Yeah, I was much younger and slimmer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is wrong with like what we're doing now? Like what is this younger generation doing wrong now?
All right. I don't know. I won't ask you or embarrass you how old you are, but whether you're married or not.
I'm 35. I'm divorced. I have 2 children, and I am already back in the market.
Well, good luck. It's very hard to get a person.
No, it's not, because he's literally sitting in the chair next to me right now.
Yeah, I believe you. But can I say, without seeing the gentleman, I think he's not an alpha male. I think he's probably counts himself lucky with a pretty girl like you. I would marry her if I went through a divorce. But anyway, but I'm not prepared to carry anyone else's children, with respect. I'm reasonably well off.
I asked permission to come on this
stream. The word is a simp. Is that a word?
Oh, Jim is firing shots.
Not at you. Well, no, I apologize to all the Sims. I apologize to all the Sims.
Hold on, Jim.
I sincerely, profusely apologize to Simpologists.
Hey, Jim.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Now listen, the man that is sitting across from me right now, I literally asked permission. I'm like, is it okay if I go get on this stream? Am I good with this? Because we are celebrating our Christmas together and doing our thing and yada, yada, yada.
Can I ask how long you've been married or living with your partner?
I was married for 8 years before the divorce, and I am freshly divorced. And now this man has been kind of in my life for about almost 2 years. He played the long game.
Can I give the Australian lawyers, family lawyers, advice about marriage and relationships?
Yeah,
this
sure.
Is our quote.
Okay.
Just listen.
I wasn't asking for it, but okay.
But I'll give it to you. Imagine a barrel. You know what a barrel is?
Like a wine barrel kind of barrel?
Yeah, a barrel, yeah. and you put honey, about 2 inches of honey all over it, the whole barrel. And you tell the woman and you tell the man, start licking the honey off the barrel. But the barrel is full of shit. And once all the honey is licked, what do you get? You get shit. And that's called divorce and separation.
Is that what your wife is dealing with right now? She's dealing with a barrel of shit?
And it takes about 2 to 3 years now. Oh, 4 years. I'll give you 4 years.
So 4 years.
Can you get on a stream and I'll ask you that question in 4 or 5 years?
So
when a
4
penny
years
drops.
in and your wife realized that you were a barrel of shit, and now she's
not
stuck
picking
with
it,
you
but that's
because you're a
That's
divorce
life.
lawyer and she knows
You
that.
don't realize that. That's life. Sarah, that's fucking life. You don't want to face the fucking reality.
Hey, you're giving me the advice that you're like not taking.
No, I'm not giving you advice. I'm quoting facts.
The only reason your wife is still sticking around is because you're literally a divorce lawyer. She knows better, okay? She'd have to hire the top.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I think we lost Sarah.
Oh, no. Bring her back.
Wait, Jim, is it possible for you to say something coherent and then stop and let someone speak? You know, have a normal, cordial debate. Wait, could you fix your speaker? Because it's basically impossible to have a normal discussion with you.
I'm sorry. I do have problems with hearing you. Apparently, you can hear me quite well. I'll try and tone it down.
Very well,
Okay,
Jim.
so
all right, I do apologize. Go ahead.
You have to put a timer, or count the number of words that you say. Like, don't say one sentence that's more than 10 words, and then stop and let somebody else reply. Otherwise,
Mr. Slave is the expert moderator now.
All right. Yes, Mr. Slave. I shall obey. Get the whip out.
So, Jim, I have no idea what your position is about anything in the world. I don't know. Would you like to make?
I'm pushing all the fucking buttons. Oh my God.
Jim, listen
to
me.
Mr. Slave.
Jim,
ask me the questions.
Okay, please make one claim, short sentence, so that I can understand your position about a single thing in the universe. Go ahead.
I didn't catch the last. In a universe, what single?
Yes. Make a single claim about anything in the universe. I literally have no idea what your position is about anything. I don't know.
Well, do you want to talk about in terms of economics, politics, theology, philosophy? What aspect about the universe? The Big Bang Theory, physics, chemistry, what? I'm sorry.
You have been speaking nonstop for the past 20, 30 minutes.
All right.
I have no idea what your position is about a single topic in the universe. Please make a single claim, a short sentence, less than 10 words about the universe, and let's have a discussion about that. Go ahead.
All right. There is God. There's no alpha and omega. No beginning, no end. There you are.
Okay, so again, I literally have no idea what your position is.
Well, he just said there's a God. That's his position. He believes in God.
Your position is that there is a God?
I can agree with that. I have no debate on that.
That I would disagree with, but okay.
So, Jim, what is your definition of a God?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Do you want to see my theology books? Just hold on.
No, don't.
No.
My theology
10
book.
words. What is your definition of the God that you believe in?
Oh, there's a lot of books there.
You want me to get my theology books?
I want you to explain
my position
in under
of
10 words.
these.
Jim, listen. I want you to explain in under 10 words your definition of God. Go ahead.
Is this a quiz? Is this Jeopardy or something?
No, I want to know your definition. How do you
definition
view
of
God?
He's omnipotent. That's first. God is omnipotent.
Wait, omnipotent? That's not well defined, because omnipotent means can do anything.
That's well
He can
defined.
create. Hold on. That's
Google it and come back to me in 5 minutes.
Mr.
Wait.
Slave,
Yeah,
God,
what do you
God,
what do you think of Mr.
God
Slave?
is
I
a
think that's a
believe.
much more interesting topic. What are your
Yes,
thoughts on
thank
Mr.
you.
Slave?
Okay, make one claim in under 10 words. What's your position about Mr. Slave? Go ahead.
Well, as a Catholic, as a Christian, and a traditional Catholic, I have to love all human beings in whatever form or identity or whatever you want to come or present yourself.
You're not answering the
But that
question.
doesn't mean I have to accept and concur with your perversion. So
Okay,
you've got to practice
what's your position?
abstinence.
He thinks
If you're
he
like
thinks you're-
fuck a bumskis,
he thinks you're a
don't fuck
pervert.
a bumsky.
Okay,
If
Jim.
you like, you know,
Jim,
the
I have
perversion
no idea
and
what your
trying to
position
pray
is.
and trying to convert to
Jim,
Christianity, whatever
Jim,
brand,
Jim,
but not the kumbaya
Jim,
one.
He thinks you're a pervert, and he's going to try to convert you.
Is this true? You feel
Wait.
okay, Jim, again.
So what is his
in
exact
under 10
position on
words-
Mr. Slave?
That he's a pervert.
How is
Jim,
he?
we have
He's
no
not even
idea.
doing anything.
We
Oh,
have
did
no
you hear
idea
what he
your
said before?
position.
Did you hear
What-
what he said before?
Okay, what? I'm sorry
What's
because I
your
was not watching
position,
Well, could
clearly.
you
What
Jim?
is?
What's your
repeat-
position?
Mr. Slave, could you please repeat, regurgitate what you said about half an hour ago in the stream, but while Sarah wasn't here,
No,
about
Jim,
seeing
Jim. What
he
is your
gets a turn
position?
on seeing men being murdered by girls and someone defecating.
Jim,
So
answer the
I call that
question.
a fucking perversion in any language.
You know what?
Jim.
And here's why I don't call it.
That's
a
what he
perversion,
likes.
Jim. If you don't
Now,
mind,
if that's
you
his,
don't mind,
Wait,
if
Mr.
he's
Sarah,
not pulling my leg, my
If
middle
you'll-
leg,
hold on. Sarah,
Mr. Jim,
please
if
hold
you'll
on.
allow me 2 minutes.
No, Sarah, please hold on. I
will
want
wait.
him to. I want to hear a clear position. There's no way we can have a normal discussion. Jim,
Go ahead.
please tell me what you think about me in under 10 words.
He has already done that.
No, he has not.
Yeah,
I
he thinks you're a
love
pervert.
you as a fellow human being, even though you're American.
Okay, Jim, you don't want to have a normal discussion. Come on.
He has
No,
answered the
I
question.
said
five
I'm
times.
being fair
He says he
dinkum
loves
about
you as a human being, but he thinks you're a pervert, and that your perversion
Yeah.
is not a good thing. Very simple.
Yes, simple.
Okay,
Keep it
so you
simple and
feel.
stupid. Yeah.
Okay, Jim. So you
So
feel
it's
that I
not, it's
am.
not about hate. See, the modern society, if you don't agree
Jim,
with
stop.
someone,
Why are you yelling,
stop.
all right,
Mr. Jim?
sorry.
Stop.
In modern
Jim, stop.
society,
Jim,
if
stop.
you don't
Jim,
agree
stop.
with someone,
Jim,
they take
stop.
it as being
Stop.
against them.
Stop.
It's not that
Stop.
at all.
Please stop. Please stop.
Go ahead.
I have no idea what your position is about me. Please
Oh my
help
God!
me
I just said
understand.
it like 5 times. How
Just
many
It
times?
doesn't
no,
help me that
Mr.
you say
Slave,
it,
Mr.
Alex.
Slave, Mr. Slave. He did say that he thinks you're a pervert because you were saying earlier about men. I'm sorry, Jim. Please clarify because I think
Well-
I'm a little confused about that piece of it, like
Alex,
men dying.
Alex,
It's a very-
can
It's a very
clarify
simple
better.
position. He loves him as a human being, but he thinks he's a pervert and that his behavior is not good for society.
What he specifically said, and I mean, I stand to be corrected. His turn on is, or his perversion is, seeing, watching, or a woman killing a man.
Okay, and
And
may
the
I?
other thing is, the other turn on, and again, Mr. Slave,
Hold on,
please
Jim.
correct
Hold
me.
on, Jim. It doesn't matter. No. You.
Let him finish, Mr. Slave. Let him
No,
finish.
we
I want to
don't
see
need-
the.
we
I want to
don't
hear
need
the
it.
second part because I have you on this one, Mr. Jim. I very much would like to hear that second part.
And the second part, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you love seeing men defecating.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Defecate
so
on
you-
women
That's
or
the
women
turn
defecate
Well,
on men?
Mr. Slade, that's what he said.
Okay.
Verbatim out of his mouth, as
Doesn't
I
matter.
understood it.
May I
Okay,
speak to
Jim.
the first part of it because
No, Sarah, hold on, Sarah.
okay, I will
need
let you
to
speak for
understand-
yourself.
I still don't understand his position.
Oh my
Okay,
God!
Jim.
no, it's a very clear position, Mr. Slave. He
Like,
thinks
how
you're a
many times can you
pervert.
repeat his position?
What does that mean? Okay, Jim.
He-
What's your definition of a pervert?
Perversion is a recognized disease, psychological / psychiatric disease. As I said, one of my sons is in London.
That's a categorization.
Just
but
let
what's
me
the
finish.
definition? You categorized it, but what's the definition?
Well, again, I'm not a psychologist. I don't claim to be a psychologist or a
Just
psychiatrist.
you use the
or a
word.
doctor.
What's your definition?
But
I don't know
pervert is
what
something
you mean.
which
I
is
think
out
he-
of the norm.
Jim, I
acceptable
think
behavior.
I think he wants to understand the context of the word, like being a a pervert or whatever. Like I think he wants your true, like, what would you define as that? Like, are you talking about
Perversion per se would be perversion per se is there you are.
The altercation of something from its original course, meaning a state or distortion or corruption of what was first intended. Sexual behavior or desire that is considered abnormal or unacceptable. There we go. Okay. Now we can move the discussion forward.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Slade, moving forward.
Which one of the two definitions do you want to go with?
Oh, he's
The
probably
second one.
going with the sexual one.
Sarah, let him answer. Jim, which definition, the first or the second?
Both.
No, you have to choose. I can't have a discussion about two definitions.
The second one.
Your choice.
I'm probably sure.
I don't know
I'm
what you're
pretty sure
getting
he's
at.
talking about the
Okay,
sexual
let's go with the
abnormality.
second one. The second one,
Yeah.
it's an abnormality. So as I said before, we gathered statistics about the behavior of humans. I am off the chart. Who cares? Why should I care?
What you should care, as I said earlier on, you are not an island. You are not alone, and there is all. I'm not talking about social stigma. You've got to recognize if you have an illness, whether physical or mental, and that is definitely classified as a mental illness. In terms of medicine, you should seek help. That's all I'm saying.
Can I bring this back to the Catholic belief? Because the Catholic believes that the father should be the entrusting protector, and in Mr. Slave, in Mr. Slave's scenario, his father was not the entrusting protector. Okay, he was failed. So if he gets off at seeing men being beaten down by women or whatever the case may be, it's because he was failed by his father, because his father did not hold true to that segment. Okay, so he is not the pervert in this scenario. His father failed him. He is merely reacting to his surroundings and what he was raised as. He's not a pervert. He's just in his circumstances. So why can you blame him for this when he's just merely moving along with what he knows?
Can I, on that point, this is a circular argument I encounter in court all the time.
It's not circular. No, you cannot circular me on this one. This is not circular. This is like you're trying to blame a young man for being a pervert, a definition that you can't. Hold on. You're trying to claim that he is a pervert based on this definition of something that's abnormal, whatever. But this abnormality is based on something that he was literally raised on. So to him, it is actually normal. This is normal behavior to him. Abnormality is based on reference, like frame of reference. It's based on the majority. It's based on this. It's based on that. But in Mr. Slave's mind, this is his norm. This is what he lives by. And for him to see men be depleted by women is a way of him facing a childhood trauma. So, like in court, you would actually lose this argument because this is literally a childhood trauma, and it can be proven.
Well, could I ask one word? I can ask. Where's the evidence?
Evidence? He's got plenty of fucking evidences of his mom's face being pounded the fuck in. Like, I'm sure.
Well, would you agree that
listen.
All I'm saying.
I'm not going to.
All I'm saying is he's got a medical condition, a psychological / psychiatric medical condition.
That's totally
and it's called
easy.
perversion.
Don't sit there and say that you can't prove that in court. You can prove that in court.
That because of his father, abuse or lack of father during his childhood, that he's exonerated from that.
Yes.
It's like saying
I'm not saying he's exonerated.
Bank robber.
That is not what I said.
Couple of guys go in a bank and you're in a car sitting.
Nope. Not what I said.
Getaway car.
He is not.
And
then
saying
you're talking about harming people.
They made me do it.
Nope. You're talking about harming people now. He is not. Mr. Slave is not physically harming anybody in this instance. Not one bit. So he actually wouldn't be brought.
Well, he's harming the other person.
No, there is no actual crime.
It's a consensual harm.
The only person he's harming is your insecurities. Okay, that's the only
Well, it's
person
not my
who's being harmed right
insecurity.
now.
You know, no,
Yes,
no
because I
skin
don't
off
have
my
a problem with it. The man's happy. He's doing his own thing. That's his
This is
lifestyle preference.
so,
What is he harming you? How?
this
Please
is.
show me on the doll where he is
Can I,
hurting you.
see, there has to be a nexus of your claim. I'm not gonna go
Don't
legalistic on
don't
you.
go
There
all
has to be a
Lexus
nexus.
Nexus
There's
on
his
me.
father, and there's his as a
No,
child. Right, we
hold
got
on.
the scenario. Let me
But
finish.
but Mr. Jim, where in court is he actually being held up to? Like what crime is he committing?
What crime?
The
Yes,
crime of
what
being a
crime?
slave.
Well, these days it's all legal. 20 years ago, you'll be put in
No,
jail.
but what actual crime? Because
If he
he
goes to
wouldn't.
Saudi Arabia, the World Cup,
No,
he'll
stop
be
it,
up
Mr.
there.
Jim. Mr. Jim,
Well, he'll be
listen.
up
Is
there.
he actually? No, he's not going to court for shit because he's leading
So
a
it's
lifestyle.
legitimized. This is what I'm
Hold
talking
up,
about. The
Mr.
Western will be
Jim.
legit. The only two taboos left is
Mr.
sodomy, and
Jim.
I just want to stop the world and get off this world before
Okay,
they make it legal.
Jim,
And
stop.
that's
So I'm gonna
okay.
be
You don't like
sodomized,
it.
sodomized,
You don't have to like it. You don't
The
have to
other
like
one
it.
Wait,
is the
Sarah,
child
please
Mr.
abuse.
Jim.
stop. No,
Mr. Jim, may
hold
I
on.
please?
No,
Go
Sarah,
ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Slave. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Slave.
Go ahead.
No, Jim, it's not fair what you're doing. You're hogging the mic. You're grandstanding. That's not nice.
Again, I apologize. I can hardly
No,
hear
but
you,
this
sir.
time you're doing this on purpose. You see that she's speaking and you're trying to speak over her. That's not nice. Give people
All
a
right.
chance to speak.
I won't.
Go
I
ahead,
will
Sarah.
not speak over. Go ahead.
Mr. Jim.
Jim, Mr. Slave
go
thinks
ahead.
you've been a naughty boy and you need to be punished.
Punish.
What can I next? I've got a couple of whips over there. Just don't worry. I'll get my wife to whip me later on. All right.
You've been a naughty
All right.
boy, Mr. Jim.
And I've got
All
the
right.
leather gear down there somewhere, I think.
Okay, Jim, thank you. Sarah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Jim, what I was going to say to you was this would never actually end up in any type of court because he's not actually committing anything legal. Whether he thinks men should be this way or men should be defecated on or whatever the case may be, what he thinks is not intent. It's not malicious. It's not being done. And you can sit there and like intent everything, but as long as you're not actually doing right in the law, like it's that whole concept. So there's nothing he's actually doing wrong because he's not physically doing anything wrong. You can have intent, but you're not actually doing the action, right? He's not being held in court because what he is doing right now is consensual. It's legal. There's nothing wrong with it. And if he's getting his rocks off by whatever he wants to do, it is what it is. And I understand you're Australian law and I'm American law, but there's no ruling in either country that not that I know of that would be like, oh, Mr. Slave should go to jail right now because he thinks men should be defecated on or women should be beating men down. Like that's like going back to Nazi, Nazi concepts.
Jim would acknowledge that there's nothing illegal in first world countries about what Mr. Slave is doing. However, he would say it doesn't matter. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's okay. So Jim would say it doesn't matter that it's legal. It's still wrong for this and that reason.
So he's arguing morality.
Yeah, he's not saying Mr. Slave should be put in jail. He's just saying that there's something wrong with his behavior.
Hold on.
I'm going further. You miss. I probably did not express myself. Could I ask a simple question? If you see, there's two sort of personal injuries. One injury is a physical injury. If you see a person with a broken arm or leg, you can physically see he or she is injured. It's called physical injury. You call an ambulance. There's another form of injury which is called psychological injuries, and these are unseen injuries. Unfortunately, half the jails in Australia and similarly in America are people, so-called criminals, are actually need to be in psychiatric hospitals. But instead of, because it costs too much money to have doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists, and the whole medical setup for people with broken minds, they put them in jail. Or they're on Skid Row.
Jim, I'm losing you. Jim, I'm losing you.
Let me finish. Now you're interjecting. Let me finish.
No, but I have no idea what you're saying. I'm trying to understand your position. I have no idea
I'm
why
trying
you
to say that you're psychologically, when I say that you need help, it's not being derogatory. I sincerely mean you need medical assistance,
How do you know that?
psychological
Okay, Jim.
assistance.
How do you
That's
know
all I'm
that?
saying.
How do you know
And
that?
that's not being
How do you
disparaging
know
or putting you down or whatever.
Jim,
I'm
listen. Okay,
just
Jim, stop.
giving you a word of advice as a fellow
Stop.
human being
Stop.
from down
Stop.
under. That's all.
Stop.
No more, no
Stop.
less.
Stop. Jim, did you hear me say stop multiple times?
Well, it doesn't mean you fucking stop. Because I'm fucking talking. Jesus,
Jim,
just because
Jim.
you're fucking used to say stop or harder, beat me up, harder. Stop. No, I'm not going to comply with that. I was talking, and I want some respect till I fucking finish. I finished. Now go ahead.
Jim, you're going to get whipped twice tonight. You're being a real naughty boy now.
Jim, listen.
Jim, listen.
Merry Christmas, bitch.
Jim, listen. Listen to
I'm
me,
enjoying
Jim.
myself, Alex.
Listen to me, Jim.
But anyway, go ahead.
I recommend, in order to have a nice discussion, that when I ask you to stop, you stop. When I speak and you ask me to stop, I stop. So we have short sentences, because you don't need to continue speaking if I already have an interjection. What's the point? Anyway, so...
Gospel according to Mr. Slave. All right,
okay,
go
so
ahead.
please repeat your
Well,
point
it's just
quickly.
basic debate standards,
Yeah, I know.
okay? Okay.
So please repeat your point in really a short sentence, in 5 words. What was your point? Because I forgot.
You can make some points in 5 words, bro.
10
Well, I
words.
said you need help, medical, psychological help. That's all.
Okay. So how do you know that I need it?
Because you've got a perversion and definition. Alex, bring the definition of perversion, sexual perversion up.
Yes, Mr. Jim.
The second definition was abnormality, which is just a statistical abnormality.
But it's not normal.
So what?
It's a medically recognized disease, like a broken arm. There's need for help.
May I ask, Mr. Jim, do you have like an MD or some type of psychological training of some sort?
Yeah, we do. Yes, absolutely. In the
legal
in our
field,
course,
you have
yeah.
like some type of victim studies or like a basic synopsis of it. But are you an actual psychologist, therapist?
No, I'm not. No. I've got 3 degrees. I've got a Bachelor of Laws, a Bachelor of Education, and Bachelor of Political Science and European Modern History and Literature, French, German.
Jim
English.
also has a Bachelor of Getting Bitches.
And that's a master's.
No, he
right?
yells at his secretaries. He yells at his secretaries.
And two lovely secretaries. There you are.
Jim is like, you fucking suck this dick right now. And the girls are like,
no.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, Brad.
So,
okay,
Jim, so we can agree that you're not a psychologist of any sort or
no, I'm not. No.
You don't need a degree to know that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so like
I'm not a psychologist. No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. So my master's is in legal and ethical studies, but then my minor is also in victim studies. And like I can say that looking at Mr. Slave and based on my training, like Mr. Slave's a victim of some pretty fucked up shit.
Jim would argue that being a victim doesn't excuse his behavior.
I'm not saying that it would excuse you from everything, but it also makes the dynamics change on the conversation, so, but unless you're a psychologist, I don't think you have any right to speak of it.
I mean, I don't think you need to, in Jim's defense, I don't think you need to be a psychologist to know that there's something seriously off with Mr. Slave.
But Sarah, can I say something? So
sure.
Mr. Slave's a nice guy, so Mr. Slave, don't take anything I say personally, but I do have to be 100% intellectually honest. The difference is people like me and Jim are telling him, like, dude, you have extreme childhood trauma. This is not normal. You should probably you should get psychological help. But then you're just telling him, like, oh, yeah, like, don't get the psychological help. Just, like, keep doing this. But this is not healthy behavior. And you don't need a bachelor.
I'm not saying he shouldn't.
No, you don't need a bachelor degree to know that a man getting walked on a leash is like not healthy. Like you don't need a PhD to know that.
I think I've stayed pretty stern with. I think he needed help from the get-go. Like I remember doing a stream with him. Ashley and I did a stream with him and did a whole interview, and we went to the childhood trauma. Like we talked about it, and that was like my personal like thought process was like, I think some good therapy would really help with this because this is abnormal. I do agree with that. I'm not debating that at all.
Okay, so then we agree on that. Okay.
So then you and Jim agree.
I think the way Jim is saying it is very derogatory, and I think there's another approach to this. Like he's saying like you're fucked up, you need help. Like I think the real answer is
Jim would. You know what Jim would say? He would say, "I don't give a fuck."
Right.
Remember, I'm a lawyer. I got thick skin of a dinosaur.
You're a dinosaur.
Let me ask Sarah this. So, okay, so we both agree this is like not normal.
Jim like fucking rides a kangaroo to work. You think he cares about like fucking insults? Jim has like 3 kangaroos outside. He takes a new one every day to rides at home. Then fucks the shit out of his wife. Then writes back to the office. Fucks his secretaries, and then he just hops off into the sunset.
Something like that.
Happening. I'm down.
So let me ask Sarah. So we both agree this is like not normal. This is trauma. If Mr. Slave healed his childhood trauma through whatever method, perhaps therapy, could we agree once his trauma is healed, he would most likely not want to be walked around on a leash?
That's a good hypothesis. It's like I cannot say what it would or would not be because I am not Mr. Slave. I am not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist of any sort. I would hope for that. I would 100% hope for that.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
In my opinion, trying to cure me of my need for a dom is like trying to cure gays from being gay. And you might as well try to cure a straight from being straight if you're at it.
I've been working on that.
So can we clarify, because the other day it was a concept between sexual preference or lifestyle preference. Is it sexual or is it lifestyle?
I would say lifestyle. I would say either one is a result of severe trauma. We're just playing semantics at this point.
I want to know from Mr. Slave, what is this a sexual preference for you or is this a lifestyle preference for you?
I don't see the difference. I mean, if
there is a very big difference. Like a lifestyle
it's a lifestyle. I can say that.
I choose to be dominated by a female in all aspects of life, or I'm still the man of the house, but when it comes to bedtime with my little lady, like I let her dominate me and I like her to dominate me. Are you the man of the house? Do you want to be the man of the house or do you want to be the bitch of the house?
I would love to be, I wouldn't say bitch. I would love to be just, the sex slave and nothing more. But that
is sex though. Like I'm talking about dishes. I'm talking about laundry. I'm talking about male and female gender roles. I'm talking about being alpha. I'm talking about being the leader of the household. Do you want to lead your household? Do you want to make the decisions of your life and your wife's life and your children's life?
You already know the answer to that.
What's the answer, Alex? I don't even know the answer.
I want him to say it. Like, do you want?
He wants to be bossed around. He wants to walk on a leash. He wants to be told what to do. He wants to be called a little bitch by his mistress. I mean, come on.
All right. So in that aspect, then yes, it's lifestyle, and I think that there is some therapeutic need for that because, like, a man to be a man, like, does not get bitch walked or told what to do in his own house. Like I want a man to lead me.
Sarah, 1 second. So again, we can go to the gay analogy. I mean, you might as well discuss with a gay person, is it a lifestyle? Is it a sex style? Do you enjoy living as a gay person or only in bed? I mean,
but a gay man who is still feminine likes to be feminine and told what to do, and he likes the male gay man in his life to be the leader. You don't want to be the leader. That's an issue.
Wait a second. I think I've come up with a solution. Okay, how about this? Okay, let's hear this out. What if Mr. Slave goes to Australia and lives with Mr. Jim for like 3 months, and Mr. Jim just like shows him around. He takes him. He lets him like fuck his secretaries. He like just completely assumes control and does a full boot camp of Mr. Slave.
Oh my God.
I think that would be the perfect combination. Mr. Slave and Mr. Jim in one household for 3 months. And then we document everything, and we have the most popular TV show ever.
Oh, that would be great.
Anyway, you might, as I said, you might as well ask a gay man these questions.
But no, hold on. You're talking about the difference between sexual preference and lifestyle preference. A gay man who wants to be gay, who is the bottom in this situation. He's the catcher in this situation. He wants the other gay man to be the leader, right? So he is taking the feminine role freely and surely, like, I am the female in this situation. I want you to be the leader. I want you to be the alpha, right? You, however, are a man who likes females, but yet you want to take the beta role. Like, that is the abnormal.
I'm not saying anything about normal, abnormal, but you could say that I'm like a gay man.
It is a lifestyle choice then. It is not sexual preference. Your sexual preference is females. That is a straight man, right? But you're a straight man who likes to take the beta role.
Wait, Sarah.
That is abnormal.
Hold on one second. You keep saying the word choice.
Yes, this is your choice. No, this is your choice. You are choosing this.
What am I choosing?
You are choosing to be the beta in the relationship. You are choosing to let the lady of the household be the leader. You are choosing to let her be the alpha. If not, you would be the one telling her to make you a fucking sandwich and do your goddamn dishes.
Hold on.
Right?
Like, Sarah, hold on. Look, every time you ask me, would you like this? Would you like that? I run a simulation, a quick simulation in my mind. What that would feel like, and I just answer what it would feel like. Yes, it would be nice to be dominated. Yes, it would be nice to be abused. Yes, it would be nice to be submissive. That's it. There's no choice. I'm just letting you know I like vanilla ice cream more than chocolate ice cream.
Okay, when you get married, when you want to, your idea of getting married, settling down, and having babies, are you the leader of the household or is your wife?
I can't right now think about having children. That's way too complicated.
Okay. Take out children and just you and a female are in a household together. Who is the leader?
No, I'm telling you my preference. You're asking about reality. In my fantasy, in my preference, I want to be submissive. I want to be a little baby. I want to
So you want the lady to be the leader, no matter what. No matter what family circumstance of any sort, whether it's just a wife, just a girlfriend, wife and kids, yada yada yada. You are the beta in the situation, correct?
You're just figuring this out now? Yeah, of course.
No, I'm not just figuring this out. I think he is.
No, he knows that. He wants to be the sub. He wants to be bossed around. He wants to be
right. But because of that, that's where I say that is where you need a therapist, or that's where you need a psychiatrist. That's where you need help at. That's where I do agree with everybody else on the panel, because you do need help in that aspect, because you are the man. You should be the leader of your household. You should be taking hold. But I do empathize and understand that your childhood trauma has ruined you from that.
Hold on.
He needs 3 months in Australia with Mr. Jim. That's the only solution.
Hold on. Wait, hold on, Sarah. So, this is very similar to a gay person that is the sub.
No, that is sexual preference. If two men are agreeing to be together and one of them agrees to be the catcher, right? He's already agreeing to be the submissive one in that relationship. There are two men. Therefore, there are two men in that household that can be the leaders. One of them is choosing not to be the leader. Therefore, one is submitting. Just like a wolf pack cannot have two alphas. Like a wolf pack literally has one alpha, and that's it. There are plenty of male wolves who are following along as betas. Like
How
in
do
a
you
gay
know?
in a gay relationship, that is
How
a
do you
sexual
know?
preference. They are
How do you
choosing
know?
that by that matter. A
How
wolf
do you
pack,
know?
it's literally like science.
Know
Look it
about
up.
the gay person. How
National
do you know?
Geographic. I watch
No,
this shit
about
all the time.
the gay. About the gay. How do you know that the submissive chooses? How do you know that it's not his preference?
That's his preference is his choice. That's literally what
How do
that
you?
is. I
What do you mean?
prefer, I choose.
No,
I prefer, I
no,
choose.
no. That's the
A
opposite of
gay man
choose.
doesn't know, because in a gay
Hold
bar,
on,
because I've been
Sarah.
to
No,
plenty of them. I've
Sarah,
been to plenty of
Sarah,
gay bars where
Sarah.
men
Hold
walk
on,
up to other men and say, "Are
hold
you
on,
pitching or catching?" Like,
hold
and
on,
if you're pitching and I'm
hold
catching,
on.
then we
That's
can
quite the
click.
line.
It's good. Like,
Sarah, hold
it
on.
is what it is.
Sarah, hold on.
No,
So,
can I ask?
hold on.
Alex, you're
So,
muted.
hold on.
I was gonna say I'll be back. I'm gonna go and do some shit for like 15 minutes. You guys carry on without me.
Oh
Okay,
my
okay.
God.
Okay,
Sarah,
This is
sounds
so
good.
dangerous.
Sarah, listen.
Can I
So,
ask?
Okay.
Can I ask a question of Mr. Slade?
go ahead, Jim.
Okay. Do you recognize that your proclivity, I won't call it perversion, is abnormal?
I don't know the stats. No one knows the stats. I actually
No, I'm
looked
not
it
asking.
up.
No. Listen to the question. Listen to the question. God gave you two ears and one mouth, and in that proportion, you should listen twice as long as you speak. I'll repeat the question. Do you, subjective, you, inner person, Mr. Slate, recognize that your unusual proclivity is a disease, is a perversion? Yes or no?
I don't. I mean, that's different than the
You
previous
don't
question.
understand?
No, you said you were about to repeat the question, and then you asked a different question.
Well, I can ask 10 different questions. You're on a stand. I'll repeat for the third time.
No, you didn't even repeat once. You asked two different questions. You never repeated the first
Okay,
question.
I'll keep it simple and stupid. Your disease, do you recognize that as a disease?
No.
So in your mind, you're normal.
Yes, I mean, I am myself. I don't know what that
No,
even means.
no, that's different. Are you normal as everyone else?
So that's a statistical. The word normal is a statistical definition.
Bro, just say no so we can move this forward, please.
I don't know the statistics.
Well, so there's nothing wrong with you. Is that what you're saying to everyone, to the world and yourself? I'm exactly the same as me or any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Is that what you're saying?
I did. Wait, you said a lot. Ask again, please. Shorter.
Do you consider yourself normal?
Normal is a statistical term. I don't know the stats.
Well, how about the great majority, like say 97% of the population?
Okay, I'll help it out. Most men do not want to get on their hands and knees and be walked around on a leash. So yes, you are abnormal. Oh my goodness.
How do you know?
Are we having an honest debate? Like,
do you consider yourself normal? It's a simple question. I mean, I
don't
can't
know.
put it any simpler. In your mind, whether you're right or wrong, I don't care. Do you consider yourself normal in your mind? Yes or no?
I don't. I mean, normal is a statistical definition. I need the stats.
All right. You are normal, so that means there's no issue with you whatsoever. Your behavior is quite normal. Is that what you're saying to me?
That's even that is different than normal. I mean, issue has basically nothing to do with normal. I mean, normal is a statistical definition. Issue.
I didn't ask you for statistics. I'm not asking you what a statistical definition is. I'm asking for your opinion, your personal
What's the definition of normal?
opinion. I'm not. Again, you're deviating. It doesn't wash with me, sir. What is in your mind? In your mind, I repeat, in your mind, not my mind. Not Sarah's, not Brad's, in your mind, Mr. Slave. Do you consider yourself normal?
Well, his mind is
normal
traumatized.
Is a statistical term.
Come on, mate. Mate, Your Honor. We'll go on to the next question. All right. I think I think you're suffering from cognitive dissonance. It's like saying to a person who's a let me finish, chain smoker, you say, mate, smoking ain't good for you. He knows that. Statistics knows that. But he continues smoking.
Jim.
So you like fucking or being dominated in a perverse way. And you're in a minority and it's not accepted. It's a medical condition. But say, fuck the world, I feel fine.
Jim,
that's a very in my humble opinion, it's a very selfish, closed-minded opinion, which you're trying to justify and ram down the world's as being legit. And I don't care about myself, but the young kids.
Wait, Jim,
no, let me finish. I'm talking, and you can talk.
You lost me. So
I'm not asking you a question. No, if you're lost, that's I don't know. Get a pill or something. I don't know.
I want to tell Jim something.
Or go ahead.
I want to tell Jim something real quick. Jim, you mentioned cognitive dissonance, and again, Mr. Slave, you're a nice guy, but I have to be honest. Mr. Slave, I've heard him say many times he considers himself alpha and dominant. You're just not.
Gentlemen, may I?
Alpha, so what's your definition of alpha?
Not being walked around on a leash. Like, it's not complicated. Like, you do all these mental
not being a bitch.
May I, if you don't mind?
Before that, Sarah.
Okay, go ahead.
Brad asked a good question. Let's give him a little bit of attention.
Sure.
So, Brad, what's your definition of alpha? Give me a positive definition, not what it's not, what it's yes.
What it is?
Okay, you know what? I'll even say that. What do you base your definition of alpha on?
Well, what's been considered alpha before the last 20 years or 10 years when all this new bullshit
Alpha
came.
is a leader.
Yeah.
Alpha is a leader. Okay, so a leader does not get walked around on a leash?
Yes, that's correct. Like, yes, that's correct. Yes.
Have you ever seen a little girl have a tea party with a 200-pound pit bull?
No.
Hey, Mr. Slave, stop that bullshit. Mr. Slave, stop that. Let me finish. Stop that bullshit. Brad asked you a question. You turned the question into a question, and now you're asking him. He asked you a single question. That doesn't fucking wash. It's not fair on anyone.
No,
Mr. Slave doesn't rub with me, mate.
I can't even get on board with that.
Cockamamie fucking bullshit. All right, you're turning a bloody question, and poor Brad's got to now justify, give you a definition, and then you ask him a question. And he started off ab initio from the beginning, asking you a question. What the fuck is going on here, Mr. Slade? You dumb fuck. Go ahead. Right?
Yo, Jim.
Whoa, what's up?
Jim, let me get your number later. You're a good lawyer. I need you in my corner, bro.
Fucking hell. Don't play those fucking mind games with me, Mr. Slade, you bitch.
Hold on, stop. Mr. Slave, you cannot by any means try to define alpha by using the concept of little girls, okay? You have to stop there. Not even close. Like, the definition of an alpha is a leader of the pack. The definition of an alpha is somebody who makes the decision. I can't even fucking say it. I'm still like on the little girl shit. The definition of an alpha is a leader. He's a leader of the pack. Like, he owns this shit. There's no questions. People just follow. Okay? But this little girl shit, you cannot, please don't ever bring up little girls in this scenario when you're defining an alpha.
Well, let me explain to you what an alpha is. So, okay, it involves a little girl, a doll, and a turtle. Right? So you take the turtle, you put it on the little girl, and then you have an alpha. Okay, this is mathematics. Okay, so don't question the mathematics.
Okay, it's like mental gymnastics galore, bro.
I'm so fucking dead right now. Alex, stop.
Wait, okay, so is Mr. Slave going to Australia or what? Is that the plan?
But Alex, can you actually give an actual definition of an alpha, please? So we can all understand that as a whole.
Okay. An alpha is someone who is who's the leader, who is the dominant one, who is assertive. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with just leadership. And yeah, who's the decision maker, the one that's leading the pack, versus the beta is the one that's taking orders.
Could I just add on to that? I don't know what your history, but I'll give you how to define an alpha further. There's only 5% of population who are alpha. And how do I know? When America was in Korean War, 1950-52, all the American prisoners were taken in by the North Koreans and Chinese. And what they did, I'll tell you now, they've separated or segregated all the prisoners, and 5% had big guards, huge guards guarding the alpha males who are leaders, and they can organize a breakout, whatever you want to do. 95% of the other prisoners, they couldn't organize a fucking a brothel, and they had no guards whatsoever. So they were very compliant. So that is, it's only 5% of population, of male population are alphas.
Mr. Jim, if I get Mr. Slave a plane ticket to Australia, will you take him in for a few months?
I'll take him on. My wife will love him.
So I do want to touch on Jim's point earlier. I think Jim's actually been making extremely good points the whole time. It's just that his delivery might not be resonating with the audience.
Send Mr. Slave to Australia.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but we often talk about Mr. Slave like, oh, he's not hurting anybody. Look, Mr. Slave could do whatever he wants, but I think we think too much of hurting someone as like directly hurting someone, like, oh, you walk up to somebody and you punch them. But there are ideologies that hurt society. Like, could you imagine society when 90% of men think being alpha is being walked around on a leash?
Actually, that would be really good, because then I would fuck all the girls, because
yeah, from a selfish point of view, that would be great. You'd be like, wow, all these men are like so pathetic.
That would actually be awesome.
But from a society point of view, but okay, Alex, even I don't know if you want to have kids. Have you decided if you want to have kids or not?
So they can turn
at least artificial insemination.
No, I'm just making the point. From a selfish point of view, you could be like, wow, all these men are being walked around on leashes. Okay, I'm gonna fuck all this pussy, and that's true. But then, if you have kids, you really want them to grow up in a society where they see, like, okay, yeah, my dad's an alpha, but man, all these other men, they're being walked around like.
Well, yeah, because then my kids can fuck all the girls, right? So everyone wins. So
okay, that's true. That's true.
I would teach my kids, how to take advantage of society, and our whole family would just be like Genghis Khan, fucking all the girls.
But what is the percentage of this type of like Mr. Slave style? Like it's a very small percentage, right? Of men.
Well, there's a slippery slope. It doesn't go 0 to 100.
No, we're not
slippery
sloping in this. Like
slippery slope very real. Hold on.
Wait,
Brad, hang on. I disagree with you on that one. Do you think, Brad? Do you think if all your friends were like Mr. Slave, you would also be like Mr. Slave?
Bro, I wouldn't like Mr. Slave. You're a nice guy. Like, I have to be honest. Like, I'm not trying. I wouldn't have friends like Mr. Slave, bro.
Okay, but let's just assume that I put you get locked up in jail, right?
Oh my God. Okay, good.
And for 2 years.
Vaseline.
And every single person in jail is like Mr. Slave.
Bro, this is why I don't break the law.
Jesus
but keep
Christ.
going.
Don't drop the soap.
Do you think
I would not shower?
Do you think you would come out of jail like Mr. Slave?
No.
Okay, exactly, because it's not contagious. Because there's no.
No, but there's a certain ideology.
Practice makes perfect.
Hold on, Alex. Your analogy. There's an ideology. Why do you think China doesn't allow Chinese children to watch men wearing a dress? Why do you think that is?
I'm not sure. The Chinese Communist Party does all.
I'm not saying I like everything about China. I'm not saying everything they do is good, but that part I do agree with, because the Chinese government doesn't want little Chinese boys to grow up watching a man wearing a dress. So this is because it's an ideology.
Absolutely.
That can corrupt somebody.
But it's a foresight.
When you're a grown man, you're not going to become like Mr. Slave just because you see it in the news. Your kids aren't. It's like the cringe stuff, like, oh well, if gay people get married, then our kids are everyone's gonna be gay. Why would you fuck girls when you can be gay? It's like it doesn't work that way. Like, you're not going to change your life. I'm certainly not going to be walked around like a leash. if everyone was like Mr. Slave. I don't think you would. I don't think anyone would, honestly.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
no,
I agree with
no,
It's
that.
not,
obviously,
it's not like contagious or something.
well,
It's
no, dude,
no, it's not.
obviously, a grown man that's already solid in our beliefs. Like I'm solid in my beliefs and my identity. You're solid in yours. Obviously, I'm not going to turn that way. But I'm saying when you're raising children in a society, yeah, as a father, you can do your best, but you're competing with culture, you're competing with politicians, you're competing with school teachers, you're competing with the society,
Yeah,
and one
but
man can only
hold
do so
on.
much.
You
With
raise
Mr. Slave.
if you raise your babies a certain way, like they're going to be a certain way. Like I understand the culture, like nature versus nurture concept, like society, all of these things, but like even my daughter, like we've had the discussion of abortion, like in my ideology of that, like she has instilled her own beliefs and I've given her the approach to it, I've given her the questions, I've given her like do your own research kind of concept, and she's come up with the same ideology as me, you know, and what she believes, that's what she believes, and I allowed her to stick to that. So you know, she could have like run with the masses and gone one way or the other. But like I give her that option, but I also give her the education too. So I think with Mr. Slave in that concept, like, is it, you know, like can we catch a cold of Mr. Slave? Like, I don't think that's possible because men are out there raising their boys to be a certain way. And unfortunately for Mr. Slave, he was raised in a certain way. And that way is not of the norm. Therefore, he is not of the norm. And therefore we can't kind of really hold that against him. And nor can we say that we have that expectation for society either.
All I know is that Mr. Slave needs to go to Australia to spend some time with Mr. Jim. Mr. Jim, what would your wife's reaction be if one day you walk in home and you have Mr. Slave on the leash?
Oh, it should be over the moon, I reckon.
Really? She would be excited about that.
Yeah.
She'd be like, oh my God, I've always wanted a puppy.
You bought another bitch home, didn't
I've
you?
always wanted a puppy. Oh my
She's
God.
like, oh my God, I've always wanted one. Oh my God, he can talk. It's so cute. I love him.
Nah, I shouldn't be. You shouldn't sort of attack poor Mr. Slade. I've honestly, genuinely feel pity for him. Honestly, you know, we're making fun and laughing. That's all right. That's fine. But there is a underpinning medical condition which I think he needs help. Unless he succumbs to all the temptations of this heathen society, which really there's no God, there's no belief. I'm all right, Jack. I come first. Fuck the world. As long as I get my rocks off, I'm okay. And that's a lot of people are like that.
Well, Jim, I believe all of that shit, and I'm certainly not walking around a leash.
Well, once you're married, you don't. Once you have kids, you don't. There's a lot of sacrifice. It's quid pro quo. It's not one-way street.
Once you have children,
and life is a bitch. Life is a bitch. I don't care how much money you got, whatever your profession or whatever. It is a hard yakka, hard work all the time. I don't care.
I mean,
I'm well off. I'm well off doesn't mean, you know, there are a lot of starving peoples in Africa. I mean, how many people? I don't think about them, but I know they're there. What am I doing about it? Not much. I mean, I can sort of turn around and say, "Oh, fuck the world. I'm okay, Jack." And a lot of people do that.
Jim.
That's the egocentric, selfish things, and that's where Mr. Slave is coming from.
Jim,
he's conflating his mental illness with hedonism. As long as I get more ass.
But how is he tearing down the world that way?
And that's boils down to one thing. We have not spoken about morality. The underpinning of law is everything is morality.
Jim,
let me just finish this.
Just
one thing. Morality is so important. I'll give you a legal example. Just think about it. Just a quick example. You can be on a wharf and some person can be drowning.
Jim,
just let me finish.
No, you can finish after.
If a person is drowning, you've got no legal obligation. No legal obligation.
No,
that
and
you can't be.
No, you cannot speak. No. You
okay,
have to
all right,
Mr. Slave. Hold on, Mr. Slave. Let him finish. You were saying this earlier. Let him finish.
No. He can finish after. I wanted to respond
Oh,
to
he's
something
gonna
that
finish
he said.
all right.
I was just thinking that too.
All right. So, Jim, you said something that contradicts your entire thesis. So you said that my position is that I come first and I don't care for the world.
I'm generalizing.
No, I agree. No, that is actually my thesis in life. That is my personal philosophy. I
That's not
come
good.
first, and the rest of the universe can jump off the nearest tall building. I don't care about the rest of the universe. I need to be happy, and after I'm happy, then I'll take care of the rest of the universe. But first and foremost, I need to be happy. And so now you seem to claim that that is my position. So why is that unhealthy? I mean, that's my definition of absolute health. Anything else is unhealthy. So now I'm confused.
Because you're not an island, you affect people around you, your next of kin. Let's not talk about your house or your neighborhood. Let's talk about your mum, dad, brother, sister.
After
the other bitch is leading you by the bitch. You advertently, knowingly, advertent. Let me finish. I'm answering your fucking question.
After we can talk about the rest of the universe after we talk about me. After I'm happy, we'll make the rest of the universe happy.
Okay, Mr. Slave, you're just admitting you're a narcissist.
Of the universe before I am completely happy.
That's not good.
It ain't good. How about that?
Well, it's actually
you need Jesus.
Wait, Alex, you have to agree with me, right? You also first and foremost care
for Alex,
hold his happiness before the rest of the world, right?
Yeah, I care about. I don't know. My family, I would probably put like on the same level as me. I don't know. It's a tough one because I might put like my mom and dad before me, but or maybe equal to me. But yeah, it's me and my family first, and everyone else is second. Yeah.
Okay, so Alex is different than me. I put myself first and the rest of the universe after. But first and foremost, I have to be happy.
Mr. Slave, I have a question.
Is that okay? You find that okay? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Slave?
Wait, hold on, Jim. Ashley has a question.
Is
Jim,
okay. Is that okay?
Hold on, Jim. You've said enough, Jim. Let Ashley talk.
Mr. Slave, I'm just curious, so I know you like to be dominated sexually by women, but in your everyday life, like in your career and just everyday dealings, because I know you do martial arts and things like that too, would you consider yourself more dominant in those areas of your life?
Well, you can see in this discussion, I'm absolutely dominant. And that is basically my life, which is why my fantasy is to lose the dominance. Because in my life, I am 100%.
Hold on, Mr. Slave. Do you think, Mr. Slave, do you actually think, let me ask you. Hold on. Jim, don't be rude. Jim, don't be rude. Ask the question, Jim. Mr. Slave, do you actually think that you're being dominant here in this conversation? You actually think that you're owning this debate?
I think he kind of is.
Do you think you're maintaining frame and all of those things?
Of course.
Yeah, he believes that after every debate, Mr. Slave DMs me and tells me how much he destroyed the other person. He says, I destroyed them. I kicked these guys' asses. I was the winner. Yes, this is his MO.
Bro, I know Alex likes to smoke weed. Mr. Slave, can you please tell him the weed you're smoking tonight?
So I see. I'm not going to be disrespectful, Mr. Slave. What makes you think that you would be owning this conversation? Because I don't think you've had much frame in this by any instance.
I've never heard Mr. Slave lose his temper or yell at anyone or
losing your temper and yelling at anybody is not necessarily losing frame, but I don't think he's maintained a logic. But I don't think he's maintained a logical explanation for anything. He hasn't maintained
a logical explanation for his sexual perversions.
He hasn't. No, but and I'm Team Slave in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think he's actually maintained the argument. He hasn't provided.
What's the argument? I don't really think there's a solid argument, to be honest.
Well, it's between him and Mr. Jim of whatever
The
the fuck we're
argument
talking
that
about,
Mr.
whether he's
Slave would need
alpha
to
or
make,
not. And
the
well,
argument
whether
that
it's
he would need to make is that there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. That's perfectly acceptable. Blah blah blah. And I could probably make that argument 100 times better than Mr. Slave could himself. Here's how I would make that argument if I was debating on Mr. Slave's behalf. I would say, listen, who's the victim? Explain to me who the victim is. You can't, because there's no victim. I'm not hurting anyone. I'm doing my thing. This is what makes me happy. And if I didn't engage in this behavior, the consequences would be that I would feel repression. Maybe I would commit suicide. Maybe I would be, harmful to society. As a result of me being well-adjusted and doing this crazy shit that I do, I'm able to contribute to society through my career and through other ways. So therefore, this is for the better. At the very least, it's neutral that I do what I do. See, I just made Mr. Slave's point better than he did.
He's still
I'm just saying there's not a lot.
Society.
I'm just saying there's not a lot of logic when it comes to your sexual preferences or like what.
I do agree with that, but with what Jim's trying to say, like with the alpha versus beta kind of concept, like Mr. Slave is not. Mr. Slave believes that like being walked around on a leash is being alpha, and I don't think that's a logical approach. Like there are
again, like last time I said, define alpha. I mean, it just depends on what your definition of it is.
I did.
No, you said something about wolves. I mean, a lot of people don't agree with that.
I asked Alex to define it, and he defined it: leadership and being the decision maker, and so on and so forth. Like that. Like that's why I literally asked Alex to define
but he actually asks Nicole to do what she does, and then she does it. So then, who there is being the alpha, or quote unquote telling the other one what to do, and then following suit?
Okay, alpha refers to a dominant person or their behavior. So Mr. Slave is clearly not dominant. So he's not alpha. He's beta. He's zeta. He's 10 times Heta, whatever the fuck is further than beta. But yeah, so yeah. But like Mr. Slave also doesn't think 1 + 1 = 2, or he doesn't think slavery is wrong. But we're talking about a man that is highly delusional. Like let's not let's not get let's not get confused about that. Highly entertaining, but also highly delusional.
You know, I just like to come in here and argue for the sake of arguing. You know how I roll.
Yeah, I get that. But yeah, like Mr. Slave believes he has won every single debate. Okay, there was one time, this is not public yet, but Mr. Slave emailed this guy who's like this like really good debater named Avi. Anyway, they have like a Discord, so this isn't public. So he came on their Discord. I was listening to the whole thing. So they talked to him for about an hour and a half, and they literally couldn't even begin the debate because they spent an hour and a half getting Mr. Slave to state what his disagreement or point of contention was. And he just refused to answer that question. So they spent an hour and a half trying to get him to explain, hey, listen, like, what are we debating? What is your point of contention? Wouldn't answer that question, went on monologues, told personal anecdotes, fucking said this and this and that, right? There was no winners or losers because the debate didn't even begin. The day after, Mr. Slave DMs me, he was like, dude, I don't know why they say this Avi guy is so cool, so good. I destroyed him. I kicked his ass. That was a clear W for me. About a debate that didn't even begin. So again, we're talking about a man that's like highly delusional. Like the up is down, the sky's green, that sort of thing.
Delusional or confident?
Delusional.
I had to ask.
No, highly delusional.
So
I don't know.
I
don't know. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I still have to argue what alpha really is and to who.
Well, here's the thing, right? I feel like nowadays we get into all these semantics and definitions really in the last like 10 or 15 years since this whole SJW movement has began. But I mean, I think if we're being intellectually honest, we know that an alpha doesn't get walked around on a leash.
We know that Mr. Slave is not alpha. I think we all know that.
Yeah.
I don't think we do, and I don't think the chat does. That's the whole point of this.
I mean, I honestly don't. Based on what Mr. Slave tells, like, I don't think he's alpha because he's not the leader of his household. Like,
and
he's
the thing is,
leader.
Mr.
Like, he chooses to be
debatable.
Mr. Slave's making
There's no debate there.
Yeah,
there's a debate there.
There's no debate there. We have a
100%. There's a debate there.
Who is walked around on a leash
by his choice, giving instructions on
so
everything.
He's not even paying her. He's not even paying her. That's the best.
But doesn't she tell him to go on a leash? Doesn't she?
No, he actually gives most of the instructions on what he wants done to him. That's what I think.
if I recall, like back on the speed dates and stuff, like she told him to bark, and
She
she
literally
told him
has.
to go
She
on.
literally hasn't.
You guys asked her to tell him that.
But
Okay.
he only did that because she asked him, correct?
Okay, if you're on a leash, you're on your knees, you're barking like a
If
dog.
it's your choice to do
you
that,
are.
and that's what you're into, and you get a beautiful fucking woman that you don't even have to pay.
He
to do
hasn't
these
got her
things.
because he's never had sex with her. He's never touched her.
What's your definition of gotten?
Something that involves more than doing laundry for the girl. He certainly hasn't gotten her. He's never had sex with her. He's not in a
Well,
relationship with her.
I hold on
He's
because I will
just-
go
he's
back
just-
to my.
He's just her
I will-
errand boy.
I will go
I just
back.
love stirring the pot, dude.
Okay,
I
so
will
if
go
I
back
go
to
over
my
Sarah's
argument from the
house
other
and
day.
I do her laundry and I fucking bitch around for her, I cannot be like, oh, yo, I fucking got Sarah, you know? I got her.
Yeah, but
good.
they're trying
Alex,
to do
are
this
you like I need to turn my laundry over. Let's go. Why are
Hold
you
on,
still
but-
streaming?
they're trying to do
well,
this weird.
I'll let Mr. Slade take care of that one.
Alex, they're trying to do this like weird mental gymnastic where they're like, well, okay, if you tell the girl like, hey, you better give me your soap so I could do all this laundry, that's like you being dominant.
Ashley's
And
just
dude,
doing
it's just
devil's
like
advocate. She does this quite
no,
often.
I understand
get
that,
it.
but I guess
Bullshit
Mr.
troll.
Slave would more make that argument.
Well, yeah, but you can't really debate with Mr. Slave.
Yeah.
I asked yesterday. I asked him if he thinks the Earth is flat, and he thought about it for a while. He said, "Well, you can't prove it's round." That kind of tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, so
Is
going
the Earth
back
round?
to
I'm fucking done. I'm done with the internet.
Can
guys.
we prove the Earth is round, Alex?
I'm pretty sure we can.
How?
You can look at the horizon
There's many
and
ways.
see that it like
Many ways. Hashtag Team Flat Earth. Let's bring Black Pill Medicine on. If you want to say a few things. Jim is like, I'm fucking quitting the internet. Jim is gonna take his computer, fucking smash it. He's like, okay, I'm done with the internet. He's gonna go home to his like loving wife. He's gonna be like, oh mate, it's so bad over there. These fucking degenerates talking about fucking slaves and flat Earth shit. He's like,
She's going to be asking to see his Black Bible.
He's like, I just want to put some shrimp on the
he's
Barbie.
gonna think the Americans
Smoke
are
a
crazy,
cigar.
man.
Well, he already thinks the Americans are crazy. He
Fucking
said as
ride
much.
my
We're a
kangaroo-
bunch of alcoholics.
Ride
Alex, can I ask you-
kangaroo around town.
Alex, can I ask you a dumb question? Somebody,
By all
brought,
means.
somebody brought up the question in the chat. So, if I'm so beta, whatever, why don't you fight me in an MMA fight?
Oh my god.
An
What would I-
anime
what-
fight?
you think he would beat Alex?
Well, what would I gain from fighting you? Let's say I fight you and I beat the shit out of you. What do I gain from that?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they're asking in the chat.
Well,
This
yeah.
is
Number one,
this
I'm
is-
not a fighter. Number two, I don't actually dislike you, so I wouldn't even enjoy hurting you. I would feel bad hurting you. I don't want to hurt you. I don't
Dude,
think you're a bad guy. You've never done it.
Dude, even
Number
if
three,
you knocked,
it would be a total 1,000% waste of my time. So, yeah.
dude,
So,
even if you
I'm
knocked
gonna fight
Alex
someone
out,
who I
yeah,
don't dislike, even though I'm not a fighter, and I'm gonna waste all this time doing that to gain nothing. It's dumb for so many reasons. But yeah,
dude, even if you knocked Alex out in one punch, he would still be more alpha because he doesn't get walked around on a leash. Like I don't understand the question.
I can go for
Yeah.
at least 2 punches.
Boys, the new Manosphere news this week is going to be Alex and Mr. Slave go on anime fighting. Like this is
Well, look,
No, I mean,
I
wouldn't even
Breaking from
fight
the
someone that
Manosphere.
I don't like. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even fight someone I don't like. But, yeah, I don't dislike Mr. Slave. Why would I want to hurt him?
No, I love Mr. Slave. He's a character.
Yeah,
He's
he's-
awesome.
I like him a lot.
It's a
But
lose-lose.
this
It's a lose-lose for me.
conversation
It's a lose-lose because
generated.
if I beat him, I hurt him, and I don't want that. And if I lose, I get beat up, and I don't want that either. So there's no way I
Wait,
can
Alex,
lose.
Exactly.
Put
This
a poll-
conversation is
Put a poll in
degenerated.
the chat
Whose
if the
dick is
chat wants
bigger?
an
My
MMA
dick
fight
or your
between me
dick?
and you.
Fucking
I'm
boys
curious.
arguing.
You.
Dude, it doesn't matter if 99.9% of the chat wants me to fight you. I'm still not going
I
to do
love
it.
you.
Hugh, how's your haircut going, bud? How's your haircut going?
It's getting
It's always
better.
chicken
Your hair
out.
grows fast. You must take your
It's always
vitamins.
what?
It's coming down. It's
You
coming
can
down.
always chicken out. I'm just curious what the chat wants.
I want to talk about
relevant what the chat wants.
That's the best sweater ever. Sipmas. Yeah.
Have a holly jolly Sipmas.
I got matching ones with my father.
So,
That's precious.
Anyone in the chat that does not think that I'm alpha is welcome to face me in a ring.
Mr.
Mr. Slave,
everybody
you know how to.
in the chat is going to agree that you're not alpha.
Dude,
Like,
just by saying that, you
Alex,
sound
pick a
good.
poll.
There's
Alex, pick a
several
poll.
people. There are several people in the chat that agree that he is alpha. That's what I was saying. They really
don't
are.
think he is.
There have
Then
been
they're
people in there
retarded.
saying a lot of things.
If someone thinks Mr. Slave is alpha, they're a retard. There's no way around that.
Can we do a poll?
I think there's a
Alex?
difference
Can you set up
between
a
being
poll?
alpha and being masculine. I think alpha is a pseudo masculinity. I don't think it's actually
He
truly
is
masculine.
Bro,
neither
it's
one
just
of those
semantics.
things.
Just
He's
semantics.
not alpha. He's not masculine.
Semantics are important.
No, they're not.
Well, we can
I would
agree to
agree.
Can you
disagree.
just do a poll, Alex?
Again, this is like the bandwagon fallacy. Like it doesn't matter what the most people think. It doesn't make it true. So
Does
10
Mr. Slave
million
have the
people,
halo effect?
20 billion people could think Mr. Slave is alpha. That still wouldn't make him alpha.
Really? If a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, did it make a sound?
If the bear shits,
If a slave is walked on a leash, and no one is holding the leash,
it's
then how
the
did
Catholic.
then didn't the
Alex-
slave walk itself?
Alex, this is the second challenge that you're chickening away from. I'm
He's not
becoming.
chickening away from
all your
anything.
challenges.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Oh.
All I'm saying is that, like, I have been
This is a
around
good
a lot of
challenge.
pussy ass males, and Mr. Slave's not a puss. That's all I'm saying. He's not a pussy.
I don't
No,
think
he's
Mr. Play.
definitely a pussy.
I don't
He's
think he's
not
a
a pussy.
Mr.
Bro,
wait,
oh,
Mr. Slave, can you
Perhaps maybe Alex,
can
maybe
you
from
do
a,
us a service and turn on your camera and show us some of your 1-2 combos and some hooks?
I don't
and
think
kicks?
Mr. Slave is a pussy, but I don't think he's alpha either.
Mr. Slave, can you demonstrate your Tai Chi, your Taekwondo, your Wing Chun for us, please?
Everybody Wang Chung tonight.
Everybody Wing Chun tonight.
Guys, stop derailing. I want to see his move.
Oh my God, he was getting triggered. Calm down. Calm
Trigger,
down.
trigger.
He's not
Sorry,
gonna do it. He doesn't
Mr.
want to
Slave,
get
ahead.
off.
can you? Mr.
Slurg
Slave,
out.
for me,
Wait.
can
He
you?
doesn't
I
want to get
would
dogs.
if you,
He's not
but
gonna do
first
it.
you have to. Before that, you have to accept my invitation for an MMA fight.
Me?
Yes, you.
I've been training, so I will. I'll
When you
accept
coming
your. I'll
over?
accept your. No, you have to come to me. I'm
Oh,
a
there
young
we
lad.
go.
I don't have
Don't
finances.
worry, I'll draft up the contract pro bono.
Yeah, Jim will take care of the legal side of it.
Oh my God.
I get 10%.
Mr.
My whole
Slave,
point. My whole
can
point
you-
earlier was that Mr. Slave, I don't think is beta at all. I think that he's probably alpha in most areas of his life. I do, and I think that maybe his sexual tendencies or preferences could be considered conventionally beta, right? But I don't think that makes him a beta male.
and that's very common. There's a lot of people, especially in the BDSM community, where their sexual preferences are the opposite of who they are in real life. So you could make that argument, but we haven't really
Jim,
seen
these people
Mr.
need
Slave in a
Jesus.
real life setting.
Right.
Jim,
Yeah.
these people need Jesus. I'm with you. You know, like look at these degenerate Americans.
Alex, shut the
Amen. Let me bless you all.
We need to do something about this crumbling society, Jim. I'm with you on that. If we're living in a world where we're not sure if someone who's walked around on a leash and barks
it's
like a
beyond
dog is
saving,
alpha or
mate.
beta,
But that's a
Like-
sexual. That's the
beyond
sexual
saving,
side.
they're
And you can argue that
compromising.
that is very beta. But so this is where everyone doesn't understand. Like, humans are not alpha or beta. They're not in categories. You could be alpha in one setting, you could be completely beta in another. For example, you could have complete confidence when it comes to dating, but then you go to like a chess tournament and get your ass whipped, and then feel like
I do
like
agree
the
with
worst
that,
of the
Hugh.
worst.
I do agree with
So
that.
there are specific
circumstantial.
areas.
Yes.
So
because-
if you want to talk about like life in general, you'd have to see him in a life setting to see how he does.
And that's
But
why I
if you
asked the
can make the
question.
argument that from a sexual setting, yes, he's very submissive and very feminine.
And that's
because
why
the
I asked the
slave
question
role
about his
tends to
sexual
hold up.
versus
Beta.
lifestyle.
How is that feminine? I'm sorry, but I disagree with you on feminine.
What do you think femininity
It's
is?
okay to be
I don't think
submissive
feminine
as
has
a
anything to
feminine.
do with pee and poop and whips
No,
and
I think
chains
it's
and
okay
whistles
to
and
be-
yo-yos.
but it's okay.
But that's all a form of submission.
But it is all submission, and I agree that femininity is part of submission. Like it's part of that. I do agree with that. I agree with you on that.
I don't agree that any of this is feminine.
I
So
think
would
it
you
is
call it
feminine.
Ashley, do you
masculine?
think Mr. Slave is masculine? Do you think he's dominant?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. I already told you that, like, sexually, I'm not.
Let's
what is
change the
dominance,
scenario.
though? You're
Okay, so
saying
here's
Can I give a scenario?
There's
To
femininity
Blackpill.
and masculinity,
Blackpill.
but there's not.
Blackpill, I disagree with you on the following. If you're screwing a woman, you're on top, and the next day you're under, are you an alpha or a beta?
No,
Beta.
that's
not.
both
I think you'd be
alpha.
more of a
They're
I don't
both-
think I don't think anyone's a wife beta.
Beta.
Wait, did you say white? Wait, what? No, he said on
think
top.
Mr.
one.
Slave-
All right. I'll say it in American. Alpha, beta.
Beta.
Oh, shit.
So people can be also
That's
switched
amazing.
in their sexuality as well.
Amazing.
So they can have a
There is
preference
a
for both.
hierarchy, mate. In animal
Think
kingdom,
about
in
blacks.
human beings, we're all in a hierarchy in terms of height, intelligence, innovation, you name it.
Yes, well, I agree,
We're not
I agree
all
with
the
that.
same. And so the hierarchy, so equality and diversity and all this bullshit, that's what's the problem. And what you just said, Black, I literally disagree because you're saying there's no such thing as alpha. I think there is.
Mr. Jim is correct on this one.
Okay, so when you look at my version of alpha is pseudo masculinity. It's not true masculinity. It's masculinity that has been created through wounded experiences that create what I would consider wounded masculinity. So, for example, aggression or like dominant, like physically trying to control someone, those are not really masculine traits. A leader does not need to control.
You're describing fake alpha characteristics. You're describing a character of alpha. Like this is what people think. Oh, alpha means like fighting people and like being
Yeah,
controlled.
like
that's not really.
that's not alpha.
That's not really.
Alpha is a leader. Alpha is a leader, not. Yeah, there's a very vast difference.
Then you guys are making my argument for me. Then who was
But
leading?
he's not leading.
How do you know? What is your
Can I say something? Blackpill, if you're on a Titanic and you're an able-bodied young male, and you say, right, young lady, you take my place on the boat, and you die, I think you can be feeble, very weak looking, no karate expert. I think you're a very alpha, virtuous person.
What?
So
I don't like the
your
term
life,
alpha beta
sacrificing
because people that
takes
don't
balls,
understand it and they use it
takes
incorrectly.
balls,
Jim,
especially in this sphere.
Jim, that's
to
someone
be
who's
alpha.
virtuous. Jim,
Put
that's
your
someone
money
who's,
where your mouth is.
Jim, that's someone who's virtuous, but not necessarily alpha. That actually doesn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, well, I think it does.
That's someone who's a good person.
I
Alpha
agree with
simply
No,
means-
that's not. No, it's got nothing to do with
simply
good.
means
No,
leadership.
nothing to do with good whatsoever or bad. It's
Depends if
Alpha
she's a
about-
hoe.
think about what I just said.
I'm gonna have to piggyback off of black pill medicine here because if we're going off of like alpha and beta, I don't necessarily. I mean, I think they exist now because they were put in place at a certain point in time. But at a base level, like alpha and beta was only brought up sociologically through the development of society and communities and stuff like that. It wasn't something that was just inherent in nature before that. It was just something that, at least in our nature. Well, I don't know. I guess
I do think it was in nature.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I guess,
It was in nature. It was evolution. Like that.
Well, yeah, but
men
it depends on your
develop
belief in
the
that, I guess.
The role, like men they go out, they hunt, they're the protectors, yada yada yada. Women are the gatherers of the berries and this and that shit. But like, I think that men are inherently the leaders of the pack. Like they are the leaders.
Yeah, but no one's
of
arguing
us.
about the traits of an alpha. Black pill medicine and I are just arguing about like the fact that alpha and beta are just like not good names compared to like
the reason why you have
masculinity.
all
It
these,
doesn't really.
movements and all
I
these
think
people
they're
trying
great
to be,
names. They're great definitions. If a man is beta, he's beta. If he's alpha, he's alpha.
I think they are the names. Like,
Yeah.
Well, I gotta play devil's advocate here because you guys are kind of just like sticking with them. But I think black pill medicine has a good point.
What you're seeing in modern society is you're seeing people trying to show their true authenticity. You're seeing people trying to actually show that they're not in one category or the other in terms of alpha and in terms of beta. You're seeing people that are trying to say, hey, the way that you've ran society over the last 2,000 years doesn't fucking work. It's a fucking joke. Most people are in fucking trash
Bro, it
situations,
was better
and a
back
lot
then.
of
What are you
things need
talking
to
about?
change.
What?
Can we get
Brad, did you
what?
just are you smoking crack right
Bro,
now?
you think 2022 is better than 1920? Is this a joke?
Have you
Oh,
lived in the
100%.
1920s? I think you're seeing that very
Bro,
differently.
and
That's
You're
bro,
literally
in the
talking
Hey,
about
why
the
don't you
Great
ask
oh my
the two
Depression,
women
goodness.
on the
Brad.
panel?
No,
I might
quality of
American
life is higher
history.
now than it's ever been.
Yeah,
I
if
might
you're
agree
talking,
with you. I might agree
Quality
The
with
of
you.
life
great
for
downfall
one
of
thing.
men,
We
literally,
are
the
all
great
living
No,
downfall.
hold
Yeah,
on.
you like
ways of
named
the
the
past.
worst era ever. Like, what?
Yeah, hold
Right
on.
now
No,
is the best
it's
time to
Do
be
you
better.
think the
alive by multiple
1950s is a
reasons.
good area? Because I'd love to debate you on that. If you think the 1950s was a great time for men and women,
Dude, Kevin Ray Wilder just made a video about it, and Alex already knows. Like,
Oh,
I
well,
used
then
to
we
not
know
be.
it's based.
it was the
Yeah,
creation of consumerism. It was the division between men and
Okay,
women. It
whatever.
told
I'm not here to debate
women
Kevin,
that
but
they
I'm just saying,
deserve to be in the house so they could sell you a fucking vacuum
bro. I'm
cleaner.
trying to
And they
talk. I don't
told
know
men
what
that they
you're
needed to
saying.
go out and work so they
You're
could
way
have bond
off
with
on
their
that because
children.
quality of life by pretty much every metric is, with the possible
No,
exception
listen to what I'm
of certain
listen.
dating, is better now than it's ever been.
Listen to what I'm saying. In 2022, the quality of life is better in a lot of ways. Like, yes, we're all talking on the internet right now. We have our smartphone or our laptop or whatever. But today, the nuclear family is destroyed. Feminism's taking over. Wokeism is taking over. So, yes, it's better in some ways. I have a fucking iPhone.
The
But guess
Actually,
what?
traditional
Can I
Brad,
get
nuclear
the
family,
nuclear
the
family?
traditional
Brad,
nuclear family should have been destroyed.
hold
Should be
on,
dead and
Brad.
buried.
The
You're against
younger,
the nuclear family?
hold
I'm
on,
against
Brad.
the
The
idea
younger
that a man should simply
generation,
be a provider and
Brad,
not bond with their children. When the science shows that
No,
if
this is
men
not
don't
true.
bond with their children,
The
they
nuclear
end up in a
family
higher
has
Brad,
Well,
state
I
of
can't hear
divorce.
there's many
black
people
pill.
who
Christ.
still have nuclear
Brad,
family. Like literally, my
Brad,
whole
the
family,
younger
extended family has
generation,
nuclear family.
no, hold on. The younger generation is actually tacting to the whole nuclear family concept. Like they are going like husband, wife, children. We're not getting divorced. This is it. We're going like to and now, like forever.
Cycle.
And that part I
It's,
agree with. What I don't agree
yeah,
with
like
was
they're
the
going
idea of
with it.
society.
Unfortunately, the 30s and 40-year-olds right now, they've all gone through divorce. They're going through divorces on their own because their parents went through them, yada, yada, yada. And now we're having their, like the 40-year-old cycle of their children who
Dude,
have gone through divorce.
yeah.
And now they don't want to go through a divorce. So now they are going for the nuclear family unit. Like
Nice
you're
tank
seeing
top.
a cycle.
Okay,
That's
let me defend Brad a little bit here. I'm not gonna defend the 1920s being a better time to live part. I think that was just, I think that was a little bit facetious of him to say.
Well, we
But
didn't have an
I
iPhone
understand.
back
Yep,
then.
okay, Brad. But I'm arguing your point here. I understand where he's coming from because in any objective sense, I think nowadays life is better in multiple different facets. But at the same time, it's also significantly worsened because not only has like the food industry become worse, inflation's going up, divorces are at an all-time high, kids aren't graduating school, kids are having kids and they're raising their kids to be degenerates in society. iPhones are having somebody's
Okay,
there
I
we go.
knew it's black.
And people are having kids and they're raising them to become degenerates in society. They just give them like an iPhone. So I don't think iPhones are necessarily representative of a good time. I think iPhones actually contribute to the worst times, and it's slowly ruining society as a whole. Especially if you look at
it's
TikTok
the
and
apps.
stuff like that.
It's the apps.
Well,
It's
it's
the
also
apps.
it's also the phone in general, though. Like instead of taking
I
care of
agree
your
with you.
children's attention, you're
We
just
live in a very narcissism-driven society where it's teaching people to become narcissism. Not narcissists, but
Greg,
there's
what's
two
for dinner
different.
tonight?
Sarah,
This
don't
isn't
be
dinner.
dinner.
This
What
is
the
like
fuck?
a snack.
To put it in a nutshell, we're living in Mr. Slave
It's ass.
Society. I'm number one.
We are
Fuck
not
everyone
living
else.
in Mr. Slave Society. We are not. Honey,
Yeah,
we are
that's
not.
not true.
Mr. Jim, we are not living in Mr. Slave Society by any means. He is like of a very small percentage. There are very few females that put up with that, and this is actually
No,
not a
you're
family.
misunderstanding me.
Listen.
He is not a family unit by any means. She does not want to marry him. This will not fruition to any type of marriage, children, yada, yada, yada. Like, this is simply a fantasy being worked out in real life, yada, yada, yada. And they're both getting their rocks off.
Have you ever heard of the word
McClarity.
he-say?
McClarity.
Sarah, have you ever heard of the word he-say?
Hearsay.
Oh, hearsay. Yes.
Hearsay. Sorry.
Penis? Oh, sorry.
Penis what?
I thought he said penis size. My bad.
my God.
brain is...
My bad.
Well, it's close.
Greg was opening
I
a
will do.
fucking McDouble, so.
Nah, it's not a
Now,
McDouble.
what
I
I'm
have
saying-
a triple. No, I haven't.
Guys,
I was-
one
I was
thing,
actually-
guys. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I want to make this point
I'm
quick.
sorry,
One thing I
Mr.
can,
Jim.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
be
I
Mr.
can
Slave
say-
since Mr. Slave can't speak. Listen, you have to understand that this universe is very, very different. That is terrific. I don't care who thinks different of me. I'm just like being Mr. Slave because he can't,
Stop,
Okay.
Greg. Let Mr.
I
Jim
think
finish,
we have
okay?
like way too many people on.
Dude, Alex,
Guys,
Nick
check this
Ashley's
out.
on here again. That's not
Guys,
me.
check this out. In 2022, we might have more technology, we might have more comfort, but guess what? One of the biggest industries in the world is to go pick up dead people, old people who are dead, because there's a lot of old people
who are dead.
that they don't even talk to their family. They could be dead for a month and nobody even knows.
Hey,
And
wait,
the
hold
only
on,
reason
hold on one-
anybody
hold on, hold
Brad,
on.
we also live longer now than we
Alex,
ever have before.
Alex,
No,
that got
dude.
very
Alex.
morbid really quickly.
Our baby,
Okay, I was about to say, you have a
Dude,
troll on the
in the
panel.
1920s, you would
baby.
know if your grandfather was
Oh, wait, is
dead
that a
because
fake
you talked
Ashley?
to him.
He dropped
I
it.
would
Yes,
have
the
it,
fake
not I
Ashley
agree with
was
you
on.
that
I was
means
just
that
trying to tell
living-
him.
living longer isn't exactly representative of like living in better times because people when they
Well,
live
if I was
longer
able
and
to
have shit
finish,
lives, it's even
I would
worse.
explain. We infant fatalities are the lowest it's ever been. Hunger is at the lowest it's ever been. Like literally any metric when it comes to health and well-being, like people forget like how difficult times were back then. You had to fight in a war. You had to do. Most people had to do manual labor. You worked all the time. It wasn't nearly as easy. Technology has made some things worse, but overall, it has significantly improved the quality of our life. This conversation would never be able to happen. You could only interact with people who live in your city back then. We would not be having this conversation. We would not know about Mr. Slave. We would not know about Mr. Jim. Like
Mr. Jim.
things that people take for granted wouldn't be able to happen in those days. So it wasn't like this, like people, and especially in the Red Pill community,
Oh, it's
like
White Pill talking shit.
like literally like glorified like the 50s as some like awesome time, but they forget all the negative things that like literally were going on.
Yeah,
So,
they see it through. I
so-
think they see it
You
through a
must-
media lens
you
because the
boys-
1950s
You
was
must
not
understand,
that
just
period.
please. Opulence equals degeneracy. Now, I'll talk in terms of Catholicism, Christianity. Each one of us has a cross to bear. Some have bigger crosses, some lesser crosses. We're not perfect human beings. The whole idea of God is this world, this society is not the end. That's the Christian belief. I'm not going to argue here pros and cons of Christianity. But the thing which bred real men, so-called alpha men, 1920s or 1820s for that matter, was the hardship. Look at Gulag. Read Alexander Solzhenitsyn and Gulag Archipelago. People were in Siberia in prison. They didn't have food. They were starving, literally. Look at the He-Man in Ukraine. Takes balls to be in 20 degrees Celsius on a front line and fighting for your fucking country. How many Americans?
But
No,
you're
Jesus,
also
let me
talking
finish.
about.
I agree with
But
you.
you're
People fucking
also
fight
talking
for
about-
America. You just letting a fucking million people, and that Biden in diapers let all these fucking million people, and everybody's so.
Well, ironically, so on Jim's
Yeah,
point,
one more thing. Let me
So-
finish. Imagine
Hold
Joe
on,
Biden going to bed
Let me try to
and he's got
understand.
his hand on a nuclear button, and Jill is next to him and thinks he's feeling Jill, but it's a nuclear button. He's gonna fuck up the world. He thinks
Jim,
it's
I just-
a vagina, and all of a sudden it's not. Boom, kaboom. So much for
Yeah.
American
Jim, I
fucking
gotta
democracy.
disagree. I just gotta
Mr.
disagree
Bowden
with
is
one
very
thing you
bitter.
said.
Your accent,
Wait,
accent
the world, eh?
sometimes
wait,
better.
I gotta
You
say
don't
this.
realize how fucking we're that much close to a nuclear war.
Listen, so
Talking about
you
pussy.
have to understand
Fucking hell.
that
I'm muting everybody because I want to make this point.
I've got everyone going.
Jim,
Hey, Sarah,
Jim.
relax. All right.
I'm muting Jim too. Jim, there's something very important that I disagree with, and that is when you said we're not perfect human beings. I personally think you're very much a perfect human being, Jim. You are the peak of perfection. So I just want you to know that. There we go. Continue on.
No, I had my say.
Hey, Jim, can I
Alex,
talk about
Alex,
Jim's
you
point?
need to let I Am Sam on for fucking real.
Jim's
Yeah,
got
we're
his cavalry
fine.
going.
Fucking hilarious.
Alex, I just
Bring
that
on the
sounds hilarious.
Actually, thank you.
just get Sam on, and then I was told by Coach Whitepill to cast a spell. So now Coach Whitepill has game, but sorry, my spell failed, so I guess he doesn't have game.
What's up? I Am Sam.
Greg,
He's here
what?
telling me. Yo, what's up, Uncle
I
Sam?
am Sam. We were talking the other night.
I know, he's
Let's,
fucking
You
hilarious.
jumped off
Yeah,
too
Sam
quick,
is
dude.
cool. Yeah. Sam, you have to talk. You can't just be quiet. As
He's
a
like
slave,
fucking. Okay, whatever.
my queen.
Oh, sorry guys. I was just kind of listening because a lot of people aren't doing it tonight. They're just yelling and talking. I'm Sam Hill. I'm a Sarah and Ashley super fan, and I'm 100% behind them taking on the man of spheres and spheres of men. And I'm very interested in what's going on. But like Mr. Slave, I think we established that he was in a bunch of circles and Venn diagrams of DOMs and other things last night. And then I went to sleep. Yeah, he's like,
wait, I'm Sam. Real quick, are you that guy Death from the chat?
no, I'm Sam Hill in the chat. Sometimes
Nah, he's a different guy. It's not that.
Okay,
It's a
someone's
completely
telling me
different guy. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Alex? It's not. I'm trying not. I'm not going to be disrespectful, but the name "Playing with Fire." Did you think long about playing with fire? Did you ever think about running with scissors? No.
Lols.
Does it-
No, I mean it was someone else that came up with the name, but yeah,
Okay.
it was Captain used it.
So you're like basically the new version of whatever was going on with the seduction people back in the early 90s and 2000s. You're like the next evolution of that, right? That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Oh, I'm just trying to get that. But I like Jim. Jim has a lot to say. He's very, very trying to exert his dominance as soon as he got here. I'm kind of thinking that maybe when he goes home, he doesn't get a lot of attention at the house. I'm just kind of thinking that. Even though he gets
I agree.
Are you talking
I
about
also
me?
agree with that. I also agree with that.
I get a lot of attention.
I tried.
No, I'm talking about
I
Jim
also tried to.
Bowden.
No, Jim. I tried to bring that kind of out. That whole point out earlier.
Well, I've been married twice. Okay, I have an ex-wife and 2 boys, and I'm married to a current Filipino.
Well, that's your fucking bad luck.
Oh, Jim!
Damn,
Boy.
that is a
What do you
burn,
say?
my
I
friend.
to go through a lawyer like Jim,
Not another fucking divorced person.
Yeah,
Get
with
in the
kids-
queue.
with children.
Put
Yeah,
the money on the fridge.
My bitch ex-wife went all the way across the country to a family in fucking Philadelphia, and I'm over here in California. Yeah, I get the whole thing.
Wait, are you from Philly?
No, I'm from fucking California. My bitch
Oh.
ex-wife is from fucking Philadelphia.
Oh, I
Jim,
feel
you ever
sorry
see the
for you.
show Mrs. Brown's Boys?
But I get
No, I'm too busy. No, I don't watch television. I'm the only
'Cause
lawyer without a watch, no watch, and no mobile, and no social media. The only thing I've got is my cards. And that's
Yeah,
all I
Okay.
have.
Jim doesn't have time for that. He's fucking his wife, fucking his secretaries, riding.
Jim's
his
a
kangaroo
fucking
around.
Chad, bro. He's a
Well,
giga
something
Chad.
like that. And what
Jim
good
mods
on
all
me.
of you guys.
She'll be right, mate. That's all right.
You think Jim has time for TV?
But
No,
Jim, so
is
I will
TV.
say this about the whole, hard times make harder men type
Oh God.
thing.
I'm a hard
Is
man.
Jim, can I ask?
it also
do you,
works the other way around too.
May I ask really quickly, Jim? Do you fuck your secretaries?
No, I don't. No.
Have you fucked anybody else but your wife?
Yeah, I had about in my well.
All right, problem
Prostitution is
solved.
legal in
Many
Australia.
years ago, as a young man, I'm an old fart.
But Jimmy, I mean, prostitution is legal in Australia. So if you want to go get a fuck, you can just go it's like going to McDonald's or the fucking
Yeah,
Starbucks.
so, you got drive-through.
Get a big titty.
You think Jim needs something like that?
Drive-through to get a piece of ass?
You just ask for a quickie.
Yes.
I'm on my way.
And they ask whether you want a left-hander or right-hander. Which shape do you want?
Jim, do you believe that
That's like asking if Leonardo DiCaprio fucks prostitutes. You think Jim needs that shit?
Well, it's a big industry in Australia. I mean, a lot of people go there to, start businesses and being whores and stuff. I mean, it's 100% true.
What are you trying to say? I'm sorry, I missed that.
The big, the legalization of prostitution in Australia. I mean, it's like fucking legal. I mean, it's big business.
Yeah, so what?
The country where it's big business, I find it hard that maybe OnlyFans and
very
everything's kind of
good.
like go on. Why would some stupid nerd be on the internet paying some other bitch like $50 a month to look at her private parts when he could just go down a whorehouse and get some pussy? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Because
holy shit, problem solved. Jim can
Because
just
they're not paying for the sex, they're paying for the companionship, the girlfriend experience.
It is loneliness.
It's companionship now.
Could I say something?
I get it.
Could I say something? All the men are very, very lonely, and not only men but women, I would say. And I'm generalizing, but that's unfortunately it is a lack of extended family. You touched upon that before, 1920s, where there was always a safety net, which is your extended family, nieces, nephews, all lived in one street or thereabouts in the same suburb. Like the Italian suburbs, the Greek suburbs, the Polack suburbs of New York, Chicago, and so forth. That's all gone. That's all only in distant memory. But that's sort of that's what I'm talking about. Men being a social animal. We need other people, which unfortunately Mr. Slade contradicts me. He's of the view, as long as I'm number one, I don't give a flying fuck about anybody else. And I'd say that's a wrong philosophy and thought he's holding.
Why?
Mr. Slade isn't lonely. He has an owner and he has a bunch of other people on that owner's leash. There's a little community of people. He's not necessarily lonely.
And you have to understand that this is what makes me, Mr. Sam, right? That is your name.
Yes,
Mr. Sam. So you have to understand that my queen is, someone who I look up to. She is my heart and she is my soul. So you have to keep that in mind.
What when she gives you gold in a shower?
No, listen.
Oh, no.
Mr. Jim, is it? You have to just
Jim
understand.
Bowden.
For example, do you think smoking cigarettes is healthy?
No, I smoke wacky tobacco.
What if I told you
shit.
that
the
nicotine is actually good for you because it relieves constipation. Therefore, smoking is actually healthy.
Greg, there's lots of other ways you can relieve constipation.
Greg is very base.
This looks like Whoremaxxer talking with Mr. Slade's voice. I don't know.
It is Whoremaxxer. It is me. I get the highest testosterone in the panel. This Greg with his low testosterone. His little doughboy. Very, very ugly, sub 5.
All right, Greg, let's chill out on these little imitations. They're like fucking.
I know. Well, I have to put on the show. I was trying to relieve the tension.
Good. I like that. I was like, particularly the mix up.
You can put on the show by stirring up the pod between Jim and Mr. Slave.
We could stir the pot. Well, Mr. Slave said he liked my imitations. He said do more. So I was like,
Jim, Mr. Slave said that actually having a lot of papers in your office is beta. So yeah, he
Mr. Slave is a giga chad.
He was saying that it's actually really beta to have a lot of papers in your office and a bunch of
Mr. Jim has a lot of papers.
Jim, are you a giga chad?
Are you like an Aussie Giga Chad? Is that what they call you?
That's a mute point. Of course he is. But yeah, so
Base.
Mr. Slave was
Could you
saying.
elaborate, explain that, please. Well, say that again. I'm really having bad reception.
Okay, Jim. Mr. Slave told me that it is extremely beta to have a lot of papers in your office, especially lots of diplomas. He said that is super duper beta.
Why?
I don't know. You'll ask him, but he was saying that it probably implies that, you know.
All right, I'll take. Next time I'll cover them. I'll take them off. Would that make you happy?
Well, I mean, Jim, you don't want to give in like that.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait, Jim. All these Hold on, Jim. All these diplomas, these are just government
Guys,
certificates,
I'm
aren't they?
I'm so dull with this. I'm about to start taking my clothes off.
Okay.
Like
Don't
this
make
is
yourself
getting to the
sound-
point of like
Well,
pure
you know,
stupidity.
Jim,
Like
That should have been Mr. Slave's.
I'm
I
gonna call out
vote Sarah takes her clothes off.
Let's call out Sarah. I bet she won't. She's all talk.
okay, one in the
Yes,
chat. One in the chat.
Oh, no.
If I take my shirt off.
Sarah, I think
Yeah.
Alex's abs
Yeah,
were
right.
way better than yours. To be
My
quite
Yeah, I think
abs
you don't even have abs.
Listen,
yeah, I don't even
Jim's
think.
abs
I think
are
you're
better than
lying.
yours.
You're
on.
capping. You're capping.
Ashley wants me to
I
get
think
naked.
Jim has a better abs than you.
One in the chat if you want me to take my shirt off and show that my abs, after having 2 children, are still better than Alex's.
I think Jim has better abs than you.
What? Oh, Jim.
I think
Jim's
everyone has
ab
better abs
maxi.
than you, Sarah. You don't even have abs. That was photoshopped.
Seriously, Jim,
I think
Ashley's
Mr. Slave's
pushing.
leash has better abs than you.
Ashley's pushing.
You were photoshopped last time.
Jim, how's your prostate? You're that age and you have bad prostates and you're
Not
Sarah,
enough
I bet if you were to take your shirt off, all we would see is just like an overripe tomato.
An overripe tomato. Not enough ones in the chat. I gotta see likes. I gotta see ones. Let's go. Bring it.
Like, comment, sub.
Wait,
share.
that's the sentence. You're still here? Why are you hiding? Come on the live.
I
stream.
only-
Well, bro. This guy,
But
this
you
guy,
go
I love the
to-
people that talk massive
Tell
shit and then they never want to come on.
They never do.
They never do.
They never do. Yeah.
She's gonna take off her shirt. Oh my God! Here it goes. There it goes.
Best stream ever.
Yeah, she could definitely take a punch to the stomach.
Mr. Jim is happy.
But
Mr. Jim, could Sarah be your secretary?
Yes. You're hired.
Oh, now Jim is.
You're hired.
Jim, what would you do if Sarah was your secretary? How would you treat her? Would you be
I do
like,
have
"Oh, I
the
dropped
legal
something. Can
background.
you pick this up, Miss Secretary?"
All my files will go in the bottom drawer.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Jim,
He
while
didn't
she's
lick-
like organizing your
he
files,
licked
will you come up
his
behind her and grab her ass and be like, "Surprise!"
Mouth. Oh my God!
Surprise!
Jim, you're a lawyer, so no one can fuck with you. Like,
He did the Boba Fett move. You know what I mean? Jesus, no.
Jim, how many babies have you had?
Oh shit! No,
More than
I'm
you.
not into that. I've got 4 kids. And,
But how many babies have you had?
0, nada, nicht. 0.
This is why Alex brings me on for the stupid shit.
Jim
This
is just
stupid
being
shit right
honest.
here.
He's had at least a dozen babies.
I'm so bored with this fucking conversation. Like this whole debate on Mr. Slave. Like we've had this debate. This is part
Yeah, like
2.
3 days in a row.
Like
It's
I'm
like 3
so
days.
done.
No,
I'm
Sarah, this is like
so
part
done.
4, literally.
Seriously, like really, like we're done.
Okay,
Okay.
I want 5
Okay,
more.
instead
We're
of
done. You
Jim,
need more ass in your fucking stream, Alex. Jesus Christ.
instead
Are
of
you so-
psychoanalyzing Mr. Slade, we should psychoanalyze Jim.
Yes, let's do it.
Go ahead, come on.
Well, I know that he
Catholicism
has
at
a
its finest.
prostate. I gotta say, he has to have a bad prostate, and he's on alpha blockers, right?
Nah.
Oh yeah,
I'm a simple lawyer here in Sydney.
you get up in the morning, you pee regularly in the middle of the night. You got no prostate issues.
I've got no, I wouldn't say prostate issues, but I'm getting there. I'm not a spring chicken.
You're there.
Yeah,
You're
you
there,
try to
honey
get to your
bun.
day. So at the beginning of the night, you got to get up several times, and then
Jim,
you get to
shut
your
the
walk.
fuck
No.
up,
Well,
shut
tonight
up,
I
shut
will
up.
because I got a bit of drink. Yes, I would say so. Yeah.
Oh,
Jim,
what you?
Jim, I'll check your prostate.
No,
I
check your
think
prostate.
Jim has a
Like, come here.
humongous
I'll
schlong.
make you come with one finger.
He probably does. As you get older, gravity takes over and things stretch out.
No, I think Jim has like a 14-inch long.
Nobody has 14-inch slams.
No,
I mean,
I doubt it.
now
He's
you
like,
make me blush.
He's like at most
Alex,
a
you
5-incher.
make me blush, man.
At most a
Jim, do you
5-incher.
call it the
I have a
lawmaker?
theory. The reason that Jim is so loud is because all the blood flow is going to his
No.
schlong. So he
Alex.
literally there's no blood
Alex.
in his ears, so you can't
I can
hear.
tell that he,
But that's
I
just
can
'cause
tell that
there's
he does
too
have
much
high
blood flow
blood
going
pressure.
to
His
his
face is
lungs.
all
Nah,
red like tomato.
Mr.
The
Jim
blood
is a
goes from my
5-incher.
dick to my brain. So there you
The
are. So
louder
that's
they are, the
You got high
smaller
blood
their dick.
pressure, Jim. I think
the
you should
high
get
blood pressure.
you do. I can see it.
The
It's on your
louder they
face.
He has
are,
high schlong
the
pressure.
smaller their dick.
You're so red. You're
Schlong
red like
pressure.
a tomato. Sarah's a
Schlong pressure.
potato. I doubt she has high blood pressure though.
Mr. Jim is a 5x1. Okay, that's at most.
What a, wow. It's, that's amazing. You can just do
He's
that.
a loud talker. He's compensating, honey bun.
Oh
5x1.
God. He could be deaf.
I
We don't know.
Jim actually sent me some photos, some fuck videos during this debate, and well,
And
Go and show him.
let's just say that I feel very, very
Inferior.
demasculated after watching Jim's technique.
Jim, since you and I are both the only parents on the panel, well, male parents,
probably
okay?
fucking like.
Okay. Do you have a son? I have two sons. Okay.
I've got two daughters and two sons.
All right. So my sons are like 12 and 9. Okay. So they're far across the country. I do have I don't know how manly they're going to be. And people might say, oh, you don't sound manly, but I'm more man than most people. How do you feel about how you've raised your sons? Are they older than 12 and not,
No. I've got a son, 34. He's in London. He's a medical doctor.
So he's all alphaed out. You got him set and straight. He's not like,
I think I've got a picture here somewhere.
He's very masculine, huh?
I'll show you. Wait, somewhere.
Jim is going to bring up the receipts.
He's got a spouse. He's going to make you grandchildren. Oh, there he is. There he is. There you go. Very good job, Jim. So you have some experience in making a boy.
This is
I've got
crazy.
two boys.
Dude, Jim has more receipts than Coach Whitebill.
But he's a lawyer. Lawyers are all about the receipts, and that's all they do.
Jim has some receipts.
So
no. Law is a mug's game. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It's just too much.
It's a lot of hours, right?
Yeah, it is. I literally do about 10 hours to 12 hours, 7 days a week, literally.
And so does your blood
yesterday was
pressure?
Christmas. It is just terrible.
Did you work yesterday? I mean, was yesterday Christmas?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No.
Didn't?
I went to mass and my daughters and my one son see wife.
Oh shit, we got the shit talker here. All right, let's bring him on. There he is.
Oh, it's death sentence.
He's an alien. That's a plot twist. You're muted, dude.
Oh, Jim, somebody's calling.
Jim,
probably
it's
one
your
of
wife
his
calling.
hoes.
Jim, it's your secretary. She's pregnant.
Wife is calling. She's like, why are you still not home? She's like, Jim, why are you still not home? You've been at the office for 12 hours. What are you doing? He's like, arguing with people on the internet.
No, I'll tell you, I'm procrastinating. I'm preparing for there's a law term. The courts are now closed till first week in February. So that's when the law term opens.
Holy!
Not local courts are open, but
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking annoying.
I guess justice isn't swift in Australia. What the fuck is that?
No, it's very hot. Today's, I'll tell you what the temperature is. 28 Celsius. I don't know Fahrenheit. I don't know what Fahrenheit.
All right, wait. Let me engage with Death real quick. Are you capable of speaking, or you just do like fart noises?
I didn't hear that.
Okay,
Bro,
so
if this guy's gonna be a retard, just kick him off.
I really do hope that these fart noises are authentic. They're coming running.
This is like the caliber of like fucking shit talkers. They're literally fucking scared to even like fucking mutter a word. They can just make weird noises.
Is it a real fart? Is it out of his ass or out of his mouth? I don't know.
You're a little bitch,
It's
man. You're a
authentic.
little fucking pussy. You can't even have a discussion. You're a little bitch. Little pussy. Sarah, we need your tampons. Def needs some.
I've got tampons, baby. I'm on my way.
We need to send him a few tampons for his vagina. Yep. But you can't talk, right? You're not gonna talk.
All right.
You're just gonna cough and make weird fart noises, right?
Can I interject and just say, Alex, thank you for the invite and the time spent, and I had my drink, and it was nice talking to you, and I wish everyone
Jim,
very
you're awesome. Keep coming
happy
back.
Merry Christmas to all the lads, women,
Yeah, Jim, you know this
all
guy out
boys
here
and girls and in-betweens. And
You
the
know-
only in-between is Mr. Slade. But anyway.
Jim, are you aware of Ben Thorpe? Ben Thorpe, he's like a guy like you, he's a theologian. He has lots to say, but you're like the opposite of him, but the same.
Well,
Mr.
I'm not a theologian, no.
He
but-
doesn't know
Neither
who
is he.
Ben Thorpe is. Wait, Jim, last question before you go. How did you find my channel?
By accident, I was actually trying to get into it a couple of days ago. I was listening to all these, sob stories. Young guys can't pick up women. I just don't fucking understand why. Honestly,
Jim was like searching. Jim was like trying to improve his Tinder.
I don't know. Your algorithms, which is scum of the earth, came to me. I'm the scum of the earth lawyer, so that we matched. That's how I think I got to you.
Yeah, I got
Fair
you. All
income.
right, thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah, dude. All right, buddy.
Does that answer your question, or is that below the belt?
No,
I'm
This
being
is
sarcastic.
insulting the man.
Don't take it to heart. Sarah is laughing. I made her laugh.
You made me laugh multiple. You made me laugh.
Look. I hope to come on. I'm really busy. I'm trying to catch up. Honestly, I've got so much work to do.
Jim is giving us a false time constraint.
He says he has till February. Don't you know that's a very big
No. There's no court. The courts are Supreme Court, District Court. The only courts open are local court. If you get arrested and so forth, you get put in jail.
No, I do understand the presence of the time constraints on the courts. I know that they do run off of a schedule.
Jim, you're welcome anytime, buddy. Have Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much once again. All the best.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
See you later.
Merry Christmas, Jim.
Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas, Jim.
And have a happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Jim.
Merry
Jim.
What's the
he's
temperature?
back.
Alex, what's the temperature wherever you are? What's the temperature there?
It's like
27.
8 degrees.
it's chill.
Snowing outside? Snowing outside?
I live in Miami. It doesn't snow.
All right. Oh, yeah. All right. All the best.
buddy.
See you later. Bye.
Have a good
All
one.
the best.
Man, that guy is a
Boy.
character. He
Jim's a
definitely
G.
grew on me. He definitely grew on me in the last hour and a half. All right, let me engage with this retard a little bit. All right, Death. So
Oh
are you gonna
my
speak or are you just gonna make weird noises because you're a little pussy? Let's see. Are you gonna engage or are you just gonna keep hiding? You're just gonna keep hiding?
Is this the fart noise guy?
Yeah, this
or-
is the fart noise, guys. All right.
Okay.
Art noises, yeah, right. Yeah.
So are you capable of having discussion or are you just gonna bitch out?
Let's talk.
Okay. I mean,
Is this the same Batman guy from the other night?
no, it's a different dude.
Oh, okay.
All right, so are you capable of having a human discussion, or you're just a full on retard? I need an answer on that. How retarded would you say you are? Because I need to know that before we start engaging.
From 1 to 10?
Yeah, from 1 to 10. 1 being mildly retarded, and 10 being.
I'm probably a 2, like your girl.
Okay, that was a good one.
Oh goodness.
Oh,
That was a good one. So let's get into it. So you seem to feel some type of way about me.
I think this is Greg under some alt. I think this is
No,
what
it's
it
not.
is.
What?
Are you sure?
I am Sam. I got to remove you because I got to be able to have a discussion one-on-one. I'll add you back later. Nothing
Sure,
personal.
thanks.
All right, buddy. Take care. All right. Anyway, so you're just muted yourself again there. So I think that bumps you up to at least a 6 or 7 if you just constantly don't know what the mute button is. All right. So what's your critique of me? What's your beef with me? You seem to be talking massive shit.
Nothing.
Okay. So you're just gonna keep doing this weird childish Batman voice, or are you gonna be able to have a normal combo?
voice.
Oh my god! So like this is all you got? Like you don't have any like criticisms or anything valid you want to bring up? You just want to make fart noises and do like weird fucking Batman voice?
Why are you here, Death Sentence?
I was brought on.
Okay, so you're incapable of engaging, right?
There's nothing to talk about.
So you
Girlfriend is a 2.
Okay, so you're just gonna keep being a retard, right? You can't like have a discussion.
A fucking 2.
Okay, right. And
I'm
sure your girlfriend is hotter than mine, right?
She is.
Can we see her?
Yes.
Show us a photo of your girlfriend.
Oh, I don't like get in the chat, pussy.
Okay, so you're just gonna talk shit in the chat, right? You're a little bitch. So it's funny because you were
calling you a bitch to your face.
It's funny because he was insulting me for not taking up Mr. Slave.
Mr. Slave a pussy, but you
shut the fuck up. I'm gonna mute you. It's funny because this guy was insulting me for not wanting to fight Mr. Slave. God only knows why. But then when he comes on, he can't not even fight me. I'm not even saying fight me. Have like a normal discussion with me. He can't even bring up his points. All he could do is make fucking childish noises.
Fart noises.
Yeah, like
it's
what
great.
You call them a pussy, but you won't fight him.
But you're a pussy because you won't even have a conversation.
Why would I fight
You're
him?
a pussy.
Pussy.
You won't even have a conversation. You're a pussy.
Yeah, you're too scared to have a conversation, dude.
Let's do it. Your girlfriend's a 2. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about your girlfriend.
Let's talk about how my girlfriend's a 2. Okay, well, show me. I want to know what you think is a hot girl. So show me a photo of your girlfriend.
Megan Fox.
No, show me a photo of your girlfriend.
Megan
I want to see. Megan Fox is not your girlfriend. I don't think Megan Fox is into guys who.
Your girl's not hot.
Okay, that's a good one. All right, anyway, show me a photo of your girlfriend so I can see what a hot girl looks like.
Your girlfriend's not hot. Address it.
Show us your frame
You've
of
already said that
reference.
10
dumb
times.
shit.
I want to see.
No,
Address it.
That's not true. That's not true. Natty is
Address it.
extremely. That's not true, Death.
Okay,
Natty is beautiful.
I'm gonna mute this retard once again. Okay, you're saying that my girlfriend is a 2. That's fine. I want to see what a 7 or 8 looks like to you, so I can see if my girlfriend is indeed a 2. So show me a photo of your girlfriend so we can compare them, and I can understand what you think is a hot girl. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not a dating coach. You are.
Okay, right. But I want to see what your scale is of a hot girl. So show me your girlfriend.
I just told you, Megan Fox.
Megan Fox is not your girlfriend. I want to see your girlfriend.
She's a hot girl.
What?
That doesn't make any sense.
I want to see what your girlfriend is.
Why? Yours is a 2.
Because you
Then
said that
why
your
are you
girlfriend.
competing?
You said your girlfriend. You said your girlfriend is a lot hotter than mine.
And you're crying about it like a little
What's your point? What's your
I'm pretty
point?
sure you're crying about it.
Even if you think his girlfriend's a 2, like, what's your point? Like, so what?
Teach
That's
guys
your.
how to get hot girls if your girl isn't
Oh
hot.
my God!
That's
Alex,
not true,
dump
Death.
Alex,
That's
dump
not
this
true.
motherfucker.
Everything I
Like,
know in
dump this
game, I know from
motherfucker,
Alex.
please.
That's not true. Alex is the master of game.
This is. Can you speak in your normal voice, or you're just gonna keep doing this retard voice? Are you capable of? Are you? Okay, I'm gonna mute this retard once again. Okay, are you capable?
Mommy's
of,
home.
Are you capable of using like a normal voice and just have like an actual discussion, or like you can't do that? Like you're just the vagina is just like too fucking deep for you, and you literally cannot have a normal discussion. Like it. Okay, I'll mute you now.
Your girl's still a 2.
Alex, dump him.
Okay. Let's suppose, for argument's sake, that my girlfriend is a 2. Now what? Are you capable of having a discussion, or are you just going to keep being fucking weird? Okay, so let's actually like fucking use your normal voice. Stop making weird noises, and let's actually have a discussion.
My normal voice.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You don't.
Yes, it is.
I know you're a retard, but you're not that much of a retard.
It's 1 a.m. dipshit. Are you retarded?
Like I know you're a massive retard, right? We get that, but you're not such a retard that this is what your voice sounds like. You actually have a normal voice.
And this is when Alex turns me on.
Thank you for unmuting me.
Yeah, I'm muting you because you keep talking over me.
Because you sound like a fucking moron, you moron.
Nice.
Okay,
Bro, just say what you want to talk about. This is taking forever.
Yeah, I don't know how someone's so incapable. Well, yeah, because you were talking massive shit in the chat, so I want to see what your critiques were.
How can you teach guys how to get hot girls if your girl is a 2?
Okay, I will actually address that point. So I personally don't think my girlfriend's a 2. I think my girlfriend's very attractive. You think my girlfriend's a 2? Okay, that's fine. If you can show me that you have a hotter girlfriend, I'd be willing to concede.
Well, it's not me. It's objectively true in the comments.
No, it's not.
Have you read your comment section?
Yeah, many times.
Read your shorts again. Pull it up on screen.
I've seen my comments many times, yeah. But
okay, pull them up.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up my comments. You got anything else? Do you have any other arguments besides the fact that you don't find my girlfriend attractive? Because in reality, oh, what a fucking retard. In reality, that kid would literally fucking bend over backwards to fuck someone who's half as attractive as my girlfriend. There's no way this fucking dude is actually fucking getting laid. What a fucking dumb fuck. Jesus Christ.
Bro, that was super annoying.
This is the quality of fucking haters that
I'm so glad he's gone. That was really annoying.
Yeah, I was about to take a pillow, go for a nap.
I would have literally just done this for half an hour and just kept pushing him. But yeah, that's just me. I get ultra combative sometimes.
Alex,
Yeah,
it's
now
creepy.
that
No,
it's
listen,
go ahead,
listen.
Go ahead.
Hold on. So when you listen to, I know when I listen to TFM, and I'm sure the same goes for the rest of the Red Pill leaders, but TFM especially, he mocks all pickup artists and pickup teachers. So if this guy is red pilled from TFM and such, so he might be brainwashed. So you're talking to a brainwashed person.
We're talking to someone
Hot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, I know. We're talking to someone who's a massive pussy because he cannot actually engage and have a normal discussion, and feels the need to put on this weird shtick because he doesn't deep down inside believe in his arguments. So he's just going to troll. So this way, if he looks bad, he can just say I was trolling. Yeah. So
right. So fine, he's brainwashed. So you actually have to be nice to him and keep asking, and use the Socratic method and see if he has actual argument. Then you can win him over. If he is,
I don't want to win him over. I'd rather not have him anywhere in my community. Yeah,
Alex,
I don't want to win people like that over.
I would have been exactly like him 2 years ago.
Well, good thing we didn't meet 2 years ago. Otherwise, our interactions would have gone totally different.
Anyway,
Yeah.
No,
So
you have to have a lot of patience with humans.
I think I have more patience than anyone else on YouTube.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I'm probably one of the most patient YouTubers that exist.
Alex does.
99% of YouTubers would not allow and put up with what I do. I think most YouTubers would not allow unlimited shit talking. I think most YouTubers would have booted that guy immediately when he called their girlfriend ugly. I think I think I'm quite unique when it comes to patience.
No, but that's how you make good content, right? You have these altercations and emotions. This is what we're here for. We're not here for boring conversations. We have TV for boring. Here we have actual, emotions.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of being a good debater is controlling your emotions and not letting them dominate you. You're actually pretty good at controlling your emotions from what I've seen so far. But yeah, I think that's a hallmark of a good debater, right? Look at anyone who's volatile and gets upset. As soon as you get pissed off, people think you lost the debate. So part of being a good debater is actually controlling your emotions.
I would say yes and no, because on the flip side of that, there are some people that are very calm, but then they end up being too passive and they let themselves get cut off too much.
Yeah, I mean that was to some small extent me when I first started debating. I was too nice to the people, but I've kind of learned to be more of a dick. Yeah. So as to speak.
I wish America had more of a debate culture. That's one of the things I respect about your channel and Modern Day Debate with James. In the UK, they have a very strong debate culture, which is ironic because they also have hate speech laws. So you could probably go to jail for having a debate. But that's neither here nor there. But in America, we need more of that. I wish debate was more respected and established as a sport. I mean, I'm a big MMA fan. I see it as verbal MMA, you're trying to win.
Yeah, dude, that's one of the things I like about the right wingers. Almost policy, I'm much closer to the left, but I find that the left is almost always never willing to have a debate, versus the right is like much more pro just having a discussion with like other people. But yeah.
Yeah. So if Black Pill is interested, I would actually like to have a debate why you think 2022 is better than 1950.
From so from every
I don't know
point,
if we have like time
there's-
to get into it now though, but yeah, we can talk about it briefly because I do want to wrap.
yeah.
up.
So from
Okay.
from every aspect except for social, and in terms of mental, those two things are going off a cliff, and the main reason of that is because of all the advancements in technology, and the fact that we haven't really properly managed those. We're creating technologies we still don't even know the full extent and capability of, and then we wonder why they cause issues later on.
Yeah. So okay, so that's similar to what Alex said earlier. So what Alex brought up earlier, the way 2022 is better, he brought up in terms of physical comfort and convenience, which is
Yes.
true. You know, now you can have a
Health,
job
food.
working on. Good.
Yeah, it's bigger things. It's like your health, food, not having to go to war, not having to do massive amounts of manual labor, having
Well, you
free
would still
time.
have to go to war.
Yeah,
Everything
but
else is true, but
right, but people used to work like, like unless you were the boss, you worked like 12 hours a day, right? Before all like the laws came into
Well,
place. Like people at the factories used to work like they used to actually live in at a building like right next to the factory, because they would literally wake up, go to the factory, work there for 16 hours, go to bed, wake up again, and that was the same thing over and over again. So workers work like crazy hours. Yeah, back in the day.
yeah. So that would
Eight,
suck.
8 hours a day is like a very
And
reasonable.
the ability to be financially free is also easier now.
Yeah, that
But-
didn't really exist either, unless you were like not a noble. Nope.
Yeah, we're born into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are all good points. I think they mostly come back to physical comfort and convenience and quality of
Mhm.
life, which is better in a lot of ways. Like instead of
Quality of life. Yeah,
going,
that's
yeah,
the one.
and instead of going to the factory or having to work construction all day, you can make a living on your laptop. So yes, that is better. But spiritually, it's become a lot worse because only in 2022 can your grandfather be dead for 3 months and you don't know until you get a phone call, because there's industry in 2022 that goes to pick up old dead people, because the only way anybody knows they're dead is because their apartment building starts to smell like shit, and they say, "Wow, it smells like shit. Where's that coming from?" "Oh, it's coming from that apartment." They go open the
That
door.
tells
Oh,
me you're not checking in on your grandpa often enough.
Brad, yeah. First of
that's
all,
what I'm saying. But this would not happen in 1950.
That's only some families. It's not. It never didn't happen in my family. There's a lot of families who still are close knit. I know that because my family is one of them. Like my dad is literally visiting me right now for Christmas. Like, so that only happens in some families, but I think a lot of families are still very close. Furthermore, that actually used to happen to some extent back in the day. There was some people even 100 years ago who didn't have a good relationship with their family. Maybe they died in war, maybe this, maybe that. But I think if I had to choose, okay, one is I get to work from the comfort of my house. I can live until the age of 80. If I have a health issue, I can get it addressed. I don't have to worry about going to war and dying. I can meet hot girls through the internet with minimal effort. I can have a lot of sex with hot girls. I can get a relationship. I can do what I want. Versus girls are better, but at the same time, I'm going to die in war most likely, or I have to, I live much shorter.
I'm on my way, Alex. I'm on my way.
50% chance that one of my kids will die during when my wife goes into labor. I have to work 16 hours a week. I mean, it's like no comparison, I think.
And I would argue that some.
I'm saying the technology is better, the quality of life and the technology is better, but the values and morals and the collectivist mindset has dramatically declined.
It has.
I
The
agree with
the
you
only,
in
the
that
only
in some
metric that
aspects, yeah.
matters is quality of life for a person on an individual basis. The only thing I care about is my quality of life. I don't care about the morals of the country unless it affects my quality of life.
I mean, I would greatly disagree with that, and I would say it will eventually affect your quality of life in one way or another.
Well, if it
I
does,
think
then it goes into
TNFS is TNFS is waiting backstage. He
I
just
mean, I
got
do
it.
want to wrap up, but
It's up to you. That's
but
up
yeah.
to you.
So if that doesn't affect my quality of life, then sure we could consider it. But at this point, it's not
Well,
affecting my.
it's like when people say, right? It's like I used to be apolitical, and you know, I have social intelligence, so I know a lot of times not to go into politics and social situations. But for the sake of this debate, I used to be apolitical because I grew up in a family, a neighborhood. We didn't give a shit about politics. I didn't know shit about politics. And I thought it was dumb people cared about politics. I was like, dude, you have no control. Why do you care about this? And I used to be one of those people like, oh, it doesn't affect my life. But when you really think about it, the society you live in, the laws that are passed, the culture, the mentality, it affects your life. I mean, there are certain states in the U.S. if you get caught with a little bit of weed, you will go to prison. So for
not if you're white.
Okay, well that's a whole separate.
Let's not get into that.
Let's not derail, but
Nah,
my point is though, it's like people will say, "Oh, you know, I just live my own life. I don't care about anything outside of myself. I don't care about culture or society or laws." But it 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 affects you. Like you're not an independent island. It does affect you. Like even Alex
Brad,
living
what are
in
you
Florida.
really worried
Well,
about?
but back in those days, like when you're talking about in the 50s, the penalties were even harder for having
Okay,
some
that's
weed on
only that's only one aspect. Like me myself, I smoke a little bit of weed every once in a while. Like I might.
You're
smoke
done.
once-
You're imprisoned. You just self-admitted.
I mean, it's legal in my state, but I might smoke once a week before bed or something. But everything in life's a trade-off. If I could go live in 1950s and they said, "Hey, you can have a culture where the men are men and the women are women, and you have the nuclear family, and you have your children, and you have Christianity, and you have good morals, and people care about each other, but you can't smoke weed," dude, I would sign up right now. I would not sacrifice all those things to smoke weed.
You also live a shorter lifespan. The quality of your life is worse. You work 16 hours a week. There's a 50% chance that when you have a kid, it's going to die during labor. I mean, you're glossing
In
over
the 1950s.
Well, here's the thing. So
maybe not 50%.
Those things might actually. So, man, this is where it gets tricky because yes, we
Thanks
are
to
better.
technology and nurses, like your babies survive. Congratulations.
Yeah, this is where it gets
You're
tricky.
welcome.
But do we really want babies to survive if they just become degenerates?
And
Right,
you're
and you know your
welcome.
kids
That's,
should be in
that's,
Amoeba.
Do we really want Mr. Slaves to get through labor? I'm just
Of
kidding.
course
Yeah,
not.
I do
So-
want to wrap up because we're going on like 3.5 hours. But I'll be
it's Christmas. Alex, why not?
If you want to keep this discussion going, Brad, I'll pop on Greg's channel maybe in like an hour and we can keep
Yeah,
going.
can I just say one last? Can I just say one thing to wrap it up real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So this is where it gets tricky because we do have better technology, better quality of life, better healthcare. Giving birth to a child is a lot safer. But because life is so soft now and so much easier, people don't really have a need as much to be as connected to each other. Because what you're talking about back in the 50s, life was a lot tougher emotionally. So people had more of a need to emotionally connect with each other. And nowadays, it's like life is so soft that a lot of people are just like, yeah, I don't need nobody. My life's easy.
Well, that's part of evolution, though. Like
I
that's
want to
evolution.
ask
in
Brad two
survival.
questions before we wrap up. Brad, do you have close friends?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
I take friendship extremely serious.
Okay, me too. So you do have emotional impact. So whether some random dude in a different city isn't able to form emotional attachments is irrelevant to you because you have friends, right?
No,
so,
it's not irrelevant. In what way would it be irrelevant to me?
Because you have close friends. Do you really care whether black pill medicine has friends? How does that affect you?
Yes, of course I do. Of course I care.
Why?
He's another human being. I don't want him to be lonely.
But how does it affect your quality of life if black pill medicine doesn't have friends?
No, brother, that's the problem in society nowadays. To say my life is good, so I don't care if anybody else has a good life or not. That is not like.
Bro, do you
I believe
realize
more in the collectivist mentality.
Bro, do you realize how many people in Africa are going to die this year or this day? Do you realize?
Yeah, that's why people do things to help them. I'm only one man. There's only so much I could do.
All right, but if you start caring about all the suffering in the world, you will literally go insane within 48 hours. You think friends is a big issue? There are people who in America who will die from starvation or from lack of medicine. Like we have serious issues that exist. And if you're like focused on like, oh well, this person doesn't have friends, there's way bigger issues you could be focused on. But you will drive yourself insane. Should you do things and help out? Sure. Yeah. I've donated money to charity, yeah. I mean, if I have more free time, I'll volunteer. But dude, it's like you will literally drive yourself crazy if you're like focused on all the issues that exist to other people.
No. So I think you misunderstand. I agree with you. I don't think about these things and make myself depressed or anything like that. But the way I took it when you said, why do I care if Black Pill has friends or not? It's not that, like, hypothetically, if Black Pill had no friends, it's not that I would like lose sleep or get depressed over it. But I'm just saying, like, I do care about him as a person. Like, I would prefer he has friends.
Right. Okay. In theory, sure, I care too. But in terms of like your quality of life, your quality of life is not affected in any way by whether Black Pill has friends. And if we want to be a little bit more dark with it, your quality of life is not affected by whether thousands of people die from a lack of food or medicine. It is very sad. It's very tragic, but your quality of life is not affected by that. Oh, we got Whoremaxxer here.
No.
Yeah, good evening, Alex.
God,
Yeah,
it is
Alex,
the
I wanted
Whoremaxxer.
to ask
Cheers
you a
to
question,
baby.
Alex. Yeah, nice. Yeah,
It's
I wanted to
geared
ask
back
you.
right now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Alex, a question, Alex. Now your thing is like text game, right? Is that a Tinder text game?
I mean, it's one of my things, but yeah, I'm primarily known for like online.
Okay, so it's primarily like pictures, right? This is how you get all these women. Your claims are text game. The amount of women that you get, this is your claim, right?
Are you asking me what's the most important part of Tinder, or what's the question?
Well, is that what you use? Because you're not out there a lot in person, I notice.
I occasionally go out in person, but yeah, I have good photos, a good bio, good texting. Yeah.
Okay, now if I took your pictures with your permission and I ran a Tinder experiment, so I should see all these fabulous results then, correct?
Yeah, you should do pretty good. I mean, I'm not like a Giga Chad, but you'll do pretty decent.
Okay, and what pictures? Like, are these altered pictures?
They're very good photos. I mean, I can show you my Instagram, but they're face apped a little bit. They're taken with a good camera, good angle, good lighting. Yeah, they're really good photos.
Okay, good photos, but they're not altered. So if I took your good photos and I put them on Tinder Gold, right? A Tinder Gold.
No, I'm telling you, they're face apped. I do face app them a little bit.
What do you mean face app them?
It's like an app that you can, use a filter. It makes you look a little better.
Okay, but how about with no filters though?
I mean, yeah, I only started using FaceApp 4 months ago, so I still did pretty well before FaceApp. Here, let me show you. Like, this is one of the photos I would use. This is one of the photos I would use. Let me see what else. I would use this photo.
Okay,
these are really good photos. Like,
all right,
this is the one I would use. Yeah,
but those some of those pictures are altered though facially.
Only the more recent ones. So I only started using FaceApp like 3 months ago.
Okay, so the ones previous to that. So if I took that with no FaceApp and I put you on Tinder as is, a regular picture, you're going to get all these results, right?
You're going to do pretty decent. When you say all these results, what exactly?
Well, I don't know. You make it sound like you get this, you get all these matches of women willing to meet up with you. So I wanted to run that for myself and see if that is true.
Yeah, you can absolutely do the experiment. You will, but again, just to be clear, you will get matches. But in order to get girls to meet up, you will need to text them the way I text them, which I don't think you know how to do. So you would have to copy my texting style in order to get the girls to meet up.
All right. Well, I'll use your a texting style even with that. See, I don't believe. I really don't think any of that is true.
So you think I'm completely lying about everything?
With the amount of women, you said like 500 women. Well, I can tell you, obviously, and I can tell you from personally. Well, isn't that your claim, like 300 to 500 women?
No, that's the high end of the number, and it's also a lifetime.
Whoremaxxer, have you tried it?
Yeah,
have you
I've
tried
said that.
Not with his pictures. I've been on Bumble, and that's not even remotely. Now you can make it.
Well, I will guarantee that your photos are not that good.
So
well,
I'm asking, like you.
Well, they're not professional photos.
I want to make sure I clarify. Like, you've tried Bumble with your own pictures, correct? Okay,
yeah,
but not with Alex's.
Have you tried those AI apps, Whoremaxxer?
No,
Like
I
the
don't
like
need any
face
apps.
like face
I go
apps.
out. I go out into the real
Filters.
world. I don't think like Tinder is effective for 90%.
Wait, Whoremaxxer, if you think I'm lying, would you be willing to make a little bet? We put $10,000 and I take.
I don't have 10 grand. I wouldn't bet on it. I'm willing to run on it. If you want, I could definitely, though, if you want to do a fun challenge and you seem to like Las Vegas, I can outrun your so-called game in person. Absolutely.
You'd have to come to Miami for that. I'm not really going to Vegas, but if you come to
Well,
Miami,
I think I know for a fact that I could talk you in circles and game and whatever you want to talk in
it's really
circles.
out there. Why am I not going to Vegas? Is because I have some health issues and I'm avoiding traveling for the time being.
Sorry to interject. I'm gonna head out for the night. I got work in the morning. I'm gonna get to sleep at a good time.
Do you think that
Merry
game?
Christmas, everybody.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas, dude.
Yeah. Do you think that game?
Bye, Hugh.
Take care, dude.
Do you think that game and red pill game and PUA tactics is going to create more problems with inceldom and more frustration?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think it's actually going to help people who are incels. I've had countless people who've emailed me who said I was a virgin, I was an incel, I was even borderline suicidal. Then I found your content. I started, trying the stuff. I got laid. I have a girlfriend. I'm happier. I'm more productive. So no, I think it does the opposite.
Okay, so you believe that red pill PUA game is helping men that are having inceldom or problems with that, and my thing is that it's making more of it.
Well, no, Whoremaxxer, it depends on which. Like, it's not all the same. You're a black pill, but you wouldn't say you're the same thing as MGTOW dictionary, right? You guys are both black pill. But
but let's talk about those interesting. Well, that's an interesting concept right there.
I'm making is all PUA and red pill are not the same. We're very different.
Yeah, well, you have people like that are LARPs. He's a psychotic stalker.
Well, there's a lot of LARPs in the PUA community.
Okay, well, maybe so. I mean, these people will come on, and that's why, especially within this sphere, and will tell you that they have tons of women just coming up to them in person. You see the guy is a fat, obese, disgusting, dysgenic slob. None of this is true. Yeah, so none of that is true. Now, like I said, socially, I said, well, why would you put yourself into an environment that's basically a hyper-gynocentric environment, like a nightclub or a regular, whatever you want to say, up-end bar, and go into these venues when it's expected for a man? You want a man. What you're portraying out is you're trying to make men into buffoons and clowns and gesture around women. It's the exact opposite of how it should be. Okay,
but he's also going with the majority of women.
Wait, hang on.
Majority of women.
Whoremaxxer, you've just literally strawman my whole philosophy. I absolutely do not believe that men should be buffoons, should be dancing monkeys. I think that men should be charming, confident, dominant. I think men should go for what they want. Now, I don't think that if I invite the girl to my place for a drink, instead of saying, hey, do you want to fuck? I invite her to my place for a drink. We spend half an hour talking, having a drink, and I have sex with her. I don't think that's me being a buffoon. I think.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said, but your claim is that you go into any bar and these women are just going home with you at will, whether they be younger or older. And I'm trying to tell you, I don't think any of that is true. If I came down to a bar in Miami, for instance, and we walked into one of these high-end nightclubs, know what I think is going to happen? I think you're going to go home with zero, nothing.
Okay. Again, you're strawmanning my position. First of all, I don't go to clubs. I've been very public about that. I hate clubs.
Bars.
So I never go to clubs. Yeah, I go to like very chill, like relaxed outdoor bars. I've also never made the claim that I pull girls every night. More often than not, I go home, I go out, I get a few phone numbers, but I don't pull a girl, right? So it's not like I've never said that I go to a bar and I pull every girl's into me. No, most of the conversations I have are rejections. I've been extremely public about that. That's just the reality of the matter. Wait, hang on.
But yeah, you say you have like these 500 women, and there's legit rock stars that don't have that. See, I've seen the type of men that can't do that, and their looks threshold. If you want to talk about looks that do that, and neither you nor me are in that. So I think you're LARPing. You're a LARP.
Okay, hang on. Let's explore everything you're saying. Okay, so 300 to 500 women in a lifetime of going out is not that unreasonable. That's like,
yes, it is.
When we do the math, well, no, you think it's unreasonable because you haven't done it. but it is absolutely reasonable.
Well, I could. I don't think I would be able to get that even if I was younger.
I think if you actually like legitimately applied all the stuff I teach, within 5 to 10 years, you could actually do it. So,
yeah. Well,
it is 100%.
Like I said.
Now,
Well,
second of all, hang on. You're making a claim that I'm just a straight up liar. So I'm just you're just bullshitting about all this. So how would you explain, for example, the dozens and dozens of lay reports I have from like the opener to the part where the girl says I had fun with you? Do you think that's all just photoshopped, or how do you
the only reason, if you want to talk about this term receipts, to me, which I plan to do, especially after my injury, is to do porn. And unless you have porno receipts, well, if you have multiple, then I said these are the only receipts to me that count. I can go out and be social and have a picture with 1,000 women. Know what it means? Nothing. Zero, zilch, donut, baby.
Okay. First of all, I do have a porno and several pornos.
Yeah, but so do I. I mean, film one in Mandalay Bay doesn't make me a slayer, but I will be because
I'm gonna make a fucking porno with both of you. Okay.
But just because you haven't been able to do this doesn't mean
no. I didn't say able to do it. I said I will do it. I know I can do it. When I see any of these guys that try to snipe, I said, well, you could see my porn. It is there. But any which way, if I could see these guys that are claiming all this, and they were on film 30 times, and I think most of these men are LARPs. I think they don't know how to fuck, maybe including yourself. You know, for all I know, you could put a woman to sleep. You know, that's speculation, but it's but I think probably they're falling asleep. Now, what I plan to do, because I did break my arm and had an injury, but when I do get back, to me, I'm going to be a kamikaze coomer. That's what I go by. I'm a kamikaze coomer, meaning I like to fuck. I like to pull hair, spank ass. That's my love. Yes, exactly. So what I will do is I'm making a CV. I'm going to get aesthetically in shape, geared out, roided out. That's right, including clenbuterol, completely ripped to the max, and become a legitimately sex machine and go full on porn mode. Then we'll see who has the real receipts, baby. Okay.
Your issue, the reason you haven't been able to fuck more girls isn't because you're not jacked enough. You doing steroids will help you a little bit, but the issue is honestly your approach. And I say that with love. I'm not trying to like insult you or put you down.
Yeah, but you see me here. I said, do you think I go up to a swing club? I said, do you want to just fuck? You think that's how it goes? I mean, you have a show for entertainment, right?
But that's how you literally start.
That's how it should be. Yeah.
I don't believe that you're just putting on that. I think that maybe you're a little bit more tactful when you're at a club, but I think that you are just insanely over the top, creepy, direct, which is what's losing you the vast majority of the girls.
Yes. And do you know what's funny? You say that, but know what I come to realize?
If you were just willing to chill out a little bit and be slightly more patient, I'm not talking about going on 5 dates. I'm just talking about half an hour where you're just having a normal conversation with a girl. You're being charming, and then you would have such a higher success rate.
Well, I had that in the swing club.
Do you want to try it, Whoremaxxer?
No, because I think your online dating is stupid. It's repulsive, and it's quite degrading to men, to tell you honestly.
Have you tried?
I'll try with you if you want to try it. I'll
saying
your
me
way.
or Sarah?
No. I'll try with Whoremaxxer.
Online dating is what I'm trying to tell you. The whole concept of having men here sitting and trying to give you the correct words, you are the arbiter of correct words, is severely incorrect.
Okay.
All right, Whoremaxxer, when you go for a job,
I'm willing to try it your way.
When you go to a job interview, right? If you're applying for a job, do you think that you should try to get the job, or do you think you should just kind of lean back and just assume that because you're such a high value guy, the employer is actually going to do the work for you?
Well, I didn't say that. I said, you can go in. That's why I said I advocate for men to be in swing clubs and not go into gynocentric bar arenas, because sex is right on the table and you can be funny and witty and whatnot, but you don't have to have an hour. And, let's be real here. These guys are not talking. You're not yourself. You're not talking to any woman for 20 minutes and she's going right back to bed with you. I don't believe it for a second. And if it can be, I don't know if that's possible, but I thought a lot of you PUAs come out to Las Vegas because that's where a lot of these guys do it. I mean, we'll go to a club in Miami.
Dude,
I think you're just increasing your chances with the girl. You're not guaranteeing.
You're more than welcome to come to Miami. We can go out. We can videotape it. We're not going to go to a club. We're going to go to like a chill bar, but you're more than welcome to come.
All right, sounds fair. All right, we'll run the Tinder experiment then.
But do you want to put some money on this?
Well, I don't have a lot of money to put on it.
Come on, Whoremaxxer, you got that black pill ad revenue. Come on, we know you got money.
I have no ad revenue. What ad revenue? I just had a string snipe tonight.
What do you do for work, by the way?
Well, it was blue collar, but I'm underemployed now because of my injury.
How do you like make ends meet?
Well, doing basically just what you say, like clerical stuff right now.
Okay. So do you think every PUA is like lying about everything, or do you think there's some?
No, I think the guy though. I think the only one I ever heard from that's probably more realistic and it would be the problem. Only one to follow would be the guy who just died, Alan Roger Curry's.
He's interesting. I had him on my channel for a podcast. He's interesting.
Didn't he advocate for that? Does he advocate for directness?
Well, yeah. The reason you like him is because he has a somewhat similar approach to you. His is actually not as crazy as yours.
Okay, well maybe I'm just a little crazier, and that's why I'm going to do full porn, and I'm doing also trans porn. I mean, I can't wait to get my CV for Trans Angels. By the way, that's right. I'm coming for Daisy Taylor.
Dude,
See
but
that
that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I think, like, okay, your main goal is to fuck.
I'm a sexual animal, and I'm very proud of it. I like feeling that way.
I get that. But I'm
A
just
degenerate, a pervert. We're the Coomers.
All right, Whoremaxxer. Okay, let's say you wanted to start a business. You want to make as much money as possible.
Yes,
right?
porn. Yes.
But you were doing something that was hurting your business and losing you money every year.
But with my attitude in porn, it's not going to lose money. It's only going to.
But don't you think it would be smarter to fix that?
Do you know I have a legit anaconda, Alex?
I've heard the stories.
Yes, legit.
I'll take
it's ready to go.
Anaconda don't want none unless you got
it's ready to go. It's going to be on porn. And the androcentric Whoremaxxer channel will take over the manosphere.
Don't take it out while you're in Miami, please.
Yes. It's a beautiful specimen.
I'm sure it is.
We'll go into Smithsonian.
I'm sure it is, Whoremaxxer.
The Coomers are ready. Okay. I want to bring some of the Coomers down there too.
Okay. Do you want me to send you the photos that I use for the for my Tinder?
The non-altered ones, sure.
Okay. Do you still have my number?
I had that because I went out and I had another account on burner, so I may not.
Okay. Do you have my email?
No.
Okay. Look, grab my email, shoot me an email, and then we can. I don't want to get my name right now, but yeah, I'll send you the photos I'm using. You can do the experiment.
Okay, because the androcentric black pill is going to come, and I said when I have the receipts of 30 and 40 porns in the open. See, I want my porns in the open. I want my face and my cock plastered all over the internet. The more, the merrier. I want it on every site. Yes, on every site.
That is an excellent way to ensure that I quit the internet.
I have it will be all over, and you will not be able to run from it. You cannot hide. You cannot hide from the anaconda. You cannot hide. You cannot hide from the Coomer. Okay, I have Coomer rage. Do you know what Coomer rage is, Alex? Do you know what Coomer rage is?
You're smushing tomatoes, like crushing tomatoes, like salsa style.
The Coomer rage cannot be controlled. Okay, it's a part of nature, and it's going to be unleashed into the porn industry. Okay, that's right,
guys. If you're looking for a reason to do NoFap and quit porn, this is the reason.
No, this is the reason. See, you know, the NoFap, that's a whole other problem. Those are life-denying men that need another form of life-denying cope. So they take it out on their balls and think by getting blue balls they're helping themselves. Then there's the guys around teaching you the Jester Max, kind of like yourself, Alex.
Hang on. I'm not teaching Jester Maxing. You're strawmanning.
Well, yes, it's a Jester Maxing channel. Super Jester, hyper gynocentrism.
Give me one example of something I teach that's Jester Maxing.
Well, you're taking all this time and investment, right? And you're sticking these poor bastards in regular bars and whatnot. That's going to yield mostly nothing. It's going to come like a part-time, if not a full-time job. They're most likely going to get nothing, you know. But bring the people on that shows that that showing your receipts, that showing all their.
But what? Okay, so what does your strategy get then?
Oh, well, my strategy. Well, I don't know. How do you want to defend it? I've never claimed to
Okay,
have
if
these
you
and
if
only
you
the
went
last
into
year.
the
Well,
same bars, like
yes.
what strategy would you use to
Well,
approach instead?
well, I want to. I mean, I would go in it. Well, I could be very social, no matter what you think. I mean, I could talk rings around
I
you,
think you're
and
very sociable.
I think,
yeah.
and I could talk rings around Alex too. And if I wanted to
Really down
bullshit, yeah, well, if I wanted to bullshit more and be duplicitous, well, I could do that too. But I choose not to. That's why I stick my ass to a swing club, which you women would not, because see, you like the guys that will kiss your ass, and you are non-deserving of it.
Whoremaxxer,
You do not deserve to have your ass kissed. Okay, you have very low self-esteem. Okay, behind your whole facade. So sit down.
All right. Do you think just going to a regular bar is
No.
by itself jester maxing?
No, depending on how much of the time and how much of a buffoon you want to become.
Okay.
Do you
know,
think talking to a girl is?
No, I do not. I do not
Like,
think talking
just-
to women.
just
No, I
talking
do
to
not.
a
Never said that.
Do you think if you go to a bar maybe twice a week, right, on the
Yeah.
weekends with your friends, and you chat up with some girls, and maybe you
Yeah.
get some numbers, maybe you pull a girl, maybe you don't. You think that's
That's
just
fine. Okay, but see, you're talking to
That's
a guy
exactly
that's,
what I
yeah,
teach.
you know, but you're talking to a 22-year-old dude too. I mean, show me the guys too that are in their 30s and 40s that you're talking to.
I feel like it works
I have
for
plenty
the
of
upper
clients
ages
who are in their
as well.
30s and 40s. Countless. Wait, so okay, so if you don't think that going to a bar twice a week and chatting up with some girls and getting some numbers and maybe pulling a girl is just a maxing, then you don't have an argument, because that's legitimately what I teach. I'm not telling guys to go out every night. I'm not telling them to go on 3 dates. In fact, I'm a big advocate of having sex on the first date.
Okay, and you're saying that you're doing it, these guys that are doing it, and I've seen these type of guys that, you know, that claim to be around you and your so-called students like Greg, and my claim is you're basically all incels.
Okay, so you think Greg is just like an incel? You don't think he's a
LARP? Yes, no, he doesn't.
What's your evidence for that?
Well, I mean, I can look at him and I can tell you this guy is not having sex with over 100 women.
So your evidence?
He's on the internet every night. Listen, I'm telling you the truth. I'm on the internet.
Every time I try calling,
your evidence
Greg,
is literally
getting
I
us,
looked
like-
at this guy. That's your evidence. It's like I looked at this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's
I can
very
see. I've seen guys that can go into nightclubs.
But I'm telling you
I've seen
that
it. Yeah.
every time I
Alex,
call
let's see
Greg,
your
he's
porn.
getting
Alex,
us, like-
why are you ashamed to show your porn? I'm not ashamed. My porn's all over the internet.
I'm not
And people
ashamed.
have it on it. Yeah, you should bring up my censored version. You want to bring up my censored version?
No, I don't want to watch your porn, but you're more than welcome.
But no, it's you know, I said it's censored though. It's on the channel.
I don't
It's all
want to.
censored.
I don't want to take a chance
See?
with my channel.
Alex doesn't want to look
Dude,
at.
me not wanting to watch your porn doesn't make me like fucking. Whatever.
That's the ultimate receipts, though.
We'd be questioning
I
Alex.
believe you that you have a porno. I have a porno
femininity.
too. I'm just not going to show it on the screen.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, but
like,
but can you fuck? But can you fuck? Maybe you put women to sleep. Maybe
Well,
that's
What do you? Okay, what is
Hold
the
on,
You can watch
conversation
my
here?
porno, Whoremaxxer, so you can take notes and then you can give me your feedback. But yeah, I can fuck.
All right.
Hold on. Question for Whoremaxxer.
Yeah.
How is a porno? I'm not saying like you don't get laid or anything, but how is a porno a receipt? Like you're like the girl's literally being paid. Like how's it? a
Never
receipt?
paid her. It was a free porn.
No, like
I
you didn't pay her.
but-
No,
Not
I'm
that
saying you
one. I
didn't pay her,
will.
but-
But I do a lot of porn. I will pay for some of it. That's just a fact of how it goes.
Yeah,
all
but I
rec-
mean,
all
like-
receipts have like a little bit of an issue. But with porno, the issue could be is that you paid the girl. No one would ever know. With, for example, with photos.
Yeah, but at least you're fucking. I don't think a lot of these dudes are fucking. I think.
But
they're
No, I
lying.
mean, I'm not
Do you
against.
think it's an
Like,
accomplishment to fuck a prostitute? It takes.
I think
zero-
it's accomplishment. I think it is accomplishment. I think it's degraded by men like yourself, gynocentrists like yourself, that put men that like try to do porn, you know, into that category. Where a man, you shouldn't be listened to. You know who in the red pill sphere should be
You're
listened to?
still-
Yeah, well, you don't have the experience with women. It's the only
strawmanning
guy.
my
Well,
position.
no. Stop with your straw man.
Countless.
Listen, yeah, like a guy like at least Sterling Cooper in the red pill. At least he's fucked 500 times. You know, he has 500 scenes.
I
You
know
don't, but you don't. You're not that dude. You
No,
don't have
Alex,
anything.
why don't you
remotely
come
close.
show me what you
You're
can do, and
speculating.
I'll
You're completely
I'll provide
speculating.
But I
you
know
with
I'm
that.
correct. It may be
No, no, no.
speculation, but I know I'm
let's,
right.
let's put some money
Sure,
on
right.
it.
Well, you keep wanting to add money into. I mean, I could
Well,
just.
because I want to see you put your
So-
money where your mouth is. Because you're just
Huh?
talking shit right now. But I want to see you put your money where your mouth is.
Well, I'll come down. How about I take you? Then we'll go to a club in Miami.
Well, how about we put like $10,000?
And what's all? I don't have 10,000. I told you.
Let's put.
How about this? How about if I win? How about I do your girlfriend?
No.
Okay, so that okay. So you keep playing money on me. It's like you want to flex money on me.
Why would he
How about I
bid on
flex my?
somebody who,
How about I flex my cock?
First
That
of all,
doesn't
my
make any
girlfriend, no
sense.
offense, would be disgusted by you. And why the fuck would I ever put my girlfriend, make her part of any bet?
Well, you keep bringing
Sure.
up, $10 grand, $10,000. I said I don't have $10,000, and you keep bringing it up.
Okay,
So I
let's
said,
do
well, put your
If
money
he
where your
has
mouth is.
money to bid, and he's not gonna
Well,
like
how
bid
much money
his
do you
girl
have? We
on
can
it.
do 2,000. We can change it. I just find that a lot of people talk a lot of shit, especially in the black belt community, but they never.
No, I don't. I've proven everything I've said. The men that watch me know that. Yeah.
What proof have you provided for
What?
the fact
Yeah. What? What have
I
you
don't get
provided
laid?
Sarah, you
aside
need
from
to
the
shut your
one
mouth.
porn?
Shut your cock trap up. I'm talking to him.
Aside from the fact that you've.
Oh, I'm
looked
sorry.
at
Is
me,
Daddy
your
talking?
only evidence.
I'm talking to
bad,
him. I
Alex.
can't hear it. Just be quiet.
Okay.
I'm
Your only
sorry,
evidence
Alex,
for the
Daddy.
fact that I don't get laid is that you've looked for me. You haven't proven anything at all.
Well, if I just come down, so what's wrong with going to just a nightclub? Why does money have to involve?
I keep
I'll show
telling you that we're not going to go to a club, but we're going to go to a bar. Yeah, we can go.
Or a bar. Okay. That's
But
fine.
by the way, I've never made the claim that I pull chicks every time I go out.
Well, now you know. Now you said you don't. So if you go there, you just say it was an off night, right? Okay.
Chat. Have you ever seen me make the claim that I pull every time I go out? Have you ever?
I've seen men that can get your numbers that you claim, Alex, and they don't look like you.
Who are these men?
Here's
They
the
tend to
thing.
They tend to be more male model looking.
Okay, so you think you have to be a male model to get laid a lot?
No, didn't say that, but there's going to be, if you want to talk about looks, there's going to be a threshold, and I don't think you pass it, especially today.
Okay.
Especially in the gynocentric society with social media. No way.
Yeah, dude, it just sounds like you haven't been successful with women in your life.
No.
You're kind of projecting your.
That's
life.
your projection. I think you're the one that projects.
Well, no, I mean you've admitted that you've only slept with 10 girls without paying for it, so that's.
No, it was 15 to 20, and how is it? Like I said, it doesn't matter. I think that's honest, and I don't think you've remotely. I think you're lucky if you have that.
Okay, so let's do a lie detector test. Let's get me on a lie detector test.
No, I don't need a lie detector. I'll
Let's
just
go-
come
let's
down
go.
to Miami and go, show you in person.
Okay.
Doesn't take much to show people like you up.
Okay, we can go out and we can chat with girls. I don't know how we're gonna measure this contest. Like we're gonna record it or what?
Well, it
Some
has to
guy
be recorded.
backstage says he'll vouch for you, Alex.
We had what?
Some guy backstage is telling me to tell you he'll vouch for you.
Is
Can I say something real quick before he vouches for you? So, Whoremaxxer, here's my thing. So, I have zero problem with I have no problem with guys fucking prostitutes. I actually encourage it. Like, who gives a shit? But those don't count as receipts because you didn't actually pick the girl up.
Yeah, these are not receipts. By the way,
Well, you can go. You think that's an accomplishment? Men like you would think that's an accomplishment that you have to go and sit with women on dates and everything. It's not really an accomplishment. You're a hyper gynocentric. Brad, what your problem is you have a hyper gynocentric mentality. Honestly,
dude, you think it's like Jessica
Yes.
Maxine to invite a girl to your place?
Overly, yes, not that. If you do that, I'd say no, that's fine. If that's happening, in most cases, my point is most of you are not doing that, including Brad, including yourself, and including 90% of your audience.
Dude, you know so little about my content. What I advocate, it's hilarious. That is literally
No.
what I'm known for. That is like
going down, having a drink, and bringing the woman
that is
back. within an
literally
hour.
what my
Okay.
channel is known for. Is like
Okay.
the super direct style.
So I'll just go up. Hey, I can go. Hey, Trouble. Hey, baby. Hey, Trouble. What's going on, Trouble? Hey, Trouble. And I
Can
get
I add
right in
something
bed.
real quick?
Okay, I
Well,
got
no,
it.
there's a little bit more to it than that, but yeah, you can. Yeah, I
Is
don't
Hey,
think
Trouble. Hey, Trouble. Okay, let's see if it works. I'll try it.
Hey, can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I've lost my virginity and gotten every lay thanks to game. I've been to swing clubs and I've been to normal clubs. Last
Mhm.
night, I
Yeah.
went out, I sucked
Yeah.
some girls' titties in the fucking club. Don't ever
Okay.
come at me and tell me game doesn't work or max.
How old are you?
Maybe.
How old are you?
I'm
How old are you?
27. I'm
Why?
27.
Let me see you on cam. Let's see you on
Why
cam.
would I turn on my camera?
Well, are you ever been on cam? I think of these people
I've been
that
on
never.
camera, but I don't need to prove it to you whether I look great or
Well,
not. I'm
sure.
not the greatest
Well,
looking guy.
Well, okay. I know.
I'll
A
admit
lot of
to
you
you.
live in. A lot of you lived in fantasy land. Maybe it did happen. Maybe it didn't.
Whoremaxxer, because I just have a vested interest to prove to this guy who
Yeah.
has never paid me anything to vouch for him. I have a vested interest, right? Come on, dude. You can live in a hole all you want, but I'm telling you, I feel this shit. I learned game at 19. I've been getting laid since thanks to it. Don't ever come at me.
Whoremaxxer, I think instead of like
you're an anonymous face with no
Wait,
face
hang on.
again,
I think
another
instead
blah
of,
blah
dude,
blah.
This is the funny part. Instead of being so dismissive and just assuming
I am dismissive because I think a lot of it's nonsense.
Let me finish, dude. Instead of just being so dismissive and just assuming that everyone is lying to you, you would actually
didn't say that.
be so much better off if you actually tried the shit to advocate, and you would watch the fact that your lake count would quadruple. Right?
I've done all that, Alex. I've done all that in the past.
You're like a cancer patient saying chemotherapy is a waste of time.
No, you at the end of the day, what you're just promoting, because these guys will kill themselves, and these are ratings, especially the days of social media. The only place where they should be is a swing club, because sex is right on the table there.
Oh, they should.
Whoremaxxer, I've been to a swing club. You still need to run game there too.
Well, you don't need to run. You need to run game at a swing club. You're not doing things correctly then.
Well, I don't.
Why not just
unfortunately,
why would you have to run? Why would you have to game at a swing club then? If sex is right on the table,
Wait, if swing clubs are so easy, how often do you go to swing clubs, Whoremaxxer?
Well, the best one where I got 86 out of though was called the Red Rooster.
But
why'd you get 86? I wonder.
I was going every. Well, I had a falling out with the couple I did porn with.
But again, how often do you go to swing clubs?
Well, I was going every weekend, and my if you want to say how often, because in that particular club, that one, other ones not so, but in that one it was like almost like over 40%.
Okay, so you were going to swing clubs every weekend for how many years?
Oh, not years, only like 6 months.
Okay, if swing clubs are so good, why have you only been able to have sex with a dozen girls from swing clubs?
Well, those weren't in swing clubs.
Okay, so why, if they're so good, why have you been able to have sex with no girls at swing clubs?
Well, I went back into regular clubs, and I found them to be very unappealing, very life denying, a fest of hypergynocentric pigeons in there, kind of like yourself, that infest these places. And I think
But didn't you just say that going into regular clubs, like you would meet those girls that are like that, and then going into swing clubs, you would not meet those girls?
Well, sometimes you can meet both. It doesn't mean it's a swing club. That's completely opposite.
Yeah, my question is,
why aren't you in the swing club, Alex?
Because I've been
he
to
doesn't
swing
need
clubs.
to be.
I'm not into that.
No, I think you're full of shit, Sarah, with this whole game shit. I don't know why you chime in on this whole game and whatnot. I said it's going to be, if you talk and you be social, and is the woman attracted to you? That's all that is. It's sociability.
Pardon
and is the woman attracted
Let
to
me
you.
let Daddy Alex talk. Daddy Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, my little girl. Whoremaxxer, if swing clubs are so good, you've been going there for 6 months. Why is it that you've had only what? How many girls have you had sex with from swing clubs? One?
Well, I did a porn. No. Like,
I understand.
How many couples and women? Well,
how many women have you fucked from swinger clubs? 6?
6.
Okay. If they're so good, then why are you only getting laid once a month from swing clubs?
Because that's all generally you're going to get in a swing club.
So
see, you're full of shit. Yeah, Alex, you're just full of shit. You live in a delusional land. You're not. Listen, Sarah, listen, you could laugh whatever you want, okay?
I'm laughing at the little girl comment to Alex. That was just fucking classic. Cheers to you, baby.
Swing clubs are really good for guys, but you can only, even if you go there regularly, have sex once a month. So that means the vast majority of the time, when you go to swing clubs, you're not getting laid.
Well, it's like, you're not going to get it every time. It will be like a coin flip. It's like coin flip. Well, Alex, where is your content of you? Like I said, coming back with these women. You don't have any of that. And I know it. Yeah, you don't. You're not back. This is a bullshit LARP. The whole red pill manosphere is a fucking LARP. You're all LARPing. I know it for a fact. It will be proven. It will be.
When is the last time you looked at my website?
I don't remember.
What is on my website?
I don't care. Are they porn? Are you videoing? Are you having? There are PUAs that have sex with women that show it. That will show. Those are ones you have pictures of a Tinder conversation. I've had 1,000 Tinder conversations. They mean shit. They mean nonsense,
Do you have a
garbage.
screen- do you
I
have
could
a-
have I could have 1,000 pictures with women, and know what that would mean, Alex? Nothing. Know why? Because you can be social and get pictures with women in a second, and I can do it with ease.
So do
what
you
would
think
be
that
proof?
like if you have a girl like naked on your lap and your like hand is on her ass?
Well, maybe that's a little different pic. Then
That's
I
a
say,
little
all right,
different.
yeah.
Or what if
Whoremaxxer,
you have
I wanna
what if you
ask-
have screenshots of everything from the opener to the part where the girl says, "I had a lot of fun with you. Thanks for fucking the shit out of me." Do you think that also means nothing? Or
All right, well, so you have 300 of those. Okay.
no, I don't have 300 of those, but I have dozens and dozens of those.
Well, you went from 500 now it's down to 300. Where are we going down now to 200? Where are the numbers
300 to
going?
500.
300 to 5, but now it just went down to dozens. But now it just went to dozens.
No.
It
I
just
have
went down to dozens. It
I'm
seems
saying
like the
I have-
math here is off.
Hang on.
Whoremaxxer, I'm younger than
I
you,
have
and I've got a
dozens.
higher lay count than you.
All right,
Wait, I have
congratulations.
dozens.
You're failing at life because know why you failed, bruh? You're a guy
I
that
have
sent you a
dozens.
fucking pigeon.
Wait,
You're a
hang
pigeon.
on. I got to clarify this. I have dozens of receipts of women where I had a conversation with, where I have all the screenshots from open to close.
Okay,
Because-
so those are
That's why-
24
hang on.
women.
Let me finish.
24.
Hang on.
24. So that
I got to mute you for a second because I want to finish. Because the vast majority of the time, when I meet up with a girl from Tinder, I don't go online and make a lay report about it. I've only done that maybe, I don't know, 40 times, 50 times. The vast majority of times,
Well-
I don't actually do that, which is, I think, pretty normal.
All right. Well, I'll tell you that's probably more or less your realistic count of beats.
But you
from
went from
25 to 30, not 500.
But you went from saying that my lay count's smaller than yours to it being like 25 to 30.
Well, I think that's the more reasonable one to believe. Yes.
Okay, so what if I can show you 50 conversations from start to finish?
But telling you, how good you had they had sex as you and wonderful sex. Okay, then I'd say you had 50 of them.
Okay, so it just keeps increasing.
Well, yeah, but that's still far from 500. I mean, your counts are they're getting really small here. I mean,
No, they're not.
The math is we're shrinking. The numbers are, we could go into the negative territory here. I fear for
This
you.
is like a really cringy attempt at like straw man.
It's not a cringe
We're
attempt.
talking.
The realistic. What cringe?
There's a
Stop
big-
with the cringe. You got to
Wait,
stop. With the
There's a
cringe.
big difference between the receipts and my total lay
Yes.
count. Do you think every single time I fuck a girl, I screenshot our Tinder conversation and write it up on the internet?
Well, that's your business, and that should be paramount to you. That would be like
Why?
a cap.
I already-
That's
I
a
already-
cap in your a business model. So those are the ones that
Why?
that should be there. You
Hold
do
on,
it.
Alex,
I don't.
Alex, I have a
Wait,
good.
why would I need to have like hundreds and hundreds? I've already made the point. All I
But
need
you
is
made
a
no.
concept.
Well, yeah,
All I-
no.
all I
Well, there's
need
a big difference between
all I need is
30 to 50 and 500. If you don't know the difference, well, I don't know what to say to that.
Because I don't.
It's like
count.
say I have $30,000, and all of a sudden you're saying I got $500,000. Now I got
Do you know how
30,000.
many
Big
times-
difference.
Do you know how many times you've taken a shit like the last year? Do you count?
Well, Alex, you're not listen. You can.
Do you have a-
It's your business model, and that's fine. But like I said, all this what I see, and it's not just
My
you. I think
business-
it's a lot of it's
my
a lot of
business model. Hang on, my business model does not depend on my lay count. No one.
yes,
No,
yes,
no
it
one
does.
buys.
It
my
should.
shit. No,
Then
no.
nobody should buy your stuff. But you ain't showing that you're getting laid, buddy. They shouldn't be doing it.
I've already shown that I get laid consistently. What they care about is
I gotta see some pornos. I mean, I don't know. I mean, are you one of these animal? Are you these one
Bro,
of the animal
at the end
James
of the
Dean?
day-
You fuck like a Rocco and Freddie and
You
James Dean.
you can watch my porno if you promise you're not going to jerk off to it.
Well,
Okay.
where are they? Where is it? Let me. I'll
He's
look at your
jerking
porn.
off to it, Alex.
I'll look
Guaranteed.
at it.
Not just that.
Where's
yeah.
your porn?
I waited
I'll look
for
at
3
it.
hours to get
I'm
on
very
the
open with
channel
my
for the advice.
sexuality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, just text me and I'll send it to you.
Whoremaxxer,
Okay.
if I didn't think this guy's advice worked, I wouldn't sit here and wait for 3 hours just to ask him one fucking question. Okay.
But dude, the biggest thing is people don't buy my shit because of my lay count. They buy my shit because of what they think it can do for them, what it can do for
Yeah.
them. So much more important than like having hundreds of lay reports
Well-
is having testimonials.
Well,
It's
why do
having
you have a
practical
problem with
knowledge.
using whores or sugar babying and shit like that?
I've never said I have a problem.
Well, you seem to be with that because see, if you took that out of the equation and all the time you have to put out and go get dressed
just
and buy
don't want
these women drinks and whatnot, I said you factor in that cost, and I said a lot of times you're better off paying for it.
No,
Are you Whoremaxxer? Because the number of times I pulled girls under $50 is higher than I would have to
How
pay for a
much do you
sugar
think
baby.
it costs to buy a drink? It's like literally 20.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm not against buying women drink. If the the thing is, I'm talking about the constant dates, the bullshit entitled, which goes on. It's like women like Sarah should be in swing clubs draining balls at pleb rates.
But this is not what I teach. I don't teach going on multiple dates with a girl. I teach you should have sex with her on the first date, or if not on the first date, the second date.
You know what I want to do? I want to bring clubs.
Absolutely, 100% fuck on the first date after having a drink with her. So when you think that Sarah's this like prude chick who plays all these games, you're 100%
Yes.
off. Sarah's actually
on here she does. Okay, yes.
Not really, dude. She just doesn't like
She should just be in a swing club draining balls for pleb rates.
She doesn't want to go to swing club. Hang out with pleb
I
rates
do like
too.
fucking, and
Yes,
I do like
but
fucking
that's
on
all-
the first date, but
all right.
not with
So-
guys who talk about
Yeah, I know. You're so
certain
innocent.
specific
Yeah.
things.
Can I say something?
I
to
know.
Whoremaxxer?
So innocent over
Not
there.
innocent. She's just
Please,
literally-
Sarah, you're so full of shit.
I
just
didn't never
literally
said I
comical.
was innocent. I never
just
Please,
said I was
comically-
admitted to fucking on the first date, and you're still like hanging on to this like fantasy that she's like this conservative girl who's like playing all these
I don't
games.
have any fantasy about that. I think they're two duplicitous
I don't
gossip
think I'm
mongers.
duplicitous at all.
Yeah,
I
So
just
everything
think
is
gossip
fine.
mongers.
You're the only
in-
one who's
No,
seeing the
I
truth,
just
huh?
think
But you
that
just
girls
think
are
she's
going
duplicitous.
girls are going to be more appealing to a man who says the right things versus a guy
Yes.
that comes up and he's like, "You want to go to the swingers
Yeah,
club? You want to drain my balls?" Like,
Uh-huh.
no.
Well, I think that's the
Like,
only thing that
that's not
somebody
gonna
like
turn
you
me
should
on.
deserve.
Maxer, have you ever heard of this thing called sexual tension? Or do
Huh?
you just kind of just cut to the chase and pull your dick out in front of every girl?
Well, so
He
next
just
time
got
I
to
go
the
back
chase
to the
and
swing
pulled
club,
his
I'll
dick out
walk
in front of
out.
every girl.
I'll just walk around in my Speedo because it's
Exactly.
based on
Try
physicality.
building sexual tension with a girl.
Yeah.
There's a date
You
on
need-
Alex's
you-
channel. There's a
I
speed
know.
date by
I
Chad
know.
Chad.
You
that
need
I
to get your
literally said-
test. You need to get your test levels
So
checked.
my
You
test
sound
is
very.
higher than yours.
You sound like
naturally.
you sound very hyper gynocentric, and you got
Oh,
a
do
little.
I?
No,
less
you
to go.
you
Yeah.
just have like literally 2 or 3 like comebacks
Yes.
to use for
Well,
everything.
that's true. I mean, I don't care if you're on TRT, Alex.
like
You're only on
everyone
100
has-
milligrams. That's retarded. You
Right.
shut
I'm
your
gonna let-
balls down for 100
I'm gonna
milligrams a
let
test.
Big Daddy
first
Alex
again.
take it from here. Thank you.
I don't take 100. I take 150. Second of all,
150
I-
still
dude, I'm
150.
not
Ain't gonna do
trying to-
anything.
Dude, I'm not. Well, yeah, my testosterone levels are like 1100. I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
destroy
Baby
my-
levels. Baby levels.
That's the optimal level that you want to have. What you're
That's
doing,
right.
it's gonna fuck up your health for the rest of your life.
Well, I'm not on it right now. I'm just on TRT right now because I can't go into the gym for a while.
You're right,
but
but
I will be. Yes, I will be on the Gamma test.
Right, dude, which is horrible for your health. You're destroying all your organs.
No, I feel great on it. Lovely.
You feel great when you inject heroin, except
Yeah,
it's not a
I
good
feel
health.
lovely. I love it.
So
I love
when
a good juicy pump in the morning.
Yeah, you can do.
The
you can
mog
do-
you. I'm gonna come down when I get mogged up. I'll come down to Miami.
Dude.
I'll take you to the club, and I'm like, I'm not only I'm gonna mog your game, I'm gonna cock mog you. That's right, a mog you, cock wise. Whether you're 6'3", I'm 5'8" with an 8-inch cock.
Your cock is getting nowhere near my
Yeah.
cock, dude. The
That's
fact that
right.
you
I'm
built
the
this
cock
in
mog you.
Dude,
No,
the
I
fact
I think a lot of you guys in the manosphere have small micro penises, honestly.
All right,
Baby
that's fine.
beans.
Aren't,
lot of them,
aren't
not
you
all
in the
of them.
manosphere, Whoremaxxer?
No, I am not. I am not.
I'm pretty positive
he's a
you're
black
here.
boy.
Well, they say that is, but do I have any of the same aspects of red pill or guys that lay
But
down
that
and rock?
doesn't mean you're
Hey,
not
Whoremaxxer,
in the
what's-
manosphere. I
how
didn't
many
know
people
I
are
was
following
in
your
the
dating
manosphere, and
advice,
I'm in
bro?
the manosphere.
Wait,
I don't have dating advice, bruh, because I don't believe in all that.
Yeah,
crap.
his dating advice is literally just say you want to go swing club. The
You want to
fact
go?
that
You know what,
think-
bro? What
Wait,
you
hold
need
on,
is
hang
my
on,
motive.
hang on.
You should come up
I got to mute you because I want to get this point across.
beach.
The fact that you think that it's an accomplishment, the fact that you're taking 1 gram of test. and
Not
that's
yet.
somehow
Not
good for
yet.
you.
Am I muted?
Okay, you're planning on doing it. You told me last time
Yeah.
you take 100 milligrams. You're literally
Let
frying.
me
your
explain
organs.
something to you,
You think it's good?
delusional. No, you don't know anything about that. I can tell you, speaking of a place of ignorance, okay? First
No,
of
no.
all, if you want to be jacked or if you want that aesthetic physique, I'm not talking about just, health-wise and worrying about your fucking markers all the time. And, if you want to grow a set of balls and really get those physiques, whether it be jacked or that aesthetic male
Just actually
model,
makes the balls shrink. and
you
I-
have to write. Well, that's why there's HCG and gonellarelin. I'm not sure if you know about that. Maybe that's
I
a
know-
problem
I
with
know
you.
all about it.
Yeah. So, you know, so you can run that. You're not going to get those physiques, and I'm going to do porn. I want that physique.
But
I'm going to get that physique. I'd rather die at 55 than live a life like you as a pigeon.
Well, okay. Well, the funny thing is that you take way higher doses of test than me, but I'm in better shape than you.
I'm not working out, and I don't take that. I haven't taken that. The highest I ever went was
last time we did a live stream, you told me you
500 milligrams. That's right.
Oh, 900. Okay. So you
no, 500. That was 500.
Okay. So you take 3.5 times as many.
I haven't for 3 months now, or 2 months.
Okay, but in the past 3 months ago when we spoke, you took three times as much testosterone as me, yet I'm in better shape than you.
I don't think you're in good shape.
So who's the small one?
But I don't think you're in good shape, though, especially for a guy who's like 6'2". I think your shape is not as average.
I'm not 6'2". What, you're strawmanning me so bad.
Well, I don't know. How tall are you? I don't know. 6 feet.
Whoremaxxer, look at his trap development and look at
I
yours.
have a
Don't ever come at
solution.
him, dude.
This is like such crazy strawman. 5'10" and a half.
Okay.
I have a
But
solution.
I'm not
Look at all-
considering you're
instead of-
not a mogger, Alex. You know what mogging? I use the term mogging. Mogging is used for you. If I stayed on for another year straight and was in the gym with correct diet, no, you will not look better than me.
Yeah, I don't care about hypotheticals. I care about what is actually.
Well, you will. I can't do that now because I broke my fucking arm.
Well, the reality is even before you broke your arm, despite you.
Yeah, but I was only in the gym since I'm 40, buddy. Since I'm 43 years old. You're 32. Why don't you get your hair system? Your hair is going in cell right now. Why don't you get your hair system with the 10 grand? Worry about that.
Clearly,
I love how Whoremaxxer, you just keep
your hair is
moving
just
goalposts.
why don't you worry about that? Seriously, why don't you get a good hair system? Your hair is going in cell.
Why do you care so much about my hair?
Well, it's just a fact. You see, you're Norwooding. You're younger.
Yeah,
you're like 15 years younger than me.
No fucking shit. I have hair loss.
Why don't you get a transplant? Seriously.
I'm planning on it.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. I think those are good things if you could do it. I don't think many men.
What the fuck does that have to do with this whole discussion?
I don't. Well, I don't. It's just another thing of observation.
Do you think I didn't realize I had hair loss?
Again, another reason why you're not going to walk into a bar or a high-end bar and be pulling bad bitches.
Dude, you keep
You're Norwooding. Your hair just flew out. Go went incel right out the fucking window. Your hair just went out the window.
Yeah, Whoremaxxer, I really need you to help me because I didn't know I had hair loss. It's just
funny. Well, I'm trying to help
like,
you. What have you done leading up to that with your hair? Have you taken biotin? Do you take B vitamins? Do you take MSM? Yeah, biotin. Where's your B complex and your MSM?
Take all that shit. Relax.
Yeah.
It's just funny that you call me a little pigeon like that. I'm like this skinny fucking dude.
No, I didn't call you. I said you're pigeon dancing. You're a pigeon dancer. I didn't say you're a little skinny. Okay. I said your physique is average. I talk about mogging. You don't know the mogger, but maybe it is. I can't see. But let's say. But see, here's the thing is, Alex. When I get on gear and I get back into the gym and I run the correct diet, the correct protein, complete pure diet, no alcohol whatsoever and nothing, I will be a Max beast at 5
Let's see it, bro.
Yeah, well, I've done it. I back all, but hey, bro, see, you don't believe me. Well, look, ask anybody on my channel. He doesn't believe it, but you can ask anybody on my channel. Nobody believes I would do porn either, but
yes, after I stop procrastinating on the internet and bullshitting and wasting my time, I start working really hard and I become a multimillionaire. Then we'll see who has the last laugh. Like this is like no one gives a shit about future potential. It's either like you have it or you don't. So,
but I can't work out right now.
Okay, that's fine.
What an excuse.
But don't go ahead and then say someone's like, oh, bro, you take 150, you're gonna be skinny.
But that is bullshit. That is shit. That is
when the other person's literally in better shape than you.
Yeah, but you don't. It doesn't matter. You don't have that physique. You know, saying 150 milligrams of test and you build on that is bullshit.
Do you think I'm trying to be a professional bodybuilder?
No.
So why would I care?
Well, obviously you don't.
Yeah,
I do care about that.
I'm not interested in dying at 55 and destroying my organs for the sake of.
Well, no, that's only because also bodybuilders will take their caloric intake will be 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day. I'm not looking to do that.
Okay, but yeah, I'm not interested in like destroying my health for the sake of like I don't know being more jacked. Why the fuck would I want to do that? I'm not trying to be a bodybuilder. I'm pretty happy. I have a girlfriend. Everything's going well. I'm trying to focus on my business. Why the fuck would I fuck up?
Well, you keep saying fuck up your health. like you take a niche community of bodybuilders, and that's what you're using your barometer to say, oh, these guys are dying, at 50.
Do you think
These guys,
1 gram? Do you think 1 gram of test is gonna not negatively affect your health? Do you think that's okay?
I don't think 1 gram of test will negatively affect your health, except for moderate side effects. Maybe if you're prone to it, maybe a little higher blood pressure and acne.
Okay, dude, I don't know what to say to you. You're way off about that. 1 gram of test is not good for you at all. It puts massive stress on your organs. So if you think, I don't know, talk to a doctor, bro. But yeah, if you think that's like,
well, no, I won't talk to a doctor because they're of your opinion of your range. But you see, you don't want that type of body, so it doesn't matter to you. See, I want that aesthetic ripped physique, and I tend to get
you know
it.
what I think your problem is?
You can get that without destroying your health.
No.
Yeah, you can. Just go to the gym.
You think
and take
no, Alex, no,
200 milligrams.
No, 200 milligrams of test does not build up, and I don't want to look like you.
You're not even me.
Can I
do not want to.
Whoremaxxer?
You are not. Know who my barometer is? Frank Zane, not you.
Okay,
I do have a
you
question,
have to first get to the
Whoremaxxer.
point of me because you're not even there.
No,
How-
you're not
are
to
you
be
not
emulated
able
or
to
look up
get-
to look into that, and don't think
You're
are.
like
I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not.
You're like a virgin insulting.
Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. You think you are where you are somewhere, and you're not. Look at Frank Zane's pics. Now, do you look like a Frank Zane? Excuse
I'm not
me,
trying to be
Alex.
a professional.
Well, or are you even remotely close to Frank Zane?
You know what I find very interesting
my
about
only
you,
point is that
Whoremaxxer?
I'm in better shape than you, bro.
Yeah.
And I haven't
Okay.
destroyed my health to get there.
And
Whoremaxxer,
you know what,
I find
Alex?
really
You know what?
interesting about
What would be even more
Whoremaxxer,
interesting? Yeah,
you know what I
heard.
find
Just one
really
second.
interesting? You
Yeah.
think you're like the smartest dude in the room?
No, I do
And-
not. No, I have
no,
never said
actually,
that. And
you do.
you should keep your mouth shut and your ears
Oh,
open.
should I?
Maybe you will.
Or maybe I
Maybe
should
you
put
will
my
learn
cock
to.
in your mouth.
Maybe you
You're
will
the
learn.
little cockhole.
You would probably like that. Many men are in this sphere are definitely raging homosexual in closet cases.
Are you projecting right now?
No, he's the one that just brought up the vulgarity. You little vulgar fuck.
Only one of us.
I'll fucking bottom you out. You want to be a little power bottom, don't you, bitch?
On this panel
Well, he's the one that started up. Well, yeah, he started up. I fuck trans too. That's right.
Right.
Better
So,
looking than most biological women. Fuck
technically,
better
you're
too.
homosexual.
Well, how is that homosexual? You're
Because you're
studies on
you're
trans.
fucking someone.
Well, why is it, Alex? If it's all raging homosexuals
Can-
that watch transport, be quiet. If it's also homosexuals that
What?
watch transport, why is it the third most watched porn in the United States? Do you know
There's
that?
a lot of other
I just
homosexuals.
have
No,
a
so
question.
half
You
the
can go
country
check
is
the
gay.
Pornhub analytics. That's not true.
There's
Yeah,
a
yes,
lot
it
of
You
is.
can literally go
segregated-
check up the Pornhub
Yeah, I
analytics
did.
for
Yeah, and
2022. That's not true.
Yes, and it's the fifth.
No, it's not.
It's the fifth in the country.
Oh, look, would you look at that?
Oh,
You
it's
just
the third.
shifted your own position.
Literally just have
No,
a
what the
question.
number one most state of it, where the most watch of it is in Texas too. By the way.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of homosexuals in Texas, but the fact it's so funny that like you call people things that are actually more applicable to you. You call bruh gay when in
Yeah.
reality you're the one that's fucking
But I'm happy to. I
Trans-
said, but I have no problem with my sexuality.
right. So, well, why do you think you should call other people gay when if
It's
anything,
just
you're
a
gay?
talking. It's just like what you say, Jesus or something that comes out. This guy was saying he wants to suck my cock or something. You know.
Right,
No,
but
dude.
You're just like massively projecting. Like you're saying, like, oh, you're
No,
not,
no, Alex. You know what you need to be shown,
When I'm
Alex.
in
All the
better
thing you, Alex.
when
when
I'm
you,
in better shape than you.
but no,
Oh,
you're
bro,
not,
yeah.
Alex.
You're
You're
the one
not.
that's
You
the
think
trend.
you're in shape. You don't know what good shape is.
But I'm in better shape than you.
That could be at this current point, but I'm also 15 years older than you.
Okay. Well, that's at any point in your lifetime. I guarantee I've been in better shape than you.
No, well, maybe I never took working out serious, and if I did, you won't even be in the same fucking planet as me.
Okay. So it's just funny that you insult my physique when you're in worse shape.
I
than
didn't
me.
insult it.
You
I said it's
attack
average.
Bruh for
I didn't
his
insult it.
homosexuality. when
No,
literally
he's
you don't have
the one.
acceptance
Well,
of any.
Alex, you're sounding a little stupid now because he's the one that said he wanted to put his dick in my mouth.
He.
Yes.
I'm just repeating what you just parroted back to
You're,
Sarah, bro,
you're the one that
'cause I
said.
found that mad
Yeah,
disrespectful.
what he needs to do is to be quiet down there. He needs to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, keep his mouth shut and his ears
Uh-huh.
open, and keep
Oh,
down.
really?
Yeah.
You do
Wait,
realize Sarah might back off just because I'm not gonna back off, dude. I will.
I don't
dick
give a
slap
fuck
with
what
my
you have.
massive dong,
I know
and
you have
will-
such a.
I
But
will
see,
leave
here's
a
the problem with
footprint
your
in
massive.
face, dude.
But here's your massive dick. See, my dick is all over the internet, all 8 inches of it. Yours is not. So obviously, you're projecting. You got micropene.
It's
don't you,
only
boy?
8
Oh, do I?
inches.
Only a micropene, don't you?
Oh, it's only 8 inches, bro.
huh?
Well, how many
That's
guys have
it.
8-inch cocks? How many guys have ate his shots?
Fat.
I don't
I
understand
prefer
like what's
fat.
the
I will leave
argument
a
though.
huge
Yeah,
Like,
that's right.
Now it's
Well,
just
they brought it
evolving-
up.
It's just evolving into I have a bigger
but
dick.
I mean, like,
Oh,
This is
he's
what
the one
they're
saying.
arguing.
He was saying, I'll measure my cock. It's your guest saying it, so I fucking throw it right back at him. Do you listen to your guest, Alex? Are you autistic? Do you have
I have
Asperger's?
not heard him say I'm gonna.
Yeah, he's down there saying it, stupid.
Bro,
Why
you
are
said
you
you're gonna
so
put your dick
mad?
in his mouth.
But he's saying it constantly.
You
You're
really
acting
are.
like
You're
he's not
like
saying it.
dude.
You're
I
like
told him to shut his
threatening
cock
rape
hole.
here on this poor man.
No, go back.
All he
and
did was
replay
have a
it.
question.
Jared, am I even talking to you? I'm not talking to you. Nor do I want to.
Oh,
Honestly, I
I'm
should
sorry.
probably
I'm the
keep my
female
clothes on.
in
I'm
the
just getting triggered by
conversation.
All right.
Daddy
Yeah.
Alex,
Okay.
please,
Yeah.
please
Okay.
stand
I'll
up,
let you
Daddy
go
Alex.
back. I'll come to Miami when I'm in shape, Alex, and I'll show you that your game is all wrong and inconsistent. Okay.
I very much look forward to it. I just find
Okay.
it funny
Thank you.
that you insult people for their fitness.
Yes.
When
Yes.
you're in worse shape than
Yes.
me.
I'm insulting you. I'm insulting you.
call
You should
people
be
gay
ashamed.
when
You
you're
should be
having
ashamed.
fucking
Well,
Grammys.
that's just a slur, or like people say Jesus
Oh,
or
I'm sorry. Do you
whatnot.
feel triggered by that? Or?
No, not at all. Not at all. I
Okay,
can't wait to do a porn with Daisy Taylor. Are you kidding me? Can't wait. Better ass than you've ever had, I can sure.
Is that the chick that looks like she has like no tits or ass?
Well, see, again, you don't know what good looking is.
Probably is.
Well, let me look her up. I want to see this Daisy Taylor.
I almost feel like I'm like have more testosterone than Whoremaxxer if he's supplementing for it so much.
Well, you're the one that thinks you're some bad bitch. You know, your whole business.
I'm not
sense.
bad
You're-
bitching
You
anything. All I
think
did
you've
was
been
ask
raised
you a
in
couple
yeah,
questions.
well, yeah.
How am I
You see
bad
what your
bitching
friends do.
anything? People
Yeah.
come on, they ask me questions, I give them
Yeah, they
answers
shouldn't
and
listen
vice
to any of your
versa.
advice. Bad
What
advice.
advice did I give?
Poor advice. Just poor.
What
Just
what
the
advice
answer
am I
that
giving?
all of it, whatever you're saying is bad. Poor.
What
You should
advice
be-
am I giving? 'Cause I
Wait,
don't think I've given.
wait, hang on. She's a tranny?
Of course
Daisy
you feel
Taylor.
about a fucking
Yeah.
tranny.
Yeah, Daisy Taylor is trans. Yeah, so you
Oh,
couldn't even tell. You want
done.
to get balls deep
I'm
in it.
done with the
Alex,
internet.
That's an
please do not
accomplishment?
screen
That you
share.
have a
Please
porn
do
of you
not
fucking
screen
a
share.
tranny? Dude, that's fucking disgusting.
No, I don't have a porn of a trans. I will have
No,
that though
that's
too.
his favorite
you
porn
said-
star.
you said
That's
you
what,
fucked
no, he said
Daisy-
that was
oh,
his
he
favorite
hasn't?
porn star.
No,
No,
that's
he
my
said that was
favorite
his
trans.
favorite.
That's my favorite trans porn star.
Fucking gross.
Huh?
Yo,
I feel
Alex,
sorry
man.
for you.
She has a fucking
That's-
strong man.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro,
Like I
that's
feel like I'm
disgusting.
more manly than
Bro, you're not in a
Whoremaxxer is,
position
and
to
I've
call anyone gay if your
I
number
didn't
one
call
goal
anybody gay.
That's
You
a
ever
good
heard of
point.
this
is to fuck
slur?
someone who has a penis. It's disgusting.
Yes. Well, I guess half the
Bro, I
country
don't,
is
I
gay.
don't, I don't, I don't understand. This is not like an attack or anything, but like genuine question. If you're having sex with a man with a penis, like
Yes.
even if you have the perfect physique,
Yeah.
I mean, well, like that's not gonna make up for it.
Wait, well, I don't know. You seem to have a problem. It's men like you that generally watch trans porn, to tell you honestly. That's why it's growing so
No.
exponentially. Yeah, it is. I said
Big
I've heard
Daddy
it all
Alex,
before.
you go right
like
ahead, baby.
off the charts.
Well, look up the analytics on trans porn. You'll see what I'm talking about. That's why I do both.
I mean, okay, I don't care if trans porn was number one. I would be fucking still grossed out by that.
No, okay, well, that's you.
Yeah, Alex, let me know when we're ready to switch gears. I have a quick question. Well, maybe not a quick question, but I have a question for you.
I just want to quickly fact check this. One second.
Sure.
Okay.
I do have a question for man whore in the meantime.
Dude, you're way off. Number one is
Whoremaxxer. Get the name straight. You'll know that name. Believe me. Whoremaxxer.
My bad.
Wait, first of all, you're way off about your statement. It's like the third most watched or the fifth most watched. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Hentai is number one. Lesbian, MILF, Ebony, Latina, threesome, BBC, big, anime, stepmom, massage. It's not even on the list, bro.
I don't know what that is.
You just
That's literally Pornhub
pulled that out of your ass.
Whoremaxxer. That's literally Whoremaxxer.
That was just something you completely made up.
No, I'll show it to you. That's incorrect.
Show me. Pull it up right now.
So that
it's the top on his list, Alex.
in the room.
Yeah, it's the top on his list, but it doesn't actually reflect.
He thinks he knows it all.
No, I never said that. It's your prediction.
I'm sorry, bro, but that's the vibe you give off.
You're a little, you're a little larper. You know, that's all you are. Yeah, I know you're a LARP. I can tell by the tone of your voice you are.
It's funny how you like attack everyone else, but
yeah, but I know it. I've
He
been
can't
around
take it
these people
himself.
long enough. No, I've been around these people long enough to know he's another LARP.
okay, everyone's a LARPer, but you're a legit.
Well, mostly in this sphere they are. That's unfortunate. That's what I'm
You're the
trying to
guy
tell
that's
you. That's my point.
Gotcha. Okay, here's another. Let's keep fact checking you. So number 1, we have lesbian, MILF, amateur, teen, mature, ebony, anal, huge breast, well hung, and tie. Again, not even on the list. So you just completely made that up. You just straight up pulled that out of your ass.
Well, in 2018, it was ranked the 5th highest search term of the year.
Okay.
So
pull up the data.
I have to say, the huge breasts, I definitely help that percent.
Yeah,
anyway,
me too.
go on. Yeah.
You know, like you said, you know, we're going. Okay, well, I mean, this is just a whole article. They're citing a lot of different here.
Well, show me proof that it's number 5.
Of here where they're stating it? You mean on here? Can I share the screen with you?
Well, proof. Yeah, you can share the screen. I just want to see some proof it's number 5. I don't believe you, according to all the things I looked at.
Here, 2018 year in review, Pornhub. Well, I got to make sure there's no nudity here.
Yes, please.
Year in numbers. Let's see here. It's right here in this. Let me see here. Let's see. There's no ad here. Well, all right. Let me see. On your stream, all right. Share screen.
As long as there's no porn, yeah.
Well, yeah. This is just an article. You may want to check that out though beforehand. Can you see it?
No, it's not on the screen.
Should be.
No, I don't see it.
Hey, Whoremaxxer, why don't you send the link in the private chat? That way Alex can vet the site too.
Yeah, here's the link here.
Just put it in the private chat or whatever.
Private. Okay,
Hey,
here you go.
IT for this one?
Here you go. This in the chat.
Okay, let me take a look. Okay.
So after this, I have 2 questions for Whoremaxxer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, first question. So, why not just do both? So, like, let's say you're a young guy, you're trying to get laid. Why don't you go do pickup for the weekend?
Sure, if you're a young guy, you could try some of that. I mean,
or any.
I'm not a young guy, and if you're a guy 30 and over, no, you shouldn't be doing it. It ain't going to work for you too well.
Well, we could come back to that, but let's just say you're a guy who wants to go meet girls. Why don't you go out and
Dude, you've debunked yourself with your own article. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so most searched for terms of 2018: lesbian, hentai, MILF, stepmom, Japanese mom, teen, Asian, massage, Korean, ebony, anal, threesome, big ass, Fortnite, Chinese, big tits, cartoon, cream pie, or watch trans.
No, you got to read
all the way down.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, but it's moved up 12 spaces on because those graphs switch all the time.
All right, but it's like fucking number 20. So it's not number 3.
Listen, Alex. Listen, you don't have to believe anything I have to say. I'm calling your LARP. I'll prove that you're a LARP in Miami. No money involved. There's nothing there. It says it moved up 12 spaces since.
But it's still at the bottom of the list. It's not number 5. Does this look like number 5?
See, Alex, listen.
It doesn't look like number 5 from the bottom.
Number 5.
Your audience lives in a delusional state of mind. You'll be told it correctly. You are delusional. I think you believe some of your own lies. I think your receipts are more like 30 and not 500. And when I get jacked and in shape, I'll show you how to be social.
Whoremaxxer, your receipts are still below all of us.
Number 5 to you?
It doesn't.
All the way at the bottom? You literally debunked yourself with your own article.
No, I didn't, because if you look at that, it says moved up 12 spaces since then. It says trans moved it up 12 spaces.
If something started at number 40 and moved up 12 spaces, does that make
but it's not at number 40. It's like your other math, Alex. I don't think you know how to fucking do math correctly because you move all fucking numbers all around. Alex, Alex, you're fucked up when it comes to numbers. It's like your receipts, Alex. You like to stretch your receipts to fit your narrative.
Dude,
your narrative is a LARP. You're a LARP. You're a LARP, Alex. Come on. You're a LARP. You're a LARP. Anybody with any rationale.
I'm going to mute you so I can get a word in. Dude, you literally are insulting my math when in reality, you mistook number 5 for number 20. Like, how the fuck are you going to insult my math when this is literally what you did? And this is according to your own article. Like, this is like really fucking embarrassing, dude. You thought it's number 5 from the bottom, not number 5 from the top. It's not even close. It's not even the top 10. It's not even in the top 20. Or maybe it's like at the very end of top 20. Like, so this is a fucking bad look, but then you're gonna like deflect and attack my math skills. Dude, I would be fucking embarrassed if I said something was number 5 and then the article I sent the person put it in number 20. And then instead of just taking responsibility for it, you're just gonna fucking try to attack my math. It's so funny because like literally all your attacks are just deflections. Like you attack other people for being gay when you're having sex with trannies. You attack my physique when you're literally like in worse shape than me. And you've now attacked my math when your math is just like disgraceful.
You're muting me because you're full of shit. Okay, move that up since where it was 12 more spaces. So you see the trend is increasing. Second of all, I told you your physique is average. It's nothing to be where you're going to be this Mog Max slayer of women at all. You're not remotely close to that. You maybe think you are, but men that LARP think they are a lot of things.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not trying to be condescending, but I don't know if you legitimately know how mathematics works. The fact that it's moved
well,
up
I know the difference between 530 receipts
makes no difference in terms of what the
well,
overall number is.
Well, keep
So
denying that.
Your claim wasn't that it moved up 12 spaces or that
Alex, you're like a woman.
Are
Are you sure you're not in a cuckold relationship? Because you said you're in an open relationship.
I must apologize because I would
the one
love
that has
to
sex
agree
with
with
trannies,
Alex,
not me.
but
Yeah, but
no,
maybe
I'm
you're in something far, far worse. And maybe you're a cuckold relationship. Are you?
See, every time you make a claim, I just assume you're projecting.
Well, I don't know. You said you're in an open relationship. Generally, open relationships cuckold means cuckold relationship where the woman is getting all the sex and you're getting nothing. And by the way you're speaking, I'm going to say she's the one getting the sex and you're getting nothing.
Okay, you're completely straw man position again. I'm in one way.
No, I'm not straw manning anything.
So okay, then you don't watch my content because I have sex with other girls. She only has sex with me. I've been insanely public about that for like a year.
So that's the open. So you're claiming your open relationships. You're getting all the sex, and she just wants to have sex with you.
Well, yeah, fuck the shit out of my girlfriend too.
Yeah, I think that's a LARP. I think it's the other way around.
So let's put some money on it, and I'll do a live.
Well, I told you I don't have everything is up to you. You know, this money to prove. How are you going to prove it one way or the other?
I'll take
not much. Would you like to cash me up, Sunbro? Because you could send some donations to my cash app.
I don't want to lose money.
I'm underemployed.
Well, we can prove it very easily. Me and my girlfriend take a lie detector test.
Well, I have to give you a lie detector test to know what I probably already knows that when women initiate have open relationships.
Put your money where your mouth is.
So she has sex with nobody, and you just have sex with all the women. Again, you're LARPing. You're a LARP. That's a LARP. I know it's a LARP by looking at it. I know it is.
And you just like literally just project all your shit.
No, well, you could say it's projection because I can't prove it true one way or the other. But I know when guys, because I see them at swing clubs, they have these open relationships. It's the women generally getting all the sex, and the guys, it's the cuck.
Bro, that's not a swing club.
I think you're projecting because you say my math is bad when you literally.
Are you the cuck in the corner, Alex? Are you the cuck in the corner?
He's taking a
be honest.
Sample
when you say shit like that,
be honest, Alex.
I just assume that you're actually the cuck in the corner.
No, I think Alex, you said you're in the open relationship, not me.
I never said I was in an open relationship. I said I was in a one-way open relationship.
A one-way open relationship. So, and you're getting all the sex, and she's getting nothing. I find that very hard to believe.
She's not getting nothing. We have threesomes. I fuck the shit out.
Oh, you have threesomes, yeah. Okay, so you watch her get banged out by another guy.
No, threesomes with a girl, bro.
Just threesomes. So you're getting all this hot action, just walking into the bar and just. Hey, trouble, and buy them a drink, and they're back with you having the hot threesomes, right?
I don't
line of shit.
Okay, so let's do a lie detector test and put some money on it. See,
how would I get these lie detector tests? I don't talk any game. You talk game, baby cakes. I don't talk any.
Hang on, let me finish. You're saying that I'm a liar, I'm full of shit, blah, blah, blah.
I called you a LARPer.
So I'm willing. Okay, you think I'm a LARPer. So I'm just saying, hey, let's put me and my girlfriend on a lie detector test and we'll get to the bottom of it. But you're like,
where do I go to the lie detector test?
Alex, why do you put hold on, Alex, why do you put so much faith in lie detector tests? I would never take one of those.
They're 95% accurate. If me and my girlfriend do it, the odds go up to 99%.
I would still never do it, but continue.
Okay. Well, I think it's probably one of the best ways for us to get to the bottom of it.
I think honestly, a better Alex, if you go out with him, you could probably pull faster. Just bet $50. He probably has $50 laying around.
You want to do $50? All right, I'll do $100.
$100? That's a lot of money, Whoremaxxer. Are you sure? I don't want you to not be able to pay.
I gotta buy me some fresh fruit juice. Why don't you cash at me? I'm drinking all fresh fruit juices
I'm worried if you get evicted from your place because you don't have $100.
I do want to continue my question to Whoremaxxer. So, why can't a guy just do both? Let's say a guy wants to learn how to meet women. He can go out Yeah,
Be
he can go out
social.
and he can go out to bars and clubs on the weekend.
Well,
And then
if you
he
want bars
checks
and
out,
clubs, why not just go to a swing club instead and forego all that?
well,
Why,
because
why are you
swing.
making extra work for yourself?
Okay, so swing club, obviously you could get sex way easier, but you're not developing any skills, and you're not going to
There's
have a
so many
relationship
issues
with
with
them
swing clubs.
You have
outside of
to
the swing
talk to
club.
people. You have to talk to people at
The
swing
girls
clubs.
are
Not just-
generally not that attractive at swing clubs.
This
Two,
is a guy that doesn't even go.
I've been to swing clubs.
Bro, I've been.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not.
Okay,
hot.
then
You know,
I'll grant you that.
The
I'll
straw
grant you
manning
that.
is
You
like off
probably
the
I know you just get all the hot women. I know, Alex. You just pull all these.
Again, never made
these
that
mo-
claim. Never made the claim that I get all the hot women.
Yeah. All right.
You just like
Hold
straw
on.
man me, and like every time you open your mouth.
I'll grant Whoremaxxer swing club would be way easier to get laid, and you probably do gain some skills, maybe a little bit of skills, but it's not nearly as much skills as picking up a girl from a bar or a club, and you're not going to have a relationship with her
Why do you
outside the
think
swing
that's a
club.
skill? Why do you think that is a skill?
It's a skill because, dude, unless you're a natural, like it's not easy.
Okay.
So like you're
So,
going in
so,
there.
it-
You're
so you
going in
wanted
there.
to learn some social. So you're looking to learn some social skills, is what you're saying.
There's so many issues.
That's
with
the whole
swing
point.
clubs. Number one, the girls are not that attractive. Number two, some dude is watching in the corner, watching you fuck. Number three, it's
No,
like-
I've been with single women at a swing club. Not always.
They're
Oh, and I wanna-
Assumptions
I
are
very rare.
projection on your part, Alex.
Very rare.
Trying to save your LARP, right?
Do
Okay,
you
go
think
ahead.
there's a lot of single women at swing clubs? Do you think that's
Well,
what-
no, not as many as guys. I never said
Like
that. That's true.
5% of the
Yes.
swing
Hold on,
clubs.
I want to make a clear difference here too, because you said like, oh, you want to go learn social skills.
Yeah.
Yes and no, because a lot of black pill guys will say, oh, game is just social skills, and the reason I say yes and no is because, dude, you can go to a church and you can find a guy
Right.
who's been married for 30 years. Yeah, he's got good social skills. He can carry on a good conversation. If you take him to a nightclub and tell him, oh, go pick up some girls, he's probably gonna fall flat on his face.
Yeah, but you say you're talking about a guy that's been married for 30 years. I'm
Well,
talking
I'm
about
just
different age
making I'm just making the point that most men have good social skills. Like they're not autistic. They can carry on a conversation. In
most men do not have good social skills.
Well, no. What context are you talking about? Are you talking about just at a social event carry on a regular conversation, or are you talking about at a bar?
Regular, like a conversation, like a flowing conversation, good, interesting topics.
Brad, I'll agree with
younger
Whoremaxxer
men.
on
I
that.
would
Not
say
every guy can hold a convo.
I would say
I'll give
younger
Whoremaxxer
men.
that
Yeah,
much.
I would
Dude,
say that's more of a
Alex.
millennial problem.
Alex, this is probably one of the best streams you've had in like the last 3 months.
Hold on, let me ask Alex because I
Yeah,
want.
you
I
should
want
subscribe to my channel. Good.
One of the best.
Hold on,
I just
I
had
want
a stream
Alex's-
Skype tonight on my end, and they don't even. I just have psychotic trouble. Go ahead. All right.
Wait,
Hold on, I
Whoremaxxer,
want-
are you like triggered and coming at me because I did?
No, I
go
just
to
think it's
Greg?
LARPish. It's just LARP. No, well,
you-
I don't like these people. Birds of
Well,
a feather.
wait, hang on. You've
Birds
been
of
on
a feather.
You've
But-
been on
but-
my channel many times. You never brought this up. It feels like you got really triggered because I didn't dispute.
Well, no, I'm tired of seeing these constant LARPs. It's just terrible to look at.
But that's
like
why
in
have
the
you-
certain guy. Listen, it's going to boil down to I said, who is it? I said, yeah, I don't share much in common. Yes.
Well, so if you're tired of all these LARPs, why have you not brought this up the other 20 times you've been on my channel? Why do you
Because
only
they were on speed dates, and there's a few times.
That's not true. You've been on without speed dates. You've been on for just a regular panel. It just seems like you got really triggered because I didn't take your side with the Greg situation. Even though
I think all you, including himself, need to be told, their reality of their situation. Greg is another type of guy that will be a complete incel in about 2 to 3 years. His hair is going incel. His whole he doesn't use gear. These guys, I advocate. That's why I said for a younger guy, I said, why wouldn't you use it? These guys think they're male models. Greg thinks he's a male model. You think you're a male model.
I don't think
you
I'm a
think
male
you're
model.
well. What do you think judging yourself an 8 and 9s are? That's like a male model.
Never said I'm an
I
8
don't. Some of these guys believe that, including on your stream, and it's quite sad. It's quite pathetic, and they're delusional.
You or Greg say that we're 8s and 9s.
I think I've heard Greg said that he's an 8. Yes.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, I think he believes that.
Okay,
though.
pull it up. You're just pulling.
Well, I'm not pulling anything up
because you can't. Pull
I know it's a lark. Listen,
you pull out.
Let me hear the. Well, let me tell you.
Like your little
I'm pulling
porn.
things out of my ass. Yeah. Well, no. The porn exists, and your other things don't exist. See, the thing is too.
Porn. You were way off about the trans porn.
Well, I'm not talking about the transfer. I thought you said about anyway.
Just way off about everything.
Yeah, when you take guys, I said, I told you I'm not getting laid right now, nor would I even claim to. And I said, second of all, I said the guys like either are you stream every day, and so does Greg. If you were these pussy magnets and pussy slayers, you'd be running fucking 24-hour streams or streaming 3 times a day. You're bullshit, garbage, nonsense, schmutz, caca.
Not streaming 3 times a day. Not going for 24-hour streams. How much time do you think it takes to have sex with a girl? Like, do you think that's like a?
Well, I go for the hour sessions. I like to fuck, unlike you, probably.
You're a different man, Whoremaxxer. So
yes.
If I do a stream for 2 or 3 hours, I still have what 21 hours left in the day. Like, how long do you think I need to fuck?
A lot of people in black pill and red pill, they're running very long streams, making really crazy claims. Smash TV is a perfect example of that, of 2 psychopathic stalkers. One is a curry cell and one is a fat Latina. Scribe being the fat Latina, MGTOW Dictionary being the curry cell. LARPs, they LARP.
All that, but what does that have to do with me? I'm not fucking.
Well, nothing. I'm just giving you an example. They're LARPs. They're quite insane. It's disgusting. Their whole life is spent talking about what women want and women look. Fuck them. Go to a swing club. What's so easy? What's so hard about that?
I mean, that seems to be like your solution for every problem. Like
for this type of solution, it's a good.
Like a doctor,
what's the average age of the women at the?
Go to a swing club.
It can vary.
What's the average age of the women at the swing club?
Probably 30.
Just out of curiosity.
Probably 30.
They're almost
30.
always
So these are
mid-30s
probably
to 40s.
Okay, so these are probably
I've seen different clubs.
And
Good.
already know what they want. They've already established it. They've
good. More pussy for the men then.
Right?
Good. More pussy for the men. Good.
Right.
Easy pickings.
So the young men.
This is the best Christmas present I've ever received.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker. So age 20 to 30, these men, like, they're not looking for the 30 to 40-year-old who is established and knows what they want and the idea. They're looking for a fresh new pussy just to fuck. Right? They don't give a fuck about whether they know what they do or care what they do or anything of what they do. They're just looking to get laid. End of story. And going to a swingers club isn't.
Well, that's another problem. A lot of dudes don't know how to fuck or know what good sex is to boot with.
But
so,
that's why they have.
But you don't. Darling. Yeah, but they don't need. Once they bypass your, they don't have to simp for your ass in a bar.
Teach them how to fuck.
Yeah, well, I would teach them. Well, I probably fuck better than you. I probably for sure. I mean,
you probably do.
Yeah, and second of all, I think they should stay away from toxic bitches like yourself. I think they should.
Why am I so toxic?
I think they should. I think they should surpass that and go to the swing club and forget all your dinners and your bitchy attitude. And everything else.
Nobody's asking.
Yes, ask you.
Dude, Whoremaxxer is the craziest straw man.
Yeah, well, your bimbo friend. You know what your bimbo friend does in this whole fair? Your bimbo friend just starts. All your bimbo friend does, Sarah. You know what she does? Because you're all one and the same. All you do is you go stir up fucking drama. You're loser women, losers with a capital L. Okay.
This straw manning is insane. So basically, what Whoremaxxer does is he takes things that apply to him, like stirring up drama, and then he just puts on.
I do not.
You just literally came on the street to stir up drama.
Well, I came out street to tell you the truth. That's a LARP. That's not drama.
We heard the truth, bro.
Is that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You're pretty much way off about everything, including my height. When you thought I was 6'2", or
I don't know what it was. I said,
or the fact that you think that Greg or me or Greg say we're 8s or that we pull girls every day. Literally every single word that comes out of your mouth is factually untrue.
But your whole streams are obsessed with men's looks though too. Who's an 8? Who's a 7? Blah blah blah. Oh, it doesn't stop. You're fucking obsessed.
But
okay.
It's also
do you
not
think I do that on my channel?
Women either.
Well,
these are all married women you're talking about. It's a swingers club.
Wait, Whoremaxxer, do you think I do streams where I rate men's looks?
No, I don't think. Do you do that? I don't know if you do that or not.
Well, you just said you do.
Well, don't you? Isn't it your whole thing? He's, this guy's a 6, this guy's a 7. And you're constantly obsessed with looks, looks threshold.
You're thinking of yourself. No, that's not
Whoremaxxer.
What do you
Whoremaxxer.
rate yourself at, Whoremaxxer?
It's Whoremaxxing.
We just have more protection.
I don't know. No, it should be Whoremaxxing swing clubs, geomaxing, getting out of the gynocentric states of America, going to Tijuana, going to Thailand, going to Colombia, or wherever, and bypassing all the gesture maxing and pigeon and hyper gynocentrism that you promote.
Whoremaxxer, what would you rate yourself?
I don't know. What would you rate me? I will rate myself. I don't know.
Want you to know. I want to know what you think.
A 5.
You think you're a 5? You think you're a 5?
At 45, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm a sub 5 too. So cheers, baby. Let's ring in the new year with the sub 5 power.
Whoremaxxer, the sad thing is if you actually humbled yourself and took some of this dating advice, your results with women would be 10x.
No, I don't want any of that. I don't think you want to get.
You're gonna run an experiment though, right?
Fucking advice. The amount of girls that you fuck would be 5 to 10 times higher, but you just assume.
I think the evidence will come within the next year when you see me in 30 porns, and I think that will speak volumes to the life.
That's not receipt.
You're obsessed with receipts. You're obsessed with pussy. You're obsessed with Brad pussy at all costs. You think by it's proving you got something to prove to yourself that the harder you gesture, the more you got to go work for that poontang boy. You're just winning. You're just taking L's.
Well,
that's an L.
Given the fact that your favorite porn star is a tranny, it makes me
both. No, get it right. I like both. Daisy Taylor, yes, I want to do a porn with Daisy Taylor. God willing, that's what I will
never.
What's your ratio of trannies to women?
I've only been with one trans.
Whoremaxxer, okay. I wasn't insulting you for doing porn.
I know. I was only joking.
Girls.
I said, but you're obsessed though. You're obsessed though with gesturing at all costs. You're not against it, but I got to go out there and dance harder. It's you got to go jig. You got to go do the jig harder and dance your Sarah.
There's nothing.
Dance my monkey.
There's nothing wrong, bro.
Can I
there's
ask
nothing wrong with
Whoremaxxer,
doing what you got to do to get laid.
When you go,
but it's at how much time and how much cost is the
question. It's a time investment, but guess what? If you go fuck
you want a second job? Yeah.
Listen. If you go fuck a prostitute, which I'm all for, go fuck a hot prostitute. Who gives a shit? Okay, it's fast, it's easy. Go do it. Hold on. It saves you a lot of time. But guess what? That's also a trade-off. You will save a shitload of time. You'll fuck a hot girl. Okay, that's good. You're not going to get in a relationship with, or at least you shouldn't, but you're probably not going to get in a relationship
But you want to be in the modern day relationship, so you would like to be a slave to a woman is what you would like.
No, dude. It's possible to be in a relationship without being a fucking
but what type of relationship are you looking for in today's day and age? You're on a two-way site.
You just expose yourself.
Find a woman who
I know, I'm constantly exposing myself.
I know. Find a woman who respects the patriarchy.
You're a slave to a woman, which shows.
It depends on what type of relationship you want to get into. I mean, are you advocating to go get married in the modern age? I would ask you what for. Why are you doing it? What's the reasoning for it? Do you believe in having? Do you want children? I mean, what's your reason?
I don't advocate for marriage, but I think relationships are really good. They can be emotionally fulfilling with the right girl.
Yeah, but but you claim you're in an open relationship, so why even be in one?
What's wrong with that?
Because
because men that are in the open relationships like that tend to be called cuckolds, and that's what I'm advocating. Alex is. I think Alex may be in a cuckold relationship.
Okay, so let's put some money on it.
Again, I don't have any money to bet. Why'd you stop with the money, Mr. Big Bucks and Cash App?
Would you guys like a ruler?
Mr. Big Bucks, Mr. Money Bags, 10 grand bets.
Well, yeah, dude, I actually make money.
It's open on Alex's side.
Yeah, I know.
Why don't you bet the $100
May I
you
ask
got?
a question? May I, boys? Whoremaxxer, when you go to the sex club, the swingers club, right? You go to the swingers club. What do you have to do to get a girl interested in you fucking her? Do you have to talk to her, or
yeah, of course you do.
Do anything?
It's called a regular conversation, and it's like you're having sex within 5 to 10 minutes if she
So
likes you.
it's kind of like
He's
gesture
like,
maxing,
hey, do
but
you
you
want to go to a
already
swinger
know.
club? The girl's like, we're already here. He's like, fuck, that's all I got.
I said, what should I have these long? Should I have a nice long political conversation in the swing club? Like, what's going on geopolitically? Let's talk about that new Chinese missile system that
No,
came
you
back and blew up
wouldn't
the
want to
fucking
talk about
city.
politics with anybody, anyways. But like, my question to you is there some form of gesturing per se, whether you think it's actual gesturing or not? But is there some form of like peacocking to an extent in which you're trying to get that girl interested in you? Because chances are she could say yes or no, right?
Yeah.
And your goal is to
5
try
minutes
to.
talking to a girl. That's gesture maxing, bro.
Well, no, I didn't say that. Is the guys that you're going to go on, they're going to go spin their wheels on dates and running around from bar to bar. That's a whole different atmosphere. No, I don't think many men are going
But
to be
in
too
a swingers
successful at
club,
that.
the answer is still yes or no, correct?
Well,
Like,
I said,
whether
yeah,
she's
you
gonna
talk.
let
I
you
talk.
or
Yeah,
no.
well, yeah, I talk to women, but what's that going to be based on?
Well,
It's going to
at
be
the end
based
of the
on
day,
your.
in the club, like the answer at the end of the day is going to be yes or no, one way
Dude,
or the
I
other.
wish Jim was here right now.
Yeah, but
wish.
how really the good thing goes in a regular bar is that, I'll give you my number and you'll call me and we'll set up another.
Jim, if you're still
No, that
watching,
is
get on
not how
right
it
now.
goes in a bar. You're either
Please.
fucking that
No,
bitch
you
or
don't
not.
like. Yeah,
If you're still
well,
watching,
yeah.
please get on.
The place to be is in the swing club. I don't need to go through dinner nonsense. When you
said you had
fuck,
to go through
and if I do, and if I like a woman, I decide that, well, maybe I'd like to see this woman again, or not be in a relationship, but if you want to call that friends with benefit, that's why I said, why have an open relationship when it just should be, Alex, a friends with benefit, and you're claiming though that you're not, you're the one getting all the sex and she's not getting anything. Now we can take a look at the two of you, and I can tell you that's not true.
But see, going into a
Do
swingers
you even
club,
know
like
what my
that
girlfriend's
is
name is, Whoremaxxer?
that is
Huh?
literally the result.
Do you even know what my girlfriend's name is?
Natalie.
Natalie, okay.
Natalia.
You got that. What ethnicity is my girlfriend?
Huh?
What ethnicity is my girlfriend?
What ethnicity is she? Colombian.
Okay, you actually know a little
Dude,
bit
he
about
definitely
her.
pays attention to her. He probably whacks off to her.
Ooh, yeah, that's kind of.
That's kind of hot.
Whoremaxxer, you're like a homeless guy, like criticizing people about not having enough money.
Yes. What's funny is that but you believe your LARP. It's very interesting. I find that very interesting.
Well,
I'll break down my last night, and you can take notes and just try this, and hopefully this will get you at least titties in your face for once.
I swear, every person that contends with Alex wants to bring up Natty every time. Like, she is a part of every debate. She's like, you're wrong, Alex. Let's bring Natty to the table.
But he claims
Make her dance.
She's such a nice girl too.
He claims it's an open relationship. I said, okay,
Dude.
fine. But when I've seen open relationships, they tend to be the woman is getting the majority of all the sex, and the guy is getting very little.
First slave with put her in a bikini. Now Whoremaxxer. If I win, I get a fucker.
Your claim for the fact
Everybody's
that
trying to bang Natty.
Everyone wants Natty, bro.
Because
from playing
because
with
other
playing
losers
with
at
Natty.
swingers
Playing with Natty.
So you just said,
other
but
people-
I like the people at swing clubs. You're calling them losers.
Well, I think a lot of them are.
You're in an open relationship, buddy. That ain't a place to talk. Those are all in swing clubs. Those are all open relationships.
Listen,
in swing
Whoremaxxer,
clubs. I got news for you.
Why don't you make some money and then we can put a bet on it.
All right. Well,
Maybe you can
Why don't
sell
you-
like some of your headphones or whatever, or some of the shit you have in the back.
Well, I have to do something. Yeah, I
you can
can't
make
sell my
money.
weights.
Well,
When I get back to mod maxing, I'm going to need those weights. Though I got to keep.
Well, dude,
them.
maybe you can take some of the money you spend on steroids and like invest it into.
No, I'm going to need that because that's going to go towards the physique and the porn.
Oh, okay. Right.
Well,
Well,
that's
maybe
a lot. I go underground labs. It doesn't matter. I don't go.
Well,
to
maybe
I don't
like-
go. I don't go. I don't go to my GP, Alex, and go ask him about my levels. I got to make sure my level is all checked and within range.
Okay.
Why would you,
I get some
Whoremaxxer?
muscle.
Heaven forbid. I
Yeah,
don't
because it ain't dangerous.
Wait, maybe you can take some of your prostitute budget, like your tranny prostitute budget, and like just take half of it, and then we'll have enough for a bet.
No. If Alex wins, he gets your trans relationship partner, and if you win, you get Natty.
Bro, I don't think anybody wants
That's a
that.
lose.
Oh, you want to bring up? I'll show you. I'll show you the trans. I can show you the trans. There's no nudity. It's an Instagram.
I do not want to see any dudes.
Well, it's no nudity. It's Instagram.
I don't care if that goes on.
That's all he has to offer, man. Just take the offer, dude. If you win,
Who
you
are
get
you
his
down
chance.
there? Who's this guy running his gums?
I just don't
Who are
think
you down
anyone
there
who's
flapping
fucking
your gums? Who are you flapping your gums? What are you? What are you one of the PUA shysters? Who are
Hi,
you?
Whoremaxxer.
Yeah, who are you?
Whoremaxxer, are you
Yeah,
going to one
PUA coach.
Can we switch gears and ask you a
Notorious
question
PUA
real
coach.
quick?
Yeah, I do want to wrap up because I was going to wrap up an hour ago. Yeah, what's your question, bro? And then we'll wrap up.
Okay, so basically what I did is last night I went out. I escalated really hard. Isolated the girl, made out with her. We were on the couch of the club. I got her to straddle me, and that's when I started sucking on her titties. And it was going smoothly until then. But when I tried to go for the pull, every time I tried to go for the pull, she was like, "Oh, I need to get back to my friends."
Wait,
But,
Paul?
like,
I thought she was already at your place at this point.
no, we were at the club.
Oh.
This was in public.
You
You're
were
trying to
sucking
suck on her
on her
titties.
titties at the club?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
take
yeah.
her home and do that shit,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
she
Well, I
doesn't want to do that
wanted
in
to, but
public. That's pretty
she wouldn't
messed up.
come.
When you tried to pull her, what did she say?
Well, first she was like, "I can't leave my friends," and this was a logistical mistake on my part. I should have checked what she was doing tomorrow morning because she was like, "Oh, I have to work." And this was a piece I didn't check, and that was definitely my fault. But what I was wondering was, in that case, because from the one who must not be named, if you catch my drift, he mentions that like basically you want to vibe and then you want to try to escalate again, right? Or you want to try to go for compliance and pull. So I kept trying to do that, but she kept trying to bring up like, "Hey, I need to go back to my friend," even though she was still straddling me. So I was just wondering if you think I should have kept pushing and try to vibe instead of ejecting out of the set, which is what I wound up doing eventually.
Yeah, I definitely would.
I would
definitely
have walked away altogether.
I would not inject out. What I would do is I would treat it like an objection and say, "Oh, why? What are you guys doing?" And then she would be like, "Oh, I just want to check in with them." And I would say, "Oh, well, why don't you text them? We'll just go for like 20, 30 minutes. We won't be there for long."
I did that.
And what'd she say?
She was like, "No, I can't go. I'm only going home with my friend." And I was like, "I'll bring you back in 10 minutes. It's fine. I live a block away."
I would have walked away altogether.
What'd she say when you said you'd bring her back?
She was just like, "No, I'm not going with anyone. I'm not going anywhere. Like I'm going home with my friend." Like that was her constant. Like she was like holding on to that thing, even though like we were making out. I'm like literally playing with her tits in public.
Yeah, what I would do is I would kind of baby step it. So I'd be like, "Okay, no worries. You'll still go home with your friends. Let's just go to this awesome bar I know. It's right down the street. Get her out of the bar. So just like baby step. It'd be like, actually, first I would be like, "Hey, let's just go over here. That's fine. You can go home with your friends. Lead her near the door. You're at the door. Start make out with her a little more and be like, oh, actually, I know this awesome bar down the street. I'll bring you back here in 10 minutes. Get her out of the bar." Sarah's looking at me like I'm a pedophile. And then once you're at that bar, once you walk out of the place, be like, "Actually, I know a better place," and then pull her back to your place. But yeah, I would like treat it like a baby step type of thing. But
Okay,
sometimes
and you think I should have kept focusing on turning her on more, or I should have like kind of kept it where it was because I was already playing with her tits in public, which personally I felt uncomfortable with.
Yeah, I probably would not go that far to play with a girl's tits. And it seems like you went far enough in terms of turning her on. The issue was your objection handling, not your escalation or whatever.
Okay.
But some
right.
girls you can't pull on the same night. So as a backup, if all else fails, I would just get her number and
I
hit her.
did, but she blocked me eventually. When she sobered up, she like blocked me. I was so bummed about it.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes. But
What
yeah,
the
man,
hell is wrong
That's
with
why
you?
I say walk away.
What the hell is
altogether.
wrong with you, boy?
All right.
You got a tit in your mouth and you wound up with shit. Go to a swing club.
Whoremaxxer, you're literally banging dudes.
Pathetic. Yeah,
Whoremaxxer, I have more
behind.
tits in my face in the
You
last 4
literally-
years than
Yeah,
you
look
have.
at what you got. You got a titty in the mouth and you wound up with blue balls, you poor
And what did
bastard.
you get,
Better
Whoremaxxer?
than
Yeah,
that.
Tiny little
no.
PP?
You
Come
wound
on,
up, you
dude.
sucked on a titty.
Whoremaxxer,
Oh,
Whoremaxxer,
I
nobody
got a
asked you for
titty in my
advice.
mouth and blue balls. I should name that a group.
Whoremaxxer,
Blue
I
balls and
didn't ask you
titty.
for advice.
Bro, you
but I
literally-
Oh,
appreciate
please.
your advice.
Obviously, it ain't working, boy. A block number, a titty in your mouth, and nothing. No
Dude,
receipts
you
for
you
you.
literally have penises
No.
in your mouth.
L,
What are you
L,
talking
big
about?
L.
You've literally had
Loser.
penises in your
Loser.
mouth. You're calling this guy a loser? You had
I'm
tits in
having
your
fun. He was knocking on me earlier. I'm gonna knock him right back.
Yeah,
Kick him right
tell
in
me,
his
have you
micro.
had tits in your mouth or a dick in your mouth in
Yes,
the
yes.
last 48
Okay, let
hours?
me ring this.
Well,
Here's
if you
having
go look at Bianca Beltran, you'll get to see the hot trans I was with. You can go
Here's
take a
having
look.
a
I know
titty
you
in
like
your
that.
mouth, and here's having a penis in your mouth.
But
So on the hierarchy, you still lose, buddy.
Well, all right. There I am.
Alrighty. Bro, was that your only question?
Yeah, that was my only question. I was waiting for so long. Thank you for finally responding to that.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry for the wait, buddy.
No worries.
Oh, sorry, I removed you. But yeah, man, have a good night.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Take care.
All right, take care. All right, I want to wrap this up. Whoremaxxer, send me an email.
Okay, thank you. I will
send you my photos. And
is the email in the chat or is it on your channel, the one you use?
It's on my channel, but I'll write it out right now.
Yes, I'm alive over the Howling Madness. I keep running the Howling Madness. Because I'm honest. I'm underemployed and I'm fucking streaming. I ain't getting any poontang. All you streaming.
Whoremaxxer. I don't know if you hate me or don't give a shit about me. Either way, your peak content. Keep it up.
Okay.
Keep it up.
What do you do? What are you playing with?
All I'm saying is this is great content. Keep doing you, man. Keep doing you, man. Keep doing you, man. Keep doing you.
Despite
however you feel about me, I don't care. Just
despite all the erroneous claims you made, we'll find you highly entertaining.
The good claim. Well, that's entertaining.
I enjoy your.
You're always welcome on my channel, Whoremaxxer.
Dude, I enjoy your character, man. I enjoy your character, dude. It's fantastic.
Have a good one.
I love you,
awesome.
Whoremaxxer.
Have a good one.
Holy shit.
The amount of like projection and straw manning's insane. Bro, you're bad at math. Meanwhile, he just completely butchers the trans thing. It's like number 25. Oh, bro, you're gay. Literally, this dude is fucking trannies. Oh, bro. What's some of the other ones that he made?
I made a list. Of not the strongmans. I literally, dude, my face was hurting that whole time while I was backstage. Like, my chest hurt. I made a list of like all the things that were said. And I literally have a list, and it is insane.
Is it quick?
It is amazing.
I want to hear it.
Okay, first, these are just things I personally found hilarious, and it's not strongmans. It's just random shit. First, he called you a pigeon dancer. I've never heard that term in my life. I have no idea. I've never heard someone call another guy a pigeon before.
Oh, dude, the other one.
But I about died when he called you a pigeon dancer. I thought that was hilarious.
He was attacking my physique when I'm literally in like way better shape than him. It's funny also.
Yeah, it's during the physique debate. Dude, I've never heard someone call someone a pigeon, but that was just fucking hilarious. Then he said when he's out in Miami with you, he will not only mog max you, but he will cock max you. And I thought that was hilarious too.
I want nothing to do with it.
Impressive.
And then he brought on he somehow brought Natty into the conversation, like everyone that wants to debate you. They have to they want you to put Natty on the line every time.
Top of the list.
She's always on the line.
It's so funny because she's such a nice girl. She's such a nice
I know, she doesn't want anything to do with this.
Everyone just like constantly attacks her for like no reason. She's like super nice and sweet. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he put Natty on the line, especially even after like Slave was like, let's bring her in a bikini. Now Whoremaxxer wants to say, let's bet your girlfriend if I want to get a fucker.
Everyone's like,
okay.
I think a lot of these guys actually want to secretly fuck my girlfriend.
Probably.
I
want to fuck your girlfriend, so I can't blame them.
The next one was he made fun of your hair, which we've had so many conversations about your hair, and I just thought that was so funny.
This shit down.
Yes, I wrote this down.
I'm impressed.
Dude, it's peak entertainment, okay? Like, literally, I think, like, 3 of Greg's stream in the past week, we've made fun of Alex's error and, like, told him, like, dude, when the fuck are you gonna fix this shit? And then Whoremaxxer brought it up as, like, one of his, like, points to stand on, and I just thought it was hilarious, because we've been telling Alex...
People obsessed with my hairline. It's actually
no, dude. We've been telling you to fix this shit forever, and then here he is making fun of you for your hair, and I just thought it's hilarious.
Yeah. I'm just not motivated. Like, I'm gonna do it at some point, but I don't really care that much. Like, I have a girlfriend. I'm able to get like, success with girls. Like, I don't have like a massive motivation to do it ASAP, but I am gonna do it within the next 6 months. But yeah, keep going.
Do it, man. Do it. Brad wants in, by the way. He keeps telling in private chat.
Brad, I'm sorry. We're just like wrapping up. Like, I'm gonna wrap up after this.
Okay, the next thing is that he boasts about having censored porn videos on his channel. So he posts his own porn videos. This is fantastic. Let's see. He claimed many men in the manosphere are homosexuals with small cocks.
While he's literally fucking dudes.
Oh god. And then he boasts about fucking trans men.
With penises, not even post-op, pre-op.
Yes.
Dude,
and then
Crazy Taylor, I Google imaged her, and it took me 30 seconds to realize that the penis actually belongs to her, not the guy she's fucking. And I was like, this number one trans porn star isn't post-op. It's literally pre-op with a fucking schlong.
That's schlong.
Dude, my chest fucking hurts. Okay, and then he debunked debunked his own porn stats with the trans rating searches in 2018. What made it even better is that he said his like top 3 or top 5. It was literally like the third from the bottom. So I think he read it backwards by mistake.
And then he insulted my math.
Yeah.
You can't math, Alex.
Dude, he did not let go of he refused to let go of that. He was like, nope, you're a fucking idiot, Alex.
He's like, you suck at math. Meanwhile, I literally butchered basic math. Whoremaxxer said he sucks dick. I have it on video. Wow, okay. That's
and then talking about you being a cuckold sitting in the corner.
Corner maxing.
He's corner maxing, yeah.
On the 4th day of Christmas, the Whoremaxxer brought to me.
And then I don't know why I thought it was funny, but you said a lot of people in Texas probably are homosexuals. And then
3rd day of Christmas.
Yeah.
Anyone who watches tranny porn is homosexual. This is like.
And then what was I looking? Oh yeah, one of the dudes literally was talking about putting his. I don't know if it's Brad or the other guy, but he's talking about putting his cock in Whoremaxxer's mouth, and then Whoremaxxer used that as his argument to prove that many of your supporters are homosexuals. He used that as one of his debating points. He's like, well, as evidence, one of your viewers literally said he wants to put his cock in my mouth.
On the 2nd day of Christmas, Whoremaxxer brought to me.
Dude, this literally made my day. This was the Christmas present I needed. This entire stream, not just the Whoremaxxer segment, but the entire stream. Jim was amazing. He needs to come on again. Jim was fantastic.
Jim's a hoot and a holler, man.
This was really funny. But I actually think that Whoremaxxer is just butthurt because when Greg said he's a pedo, I didn't say no, he's not. I was just like, well, we don't have enough evidence to make a conclusion. He came on like a week or two ago and just like got so pissed and just like said, how could you be friends with this guy? He's calling me a pedophile. I was like, dude, well, I didn't call you a pedophile. So I think he's just like super pissed because of that, honestly.
He actually thinks I've called him a pedophile and I haven't called him a pedophile. So
yeah, I remember that. I joined that stream like at the very end and I was there.
Which is funny because I never actually said I literally said, well, we don't have enough evidence, but I guess he wanted a better answer from me. But anyway, appreciate you all.
Dude, you had the trifecta: Slave, Jim, and Whoremaxxer. Dude,
that was a trifecta.
What a stream.
The only challenging part is going to be figuring out what I'm going to title this stream. But appreciate you all. Have a good night. Check out Greg's channel. I'm on there almost every night. Also, we started a second clip channel. Check out my community post so you can subscribe to that. Support. It would be highly appreciated. All right, appreciate you all. Have a good night. Merry Christmas.